that only had one thing on their minds: the bounty on a certain elusive beast. As he waited and watched the spider at work, he thought about what they could learn from it. They had their quarry to catch all right, a big, bloody wolf. But what about the men who had come into town? Then there were all the men in the village, the sawyers, the delvers, coopers, tanners, smithies, and farm labourers, who would all be starting to feel the pinch, who all had families and hungry mouths to feed, who had all been affected by recent flooding, had bags of grain spoilt and other foodstuffs, who were all worried about the oncoming winter. It got tough. December was just about bearable, as long as you'd stored up enough. By January, things were getting hard, and by February, the hardship really kicked in. You couldn't always expect to eat every day, and what you did eat might be a meagre supper. This was when the scant rations he received in the army seemed plentiful, when he yearned for a penny loaf, an ounce of butter, and a pint of beans a day. Hard times like that bred hard men. If he and Gad were going to stand a chance of bagging that bounty for themselves, they were going to have to act like the spider, knowing when to pounce and when to sit tight. He stared at the spider as it put the finishing touches to its web. Spiders made good mothers, didn't leave their bairns to cope with life on their own, carried them about, and made sure they were safe. As his mother had done, and how Kate, his dear wife, did with their daughter. Not like flies, who abandoned their young in the rivers and lakes, or in the carcasses of dead beasts, or worse still, in the shit of those same beasts, to be eaten by birds and fish and other predators. That was no way to bring up a bairn. He thought about Kate, still sickly but stoic, made of tough stuff. That morning he'd found her by the midden, gripping her middle and wincing. He thought she was worse than she was letting on. He spotted Gad approaching the house, got to his feet and opened the door. "You're late," he said. "We didn't say a time. Come in, we need to chat first. I wouldn't mind a cuppa if there's one going. There's some barley tea in the pot." Ezekiel poured them both a cup, and they sat at the table. "So, what do you want to talk about?" Gad said. "I've had it confirmed." "Eh?" "Off Cumden's. Here for the bounty. Kate told me. She finds out all kinds of things, doing other folks' laundry." "Thought as much. Better get going then, hadn't we? Here's the thing. What do you think they'll all be doing?" "To catch the wolf. They'll be setting traps, putting poison down." "Right. And how will they know where to put the traps or leave the poison?" "They'll look for wolf prints." "Right again. So if those wolf prints didn't lead them to a wolf, but to something else..." "I don't follow you." "I've had an idea." "Go on." "We make some dummy wolf prints. We lead false trails, and we cover the real trails up. As long as we know where its tracks go, and other men don't, we've got the upper hand." Gad thought about this as he sipped barley tea. It was a tad bitter. He reached over to a bowl in the middle of the table, scooped out some honey with a spoon, and dunked it in his cup. He stirred the honey round, the hot tea dissolving it, and tasted the brew once more. That was better. When they had their money, he would sweeten everything with honey. It's a good idea. How are we going to make the dummies? Drink up. Ezekiel led them to the shed at the back of the house, where he kept his tools, and the lathe that he'd made himself 3 summers ago when he and Kate had got married at the chapel in town and moved in together. He showed him a toy that he'd made for his daughter, a little cloth pig that he'd constructed by sewing 2 cutouts of cloth together and filling them with sand. He explained how they could adapt this method, fill calf skin sacks with sand, sew them together so they resembled the paw pads of the wolf, and how they could carve wooden shapes that looked like wolf claws, attach it all together on the underside of a wooden board, then fix a handle to this board. They worked all morning on the device, then took it outside to test it along a boggy part of the path. They stood back. Ezekiel grinned. You'd never know the difference. It's perfect. Just then, Kate came back from the miller's house with a wooden buck of laundry. Ever since his missus had died unexpectedly last fall, she'd been doing his laundry. It didn't pay much, but when times were hard, it all helped. She botched his garments too, darning his socks and sewing buttons on his jerkins. As well as money, the miller gave her bags of flour, rye, wheat and corn, as much as she wanted. Ezekiel watched her struggle with the buck and took hold of it, placing it on the table. You don't need to be doing that, rest up. I'm all right. He could see how flushed she was. Listen, when I've got this 50 quid, there'll be no more laundry for you. Kate nodded. If you get it. Don't worry, I've had an idea. Ezekiel showed her the device, and Kate examined it. You've done a decent job of that, but aren't you forgetting something? Ezekiel looked over to Gad. Gad shrugged. What? You need a left and right, not just a right, you bloody clod-pated clowns. Ezekiel went red in the face. Why hadn't this occurred to him? He looked over to Gad again, who shook his head, ready now to side with Kate. Yeah, well, we were going to do another. We were just checking it worked. He lied. They went back inside, working quicker this time. When they were finished, they loaded up their bags and saddled up the horses, then took the iron traps that Gad had bought from the smith. The blacksmith told them they'd have to wait if they wanted any more. Orders in now for the next 2 months. All the smithies in the riding were working overtime to cope with demand. Gad and Ezekiel loaded up some rabbit bait and 2 graving spades. They went back to where they dug the wolf pits the day before. The first was still undisturbed, and they decided to leave this. When they got to the second, though, they saw that the rabbit was gone, and the roof of the pit had been disturbed. They moved closer tentatively, with Ezekiel wielding his axe. But when they peered into the pit, they saw not a wolf impaled on the spikes, but a fox. It was in a bad way, hardly able to move. A wooden pike poked through its side. Blood stained its white underbelly. Must have been there some hours. It bared its teeth and gave them a fierce look, but they both knew there was little it could do to defend itself. Ezekiel took his axe and finished it off. They removed its corpse and repaired the trap. They used the fox corpse as bait, carefully laying it over the top. Fox corpse, good food for a starving wolf. They broke off some pine branches and used them as brooms to sweep any sign of wolf prints away. Then Ezekiel took the dummy device and laid a false trail in the opposite direction to the pit. The thing about the wolf, it's not like us. Hasn't got the brains for starters, but it relies on its friends and family for survival. This is the last wolf in the ridings. Could be the last wolf in England for all we know, and that makes it vulnerable. Do you see what I mean? Gad nodded. They say the wolf takes no pleasure in life. Like, it's angry all the time and wants to get even. I've known some men like that. And I've heard wolves don't like foxes, so our wolf will like the idea of eating one of its enemies. He was rambling now, in his attempt to sound knowledgeable about wolves. What now? Let's see if we can track it further on and use some of these irons. They walked out of the wood and got back on Lemuel's horses, rode half a mile or so to the next patch of woodland, bare boughs of birch and the lithe limbs of ash. They trudged through black puddles and rotting leaf mould, kicking the sludge off their boots, searched around, but couldn't find any trace of the wolf. Let's wander a bit deeper. Chances are it's been here. A wolf on the run will see a place like this as a refuge. They walked beyond the path, following a deer run, using sticks to hack back the brambles and bracken that grew across the run. Eventually, they came to a clearer part of the path. Ezekiel bent down. See? Them's wolf. He pointed to some prints that were too large for a dog. Gad took one of the iron traps, and they dug a shallow pit for it to sit in so that its jaws were flush with the forest floor. They set it so it could spring shut, then covered it up with leaves and bracken. Gad took out a rabbit corpse, and using Gad's axe, he chopped a hind leg off, placing the hacked leg close to the trap. No point wasting a whole rabbit. We need to ration ourselves, or we'll end up running out of rabbits if we're not careful. Ezekiel took hold of the dummy and assiduously laid a false trail. Gad took out a red rag and tied it round a trunk of a neighbouring tree, low down where it wouldn't be spotted by men who didn't know to look for it. While he did this, Ezekiel moved further into the woods, searching for more signs of the wolf. They found another set of prints and set a trap close by, baiting it with the spare hind leg of the rabbit. I'll tell you what else has occurred to me, Ezekiel said, as they stood back to check the iron jaws were well concealed. What's that? Mr. Lane's boy. What about him? Well, I mean, why was he even fishing in the first place? Think about it. He was supposed to be working with us. Imagine if that was me or you, and instead of turning up for work, you went off to catch trout instead. Gad shrugged. Mr. Lane didn't want him on the job, is what I heard. Anyway, it's different when it's a father and his son. Well, I tell you this. When my lad gets to that age, he'll be working with me. I'm not going to let him swan around like he's the lord of the bleeding manor. Honour thy father. Ain't that what the good book says? They scouted further into the forest, but decided it would be best to ride up to Longroyd to set the other traps. It didn't do to put all your traps in one forest. Instead, they made a circuitous route back to where they tethered the nags. Ezekiel pulled out a cloth wrap from his saddlebag and unwrapped a thick slice of havercake. He broke it in two and gave a piece to Gad. "You know what? It's only a matter of time now before we catch this wolf and claim the reward." Gad scratched his stubble. Ezekiel could tell he wasn't convinced. "No, think about it. 1,000 years ago, there were wolves running around everywhere, stealing sheep, eating farrow and the like, even killing human beings. A wolf will kill anything, but we are smarter than the wolf. You don't see all those wolves now, do you, because we've killed them all? Look around you. What do you see?" Gad shrugged. "Fences, houses, ploughed fields, walls. Signs of human life, not wolf life. I dunno. I've heard that wolves can be really smart, smarter than a dog or a fox. Listen, when a wolf can get up in the morning, go to work, do a day's graft, earn a groat, go to the alehouse at night, then you can tell me a wolf is a smart animal." Gad scratched his chin. "We're the top dog. The wolf is beneath us. God gave all the animals to us. It's our job to husband them and to cull them. We are carrying out God's work. The thing is, in them days we didn't have guns or arrows or iron traps. You would have to have worked in large groups, not just me and you, to get really close to the animal to stab it." "Exactly. So you see, we've learnt, haven't we? Improved our methods over time, invented guns and powder. But the wolf hasn't learned. The wolf still goes about its business, same as it always has." "And that's why there are no wolves left?" "Well, after we've called this one, touch wood." Ezekiel turned around for a tree to tap. "The wolf has always been our enemy. He doesn't think anything except for killing and eating. Them's his only thoughts. That's all the wolf is, a killing machine." "Not for much longer, right?" They both laughed. "I tell you what. When we get this money, I'm going straight to the Moorcock, and I'm going to order us both a dram of that special whiskey the drawer keeps on the top shelf. Always wondered what a shot of that tasted like. Fuck that. I'll buy the bottle." They finished the havercake and got back onto their nags. They rode across the fields owned by High Crag Farm and through some of the meadowland that had until recently been a common. They rode beneath the ridge of Broadhead Moor until they saw Long Royd's Wood in the distance. They got to the edge of the wood, where the trees were spread out, and they were able to ride through. The oaks on the outskirts of the forest had stretched their boughs wide, leaving plenty of open space. The men tethered their nags and continued on foot, pushing through browning bracken. As they did, they disturbed a weasel, and they watched its little body dart across their path and under bramble, wick as water. There was a rough track that had been made by deer or rabbit or even man, and they snuck along this path for a while until they came to a fork. Left or right? Doesn't matter. Let's take the left one and do a big loop coming back on this one. How do you know it loops back? How do you know it doesn't? The ground was soft underfoot, and the air was thick with the damp, musty smell of leaf mould. Gradually, the path became boggier, and the effort of trudging through the mud slowed them down. The path opened out a bit, and then led down to a beck. A flash of yaffle. The waters trickled over green-grey boulders and ran in rivulets through beck pebbles. Ezekiel took out his flask and uncorked it. He placed the mouth of the flask beneath a flurry of water and filled it to the top, tipping the lid to his lips and guzzling the cold water. "Want some?" He handed the flask to Gad. He was looking over to his right and not paying attention to Ezekiel. "Do you want some or not? Good clean water?" Gad stared hard at something Ezekiel hadn't spotted. "What is it?" "See that there?" He pointed to a part of the forest floor that was spread even with fern leaves, and, at this angle of light, they could both see that the forest floor had sunk ever so slightly in an even rectangular dip. "Looks like a trap." Both men went over to the clearing. Gad took his staff and poked through the ferns. He disturbed them, and they could both see that the ferns sat on top of some branches. The two men cleared more of the ferns to reveal an iron trap. "Looks like someone has beaten us to it." They talked about whether it was better to spoil the trap or sit it out and see if the trap would entice the wolf. "Thing is, wolves have a great sense of smell," Ezekiel lied. He had no idea, really, about a wolf's olfactory ability. He was recalling a childhood story of a wolf sniffing out a baby from a well. "If we hide here, even if we cover ourselves in fox shit, the wolf will sniff us out." "So, what then?" "Let's take the trap and use it somewhere else. That way, we spoil the trap for the men who laid it, and we get a free trap to use in some other part of the wood they don't know about. We get to keep our cake, and we get to eat it too." Gad nodded. "Good idea." Very carefully, Gad used his staff to probe the iron jaws of the trap until the stick set off the spring and the iron jaws bit into the end of his staff. He took hold of the trap and released it, putting it in his bag. They covered the area over again with fern leaves. "But hang on. Then they'll know that we've taken their trap and they'll come looking for us." Gad had a point for once. Ezekiel thought about it. What was the best thing to do? To keep hidden from the others, and that way retain the advantage of surprise, or reveal that they were onto them, but stay one step ahead? The thing to do was to catch that wolf as quickly as possible. "Right, here's what we do. We put this iron back and disturb the covering so that the trap can't catch anything. And if the men who set it come across it, they'll think that an animal has set it off and managed to escape its grips. Then we set a false trail so the men follow it. Only when they get to the end of the trail, we set another type of trap for them." "How do you mean?" "A man trap. Stop them in their tracks." "But we'll swing for that." "Not if we don't get caught, we won't. And we won't get caught." "How do you know that?" "Trust me. I know what I'm doing." He lied again. The two men placed the now spent trap back where they had found it, and disturbed the scene sufficiently so it looked like an animal had been. Then Ezekiel, using the left paw print, and Gad, using the right paw print, laid a trail some distance away. then took their spades and dug through the mulch of leaf mould, then the soft loam of soil, before reaching the compacted earth beneath. Ezekiel caught a worm with the blade of his spade, slicing it in two. He watched as the two ends of the worm wriggled and writhed. You ever tasted a worm? Eh? The taste of slime and soil, sort of musty. It varies with the seasons and depends where they live. Some taste of pig shit. Others have a leathery taste. How come you know so much about eating worms? Needs must. We ate them out of desperation. Been marching days without any food. The group bringing our rations had been ambushed by royalists, middle of the arse end of nowhere. Good food if you can stomach them. Takes a bit of getting used to. The first bite is the worst. It gets easier after that. Here, give us a hand with this. Gad had hit a rock. He dug around it and scraped the top layer of earth so that the wet grey slate of its surface was exposed. He reached in and grabbed one side underneath, waggling to loosen it. Ezekiel used his spade at the other end to lever it out. It's coming. Pull harder. Eventually, they loosened the rock sufficiently to be able to pull it from the ground. It was jagged and shaped like a lead weight. The two of them lifted it clear. After me. 1, 2, 3. They swung the stone like they were rocking a cot, with both men either end. Then, when the swing was wide enough, they let go and watched it hurtle into the bracken a few feet away. Big bugger that. Shame to waste it. I'm not carrying it back with us. Must weigh 2 quarters. Shame though. Could use a stone like that. They dug further down, where the earth was cool and smelled of iron and clay, and their spades squelched as they cut into the ground. Eventually, they had dug a hole about 6 feet deep, long enough to lay end to end in, and wide enough to go shoulder to shoulder. They fashioned poles from hazel shoots and planted them solidly in the ground, sharpening the ends into good, keen pikes. As they worked, Ezekiel was starting to regret the suggestion. Even if they did catch one of their competition in this pit, there would be others. And if they killed them, still more men would come. The men would keep coming as long as there was a price on that wolf's head. Still, it was too late to back down. Leaders didn't go back on their word. He'd never known Mr. Lane to back down. Once Mr. Lane had made a decision, that was the be-all and end of it. Perhaps if he acted like his master, one day he could be as rich as him. Though, beyond aping Mr. Lane's actions, he had no further plan. How men made money after that paid at the end of the week was a mystery to Ezekiel. They rode beneath High Crag and along the river, crossing it at Micklebridge. The bridge was huge chunks of stone cobs built to carry coffins from the neighbouring village when there were no rites of burial. By the river, alder grew, their roots extending into the brown water. Their dried cones and catkins covered the stoneway. The men rode over to Dale Edge. The first clump of the wood was dominated by mature oak, with bark like a hag's knee. There were a few of Eddie's pigs shuffling acorns. He had pannage rights hereabout. Then over to Hazelhurst, where some of the trees had recently been coppiced, and the nuts collected, those cut back offering their stumps like amputees. I've ordered some poison, Ezekiel said. Oh, yeah. All the smithies are booked up. Forget iron traps. We won't see another before Michaelmas. We can dig pits still. We've got to think about efficiency. Digging pits takes time. If we get good poison, we can lace as much meat as we like. But that will cost. See it as an investment. You have to fork out if you want what's owed. Don't you think that's what the rest will be doing? And if not now, soon enough. You have to stay ahead of the game. Besides, we know some have already started on poison trails. When we're sat in the moorcock drinking the draw's good stuff, you'll think it was worth it. In fact, the poison had been Kate's idea, but he didn't tell Gad that. He thought about Kate. She wasn't getting any better. He'd ride back home once they'd finished, forgo the alehouse. He got back that evening to find his wife on the bed, still fully dressed. The room was dark, but he could see, even in the weak light of the tallow, that her skin was glistening with a silver sheen. He felt her brow. She was burning up. Mother Hunt's herbs had not worked. Bloody hell, lass. You're as sick as a leopard sow. He tried to keep the fear out of his voice. It's not as bad as all that. I'll get the physician. It's fine, it'll pass. He loosened her clothes and fetched cold water and a flannel to cool her brow. Have you had anything to drink? She shook her head. He went into the kitchen and found some barley water, poured it into a cup, and came back into the bedroom. He carefully poured some of the water onto her lips. Here, drink this. She attempted to swallow some of the liquid. He caught the spillage with the flannel. I'm going to go for him. At this time of night? I'll be as quick as I can. We can't afford it, Zeke. She was right. Money was tight, and the doctor charged a fortune for his services and didn't always care what ailed even after that. Still, if they got that £50, he'd pay him soon enough. He gave her some of the water, then placed the cup on the table by the side of the bed. Fastening up his gabardine, he rode Lemuel's mare over to the physician's house. As he rode, something was bothering him besides the worry he had about his wife's health. It was the man-trap they'd set. Gad was right. It was obvious what their intention was from the size and shape of it. The beadle was a shrewd man, the constable even shrewder. Any magistrate would find them guilty, and that meant a swinging. He had no desire to wear a hemp necklace or do the last drop dance. He didn't have the protection Mr. Lane had, or the clout. It was true that since the king had been dispatched, the ordinary laws did not always apply, and some folk took advantage of that. But for lowly folk, like him, not that much was different. Just how did Mr. Lane get away with murder? Ezekiel suspected that he had certain men on his payroll. He knew that he invited the constable and the beadle for supper once a week, and other men of influence. The invitation had never been extended to him or Gad, or any man of toil. He doubled back for a spade, then made a detour to Longroyd's wood. He found the man-trap, and filled in enough of it, so that they couldn't be accused of any fell purpose. He rode back towards the village, and over to the physician's cottage, which was positioned on the northern outskirts, behind the church and the graveyard. As he rode, he tried not to think of Kate's ailment, and instead turned his thinking to the wolf. Just how were they going to catch the bastard? It had been days of work so far for nothing, and then there was the expense of it all. Iron traps weren't cheap, poison was expensive. Lemuel had stood them some money to tide them over, but it wasn't a full wage. and now the place was crawling with other men hunting the same bounty. The truth was, he just didn't have the know-how to catch this wolf. Stupid and craven, yet able to outsmart him. He would have to sit down with Gad tomorrow and work out what was best. One thing he knew, their strategy wasn't working. If someone else beat them to it, he'd never pay the physic bill. As he rode, his thoughts were disturbed by a night howlet. Its call was a keening whistle. Oh, to be that bird, with nothing on its mind except catching a shrew mouse. He was grateful for the work Lemuel gave him, knew that he'd kept him in employment oftentimes when there was no real labour, finding knacks for him, trifles that didn't really need doing, out of a sense of gratitude. But he wished for a simpler life. Being in the army was a daily grind, forever chasing a hunger that a cup of beans could never sate. But at least you knew who your enemy was, a poncy-haired fop. And he knew how to kill that enemy. You stuck them like a pig. He'd been happy being a pikeman, a pilcher dangling from his girdle. Life now was one of uncertainty, always worried about what tomorrow would bring for him and Kate and for their daughter and his unborn bairn. He thought back to the battles they'd had against the Royalists. He'd joined in when the rest of his pals had sung songs about Royalist scum, but in fact, he had no strong feelings at all about the king. This new rump parliament was no better nor worse than life under Charles. What he cared about was Kate and his bairns. What matter who wore the crown or sat in the throne? As he rode past the church, towards the physician's house, the howlet flew low over his head, flashing its white belly, looking for all the world like a ghostly spirit. Its flight was completely silent, and something about the snow-white bird in the darkness, moving so quietly, put an ice-cold chill down his spine. The physician was a man by the name of Stoker, and he made the skin on Ezekiel's neck tighten. He tried to avoid the man wherever possible. It was Stoker who had come to the aid of Master Thomas, who had poked and prodded him and put God only knows what down the poor boy's throat. When he and Gad had delivered Thomas to Lemuel and his family on that November night, the boy was still breathing. When Jacob fetched Stoker from the Lamb of God shortly afterwards, the man was clearly cupshot. He actually fell up the stairs. Ezekiel had seen a man fall down a set of stairs before, but never up them. Less than 24 hours later, Thomas was as dead as a doornail, and the Lanes were presented with an extortionate bill. But Kate was running a fever. Stoker's wife didn't even invite him in. Instead, she bade him wait there in the cold November air while she fetched him. Ezekiel stood outside the man's house, holding his horse's reins close to a lanthorn, and blew out white smoke from his lungs. It was a well-appointed property, nothing on the scale or grandeur of Lemuel's estate, but sizable in comparison with his own meagre cottage. There was a bite in the night's veil. He could see the frail light of the moon, frost beginning to creep along the bare boughs of the trees. It was already whitening the window panes. Above him, he could see the bright guards of the Little Bear, next in brightness to the pole star. But everything else was cloaked in a velvety darkness. Stoker appeared at the door, already coated, carrying a leather case. Ezekiel could see from the man's eyes he'd been hitting the bottle. They were wet, like a bloodhound's, the bags beneath drooping, revealing red crescents. "Hold this, will you, while I fetch my nag?" He handed his bag to Ezekiel and disappeared round the back of the house. Ezekiel waited. He rubbed his hands together. He cupped them and blew hot breath into the hollow. He watched the air turn white. Stoker reappeared on horseback. Ezekiel handed him the case and mounted his own beast. Together they rode back to Ezekiel's house. "And you say Mother Hunt has been attending her?" "That's right, sir. She's tried everything." "With herbs, you mean?" "Aye, sir." "Look, man, all illnesses spring from an imbalance of the 4 humours. You know what those are, don't you?" "No, sir." "Blood, phlegm, yellow bile and black bile. The best cure for fever is bloodletting." Ezekiel didn't know anything about the 4 humours. The only humour he knew was that he received at the moorcock or the lamb over a few ales. But he did know that Mother Hunt had cured their daughter Rose's colic by placing a harefoot round her neck. He also knew that she'd cured his father's jaundice with yellow blossom. Apoplexy, strangery, fever, common ague. You can only cure these ailments if you understand the science behind them. Mark my words, I've cured tumours, ulcers, fractures and venereal diseases, not through herbs, grace wife potions or silly superstitions, but through the application of science. Once you understand how the 4 humours work, that's when you really begin to get to grips with cures. Do you see? Ezekiel didn't see. Nor did he like the man's superior tone. He had heard that Stoker had drilled a hole in the ostler's head to rid him of a migraine, and the ostler said the pain had gone away. But the ostler had also been treated by Mother Hunt with goose fat and bishop's wort. Take plague, for example. I hear they killed all the cats and dogs in the village where your cousin Gad is from. That's right, sir. See, this is simply ignorance. Did it cure the plague? No, sir. No, it did not. And if I'm right, it made it worse, did it not? What science teaches the learned man is that plague is caused by a combination of noxious vapours in the air and corrupt humours in the body. Arsenic, quicksilver, dried toads, all nonsense, of course. Are you licensed then, sir? I heard the Royal College only lets in a small number. Licensed? What the devil are you talking about? Of course not. You'll not find a physician outside of London with a licence. It's a lot of ninny-hammer. I don't need a piece of paper to prove my expertise. Years of experience. Ezekiel didn't care too much about licences either, just as long as this man had physic to cure poor Kate that wouldn't put them in penury. So then, tell me, what has old Mother Hunt been using to treat your wife's fever? A tincture of willow bark, sir. Stoker laughed bitterly. Willow bark indeed. I've heard it all now. Only last week I found out that woman had been using foxglove to treat the blacksmith for dropsy. Do you know how poisonous that plant is? It's lethal. Ezekiel just nodded. The smithy's dropsy had been a lot better since. They pulled up outside Ezekiel's cottage, dismounted and tethered their animals. Inside, Ezekiel lit a few more tallows and led the way to where Kate lay, glowing with fever. Stoker examined her, poked her, prodded her, hummed and hawed. He opened up his case and took out some cups. Something to warm the cockles wouldn't go amiss. Ezekiel fetched the only liquor they had in the house, a jar of Kilpriest. He poured the doctor a generous measure making sure to keep hold of the jar himself. "You can wait in the other room. I'll come and get you when I'm done." He dismissed Ezekiel with the wave of an arm. Ezekiel went into the other room and stood by the hearth. He put a lump of peat on the fire and reached for the jar of kill priest, glugging it back. He watched the brick of black peat take flame. He moved it further back with iron tongs and settled in the chair, nursing his pot of liquor. The brick was burnt down to a thin wedge before Stoker reappeared. "She needs resting now, and don't be downing that all yourself. You'll need it for your wife as well. Give her a cup with 2 drops of this twice a day, until the fever lifts." He handed Ezekiel a small apothecary jar. "Thank you, sir. How much do I owe you?" "Now, let's see. With the visit, the consultation, the treatment, and the medicine, let's call it 5 shillings. 5 shillings! Now listen here. I charged Mr. Lane £1 a day for my medical attention. But I don't have 5 shillings. How much have you got?" Ezekiel went over to the drawer, took out a box, and counted his coins. 2 shillings and 3 halfpence. Stoker took hold of the coins and secreted them. "You owe me 2 shillings and 10 pence. I'll let you off the half." He put on his hat and fastened his cloak. Ezekiel saw him out. When the physician had gone, Ezekiel took the jar and the cup into the bedchamber. He checked on Rose, who was asleep in her cot. Kate was propped up in bed, attempting a smile. He poured her a drink. "Here, have this." She was too weak to drink the liquor unaided, so he fed her 3 or 4 sips, then wiped her brow again with the cool cloth. He kissed her clammy forehead. It was still hot. She lay back and closed her eyes. He sat beside her, watching her sleep. He would stay by her side until she woke. At least she didn't know that Stoker had wiped them out. They had not even a halfpenny to their names, and it would take some graft to raise what he owed. Once he was satisfied that she was in a deep sleep, he knelt by the foot of the bed and prayed. "Please, God, spare her. Don't take her from me. I'll do anything you ask, but please have mercy. We are good people that observe your ways, and this is a good woman. Make her fever go away, and I promise I'll rid this land of the wolf, for I know it is Satan's dog. And when this land is free again from that hellhound, I promise to serve you all my days. I'll never miss another day at chapel. Just please, bring Kate back to me, and the baby she carries." He looked up at the ceiling. Was God there? Could he see him? Was he listening to him? He couldn't be sure, but he thought he felt God's eye upon him. Strange beasts. It rained the next day, and the day after, just as Alice had predicted. It rained so hard that it found its way through our densely thatched roof, and I woke up in an icy puddle. We stayed close to camp, and Jenny and I worked on the roof of the hut, weaving in holly, myrtle, and mountain laurel. We patched the gaps with moss, hanging out our bedding to dry on the branches above. Ivy approached as we were adding the finishing touches and explained that Alice wanted to talk to me. I left them to prepare some food while I went over to Alice's hut, knocking on the door. It opened and Alice ushered me in. "Ivy said you wanted to see me." "Sit down, please," There was only a bed and a stool. Alice sat on the bed, and I took the stool, sitting by the fire. She took out her pipe and packed it with tobacco. The walls were painted dark blue, and there was a picture of a strange creature I'd never seen before in a frame above the bed. The bed was covered in a brightly coloured patchwork quilt. Alice nodded. She went over to the little pot-bellied stove, opened the door, and lit a still. She used this to fire her pipe. I thought now would be a good time for you and I to conversate, and, well, get to know each other a little better. I'm much older than you, and I remember the world before it all went top over turf, when the laws of this land were intractable, and the king ruled over every aspect of our lives. Though some say there were always two laws, those for the poor and those for the rich. This land has changed so much in the past few years, it's hard to keep on top of it. But for you and the others, it's much easier. This world is all you have known. But let me tell you, things may be in turmoil right now, with no one knowing whether they are coming or going, not knowing who to trust or what to think. But it was no better before. Certainty and stability didn't bring social change. It didn't ring in opportunity, not for people like us. For people like us, the old world was rigged. At least now we have a chance of real and lasting change. People are questioning the old ways. They are willing to think differently and try different ways of living. And maybe out of this willingness, we can make a better world. So yes, the things that were fixed are now broken. The church, the state, the rule of law, none of these may exist in the future. This is an exciting time to be alive. I can see it for what it is. A chance to remake the world so that it favours people like us. Do you agree, Rowan? I nodded my head. I wasn't sure what to think anymore. Good. You're Irish, aren't you? I shrugged. But you've lived in England for at least a few years, long enough to lose your accent. How did she know so much about me? Don't worry. It's all right. I'm not prying. I'm just interested. I said I wanted to get to know you a little better, and that's all we are doing. What part of Ireland are you from? West Coast. And when did you come to England? It was the winter of 42. So, just after the Irish Rebellion then? Were your folks running from trouble? I nodded. There seemed no point in denying it. It was clear she had discerned much of my past already. And they thought fleeing to the north of England was a good idea. Interesting. Well, I know a little about the situation over there at the time, but tell me your story, Rowan. What happened to your family? My dad was a sailor. When he met my ma, he gave up his sea legs, worked as a barker. He wasn't political, and he never went looking for trouble. But Ma said, sometimes trouble follows a man whether he is looking for it or not. There were a lot of English settlers near where we lived, Protestants. Some had been in Ireland for generations, others were newcomers. It started with thieving mostly, and name-calling. Somehow it escalated pretty quickly. Men died, some were murdered. Some were stripped of their clothes and died in that terrible winter of 41. Protestants were tortured and drowned. Dad would have nothing to do with it. Some men wanted him to fight for them, but he said he wasn't a soldier. He'd only fight a man one-on-one who had agreed to fight him. He wouldn't be any man's dog. Da had a friend who just happened to be the son of English settlers. The two of them went back a long way, and when some men attacked Da's friend, Da stood up to them, fought 3 men on his own. Things turned nasty, got out of hand. One of the men died. Da didn't kill him, at least he hadn't meant to. Da saved his friend's life, but in doing so, he endangered his own and his family's. As a thank you, the man gave Da a half-acre of land in Yorkshire, gave him some money to escape. And that's how you ended up here. Things were good at first. We fitted in well, worked hard, made a life for ourselves. Only Ma said sometimes a man's past catches up with him. And that's what happened to us. And the man who killed your parents. His name is Mr. Lane. Some of his family settled in our village back in Ireland. I don't know the details. The man who died, who they claim my father killed, was Mr. Lane's brother-in-law. He blamed my father for his death, and for his sister's death. I don't know why. My father was an innocent man. He would have come for us anyway. He hates our people. He'll not rest until we are wiped off the face of the earth. I know, child. I understand. Now listen to me. You have lost your family, and I'm deeply sorry for your loss. I know the pain well. I still feel it, even though I lost mine many years ago. But you have gained a new family. We are your family now. You are one of us, Rowan. You will be free. You will be strong. You will be true. We live to show the world what it means to be liberated from dogma, from man's poison. I have been called an enchanter, a pestilent pythonist, a figure caster, and much worse. But my vocation is to serve. She blew out a thick white cloud of smoke that filled the small room. You are part of this family now. She held my gaze and I nodded, trying to take comfort from this thought. I looked over to the picture and thought I saw one of the strange beasts wink at me. Part 2. The Hour of the Wolf. The wolf doth grin before he barketh. Venus and Adonis. William Shakespeare. The Man from Gothenburg. 1st of December, 1649. As Lemuel straightened his jabot in the hallway mirror, he stared back at his reflection. It was a good face, a lived-in face. Only his nose was crooked. It had once been straight, but a scrap with a royalist popinjay in Derby had seen to that. Still, he'd got the better of the man, strung out his guts for cross-gartering. He ran his fingers through his short-cropped hair. Above his ears, the edges were grizzled. He fiddled with the jabot, tugging it this way, then the other, trying to get the collar even on both sides. What did it matter? He wasn't a vain man, and cared little about his attire or his appearance. He had a good tailor, and trusted the man's judgment. As long as his hair was combed, and there wasn't any food on his face, or any of his garments, that was all that mattered. He realised as he tugged at the lace that he was nervous. He was getting ready to meet the man from Gothenburg, a man who, he hoped, would solve his problem once and for all. At last, he was satisfied that the jabot was straight. He called in to see the girls on the way to the main dining chamber. They were quarrelling as usual. What about? He did not know or care. He's going to be here soon, so no funny business.
Can't we come and see him? I want to meet him.
You can say your greetings, but no more. We've got a lot to talk about, and I don't want to be disturbed. He closed the door behind him before they could protest further and continued down the corridor, past mounted heads of ounce and fox, deer and badger. Animals he had killed himself. But he realised now that there was a limit to his hunting prowess. According to the word of men Lemuel trusted, the man from Gothenburg was not just an expert. He was the best, and he wanted to impress him. There was no one in North Europa who was better skilled or provisioned. The man had travelled through Sweden, Norway, Denmark, Saxony, and Bohemia, where wolves were still commonplace, and earned a certain reputation as the greatest wolf killer in the land. He was now something of a legend, talked about in hushed tones, revered in all corners of the northern world. The man's name was Johann Hellstrom, and Samuel had first heard of him when he was garrisoned at York in 1643, but had never met him in the flesh. Tales of Hellstrom had travelled across oceans. Hellstrom could track a wolf from its scent. Hellstrom had killed a wolf with his bare hands. Hellstrom had butchered over 500 wolves. Or so they said. Elizabeth was laying out an ample supper of heathen cakes and roast potatoes. On the table, she had already placed plates of beef, capons, veal, stockfish, and ox tripe. There was also a large flagon of Lemuel's best claret. He wanted to set the right impression. Lemuel wasn't an impatient man, but he liked to get a job done. And despite a gaggle of bounty hunters about the town causing mayhem in the alehouses, taverns, and trucking kens, there had been hardly even any news of a wolf being seen, let alone captured and killed. He had Ezekiel report to him every morning now. He knew how hard he and Gad were working, how many traps there were in Lodeen, Sheepbrink, Dale Edge, Lowfold, Bluebell Woods, and Longroyd. The village was crawling with hungry young men, desperate to claim their bounty. They were drinking the inns dry, throwing money at Tray Tip and Ring the Bull. The Moorcock had banned a gang of Offcomdens when a fight had broken out over something no one could remember anymore. The Lamb of God had soon followed suit, when a young tyke had called the ostler's wife a strumpet maid, and the ostler had given the lad a good braying, only to have 3 of the lad's mates jump him on the way home. Lusty young men with beer in their bellies and vexation simmering in their loins. They were fired up, tetchy as 2 sticks. It felt like the whole place was a powder keg about to blow, and meanwhile that wolf was swanning around like lord of the bloody manor. Every day it lived and breathed, it was mocking Lemuel. Every day it stalked the woods and cloths that surrounded his estate. It was sticking 2 fingers up at him, Lemuel Lane. That wolf was taunting him, tainting his reputation. Long weeks had passed since his son had been savaged by the black beast. It was time for him Lemuel Lane, to escalate the situation.
Thought he'd be here by now,
Elizabeth said, as she set the table. It's the weather. The rain was lashing the window. It slows down a nag. Elizabeth shook her head. They say he leaves lots of death in his wake. I don't care, love, as long as I get my wolf. He helped himself to a roast potato. It was still hot, and he had to blow before biting into it. Crispy on the outside, but soft and fluffy on the inside, roasted in goose fat, just how he liked them. His father had forbidden his family from eating potatoes, refused to eat them on the grounds that potatoes were not mentioned in the Bible. He said they were food for Catholics and other God-hating folk. But Lemuel viewed this as a silly superstition. As long as you planted them on St. George's Day, Palm Sunday or Good Friday, God would make sure you came to no harm. He poured himself a goblet of claret and took a sip. He was no connoisseur, but he knew a decent tipple when it passed his lips, and this was a decent tipple. He'd supped with Fairfax and Valentine, Crawford and Bailey, men who knew their lap from their lush. To his regret, he had never supped with the man himself. Ironside, they called him, but nevertheless, he would have laid his life down for such a valiant fellow. Don't be eating them till he gets here. Elizabeth gave him a gentle slap and smiled. He thought again that there really should be a daily maid to carry out these tasks. One that was there at Elizabeth's beck and call, night and day, instead of one that was dismissed after the evening meal was prepared. When all this was over, he would see to it. Will you keep the girls with you? I don't mind them saying their greetings, but we've got business to discuss, and I'd rather they weren't privy to it. Don't worry about the girls. I'll take care of the girls. You just worry about this Hellstrom fellow. Lemuel went over to the window again. The light was already dimming. They called it Daylight Gate round here. Rooks were flitting and croaking around the largest of the beech trees, going through their quotidian ritual before settling down for the night. Lemuel paced the room. He went over to the fire and gave it a poke. He watched the sparks fly up, then chucked on a couple more logs, birch and oak from last year's coppicing. Do you want some more wood fetching? Don't trouble yourself, love. I wasn't. I was going to ask Jacob. She smiled. It was good to see her smile. Neither of them had smiled much lately. Grief cloaked them like a leaden pall. They would both go days without barely speaking to each other, silently bonded by their bereavement. Waking up was the hardest thing. He'd open his eyes, and for a moment, he'd have no recollection of his situation. The sun would pour through a gap in the wooden shutters, lighting up the face of the woman he loved, sleeping beside him. Then he'd remember that his son was dead, and the wolf was free. Like a ship's ballast was fixed on his chest, he would feel the enormous weight of that realization, and it would nail him to the spot. Unable to move, hardly able to breathe, he'd lie there, wishing there were a loaded matchlock on the table so he could rest the barrel against his temple and pull the trigger. There was a black place deep inside his heart, and he dared not venture there. Instead, he would circumnavigate it, redirect his thoughts. He knew that his Elizabeth had the same black place at the centre of her heart, too. We're all right for now. I'll have him fetch some later. I hope this Hellstrom is as good a man as they say. She was fussing with the plates, moving them this way and that. Lemuel nodded, distracted by his thoughts. He knew his wife was concerned about the effect of so many bounty hunters, which was another reason to bring matters to a swift close. It was getting out of hand. Drunkenness, debauchery, criminal damage. Flatting, dicing, bollocking and lugging. The beadle had expressed his grievances. So had the constable. This anarchy that had been let loose was down to Lemuel, and no one else. And now it was down to him, Lemuel Lane, to put a stop to it. He answered to no one, not even the sheriff. The world was bent out of shape, and he would take full advantage. There was a knock on the door, and Jacob entered. "He's here, sir." Lemuel hesitated for a moment. "Show him in, then." As Jacob left the room, Elizabeth started fussing with the plates again. "Leave them. They're fine as they are, please." He fiddled with his jabot and brushed some dust from his breeches. The two of them watched the door. What was keeping him? Lemuel wondered. Then he heard footsteps in the hall, Jacob's familiar shuffle behind more strident steps. He saw first the man's long legs, then his long arms enter the room, before the tall, gaunt body of a man accompanied it, like a giant spider or a vulture unfolding its wings. The creature before him was improbably tall and thin. He was in his mid-40s, but had an ageless quality. His short golden hair and straw-coloured beard seemed somehow illuminated. He had sunken cheekbones and bright grey, piercing eyes. Lemuel had been expecting a man well clad. But Hellstrom was very ordinary apparelled. A dull sea gown and a plain cloth suit, which seemed to have been made by an ill country tailor. The linen was plain and not very clean. As he walked into the room, Lemuel noticed that he had a slight stoop to his gait. His wide-brimmed hat was without a hatband. His sword stuck close to his side, and yet he wore these rags like a prince in exile. Lemuel got to his feet, lost for words for a moment. The man from Gothenburg towered over him. Lemuel was used to towering over other men, but now he felt like he was in the shadow of a greater man. "Mr. Hellstrom, please come in and join us. We were just about to have some supper. I trust your journey has worked up an appetite." Hellstrom removed his hat and sea gown and handed them to Jacob, who took hold of them respectfully and left the room. Hellstrom didn't answer. Instead, he looked first at Lemuel, then at Elizabeth, like an eagle eyeing up its quarry. Elizabeth stood up and made a step towards him. "Mr. Lane, and your good wife, Mrs. Lane. It is an honour." He spoke slowly, with a thick accent. He took another step towards them and peered around the room. He looked over to the logs burning in the fire, then the food laid out on the table, the flagon of claret, the view from the window. He took another step forward and offered Lemuel his hand. For a moment, Lemuel just stared at it. The man's hand was deformed, misshapen and scarred. More than half of the hand was missing, including 3 fingers. There was just a thumb and index finger. It looked like a crab's pincers. Where the skin was damaged, it was ridged with a livid pink seam. Lemuel became conscious that he was staring at the man's hand, and his cheeks coloured. He held out his own hand, and the two men shook awkwardly. "An honour to meet you too, Mr. Hellstrom. I've heard so many stories." Hellstrom nodded. Elizabeth came forward and offered her hand. The two shook a little less cumbrously. "May I welcome you, sir, into our home? Would you like some wine?" Elizabeth said. She went to the table and took up the flagon, pouring wine into pewter goblets. Hellstrom took hold of the goblet with his good hand. "Now, if you will excuse me." She curtsied and left the room. Hellstrom drank greedily from the goblet. A red rivulet ran down his neck, staining the lace of his collar. "Have you travelled far?" "I have business in Lancaster yesterday. Before that, I am visiting a friend in Huntingdon. It is my first time back in England for 2 years. I have business in Scotland last winter." "I hear they still have problems with wolves up there." "I hear you still have problem too." He grinned, revealing a row of narrow, pointy teeth, like a jackpike's. "Come, let's sit at the table and eat. All that travel must have surely worked up an appetite." Lemuel felt stupid repeating himself. The two men sat at opposing chairs and helped themselves to the heathen cakes and roast potatoes, veal and capons. "We've had bad floods hereabouts. The whole village was cut off for days, about 6 weeks since." "I hear that you are having floods across the land. 9 rivers are bursting their banks. The Ouse, the Severn, the Aire, the Calder, the Avon, the Trent, Thames, Exe and Derwent." "Sir, you are well informed. We've had our share of trouble that way." "It is in the Bible, no?" Hellstrom laughed. "There are some who blame the weather on recent events. They say the killing of a king angers God. The floods are his retribution." "And what do you say, Mr. Hellstrom? Are you for king or for Parliament?" "You expect me to choose between the two fools? The question is beneath me." The man from Gothenburg held Lemuel's gaze like he was fixing him to the spot. Lemuel had heard how some snakes could hold their prey firm with just a look. "I say the king is of the other party, and if the floods are any retribution, is the devil who sent them." The man from Gothenburg grinned. "Then we agree," said Lemuel, relieved to have this man release him from his ocular grip. He tried to regain his composure. "My only regret, Mr. Hellstrom, is that I didn't see his head part company with his neck myself." The two men laughed. "I hear they call him Charlie Two-Shirts." "I do not hear this. Why is this name?" "He insisted on wearing 2 shirts for his execution so he wouldn't shiver in front of the crowd, and his chill mistaken for cowardice." Lemuel relaxed a little and stuffed a large slice of veal into his mouth. He talked with his mouth full. I fought for the Parliamentary Army in 42, 43 and 44. At first I was a pikeman, but I soon after became a musketeer. Later I was made a captain, and men served under me. Killed a lot of the king's men, and saw a lot of my men stain. Saw a man lose his hucklebone from a cannon shot just a few yards from where I stood. Shot a hole right through him. That iron ball had my name on it. The earth is fed by the blood of fell men and good men both. Many a man passed over Winnie Moor. One time we were charged both front and flank. We stood at sword's point, hacking each other, but so it pleased God, we broke through, scattered them like dust. In Sweden we have war also. We only now are finishing. You have heard? Aye, the 30-year war. Your people are to be congratulated on your victory over those Catholic bastards. After this war, many more war veterans become wolf hunters. And this is how you got started? I hunt wolf before this. I was born hunting the wolf, and even before I was born. In the ancient law of my land it says, all who live must build a wolf pen. One should also possess a wolf drum, wolf tongues, spear, gun, and laptig. What? Laptig. It is rope with bunting and small flags. What do you use that for? We use this to scare the animal so that it goes towards the trap. Is especially good if having picture of little devil. Hellstrom laughed. In my land there is bounty. $2 for adult wolf, $1 for cub. Lemuel had no idea how much a dollar was worth. He assumed from the widening of the man's eyes that it was a great sum, but he didn't ask, as his question would reveal his ignorance. They talked more about the long war that had ravaged the man's homeland, but Hellstrom did not seem concerned at the great losses his kin had suffered. Mr. Lane, war is God. Do you see? Lemuel nodded, caught in the man's raptor eyes again. There is no start and there is no end. Before there is man, there is war. Before there is wolf, there is war. War is waiting for man to be born, is game. A man takes another man's life. It is good game. The man from Gothenburg grinned. Lemuel had thought this man was in his 40s, but now he wondered if he was as old as the earth, as old as time. They talked more about the political upheaval in both their countries. Hellstrom elaborated further the ancient laws in Sweden before turning to the business of the wolf. The wolf is a social animal. He depends on cooperation for his survival, same as me and you, Mr. Lane. The mistake man has made is to underestimate the wolf, to see him as just another animal and not his equal. But if you want to catch your wolf, you need to know the measure of him. Now, you say as far as you know, this is the last wolf left in the land? Yes, I believe so. But you believe the one before that was the last one, no? Hellstrom grinned and bit into a slice of ox tripe. Lemuel shrugged. He didn't like being wrong about anything. Very well. Let us assume you are right then. A lone wolf is a desperate wolf, is he not? And this is both to our advantage and our disadvantage. How so? Well, Mr. Lane, to our advantage because, as I say, the wolf is needing other wolves for his strength. Our disadvantage because desperation is making the wolf fiercer. He has nothing left to lose, and this is making him fearless. Lemuel couldn't stop looking at Hellstrom's right hand, at the missing fingers, and at the livid pink flesh. The wound was a ragged ridge of skin. It looked like a badly darned sock. Hellstrom caught Lemuel eyeing it and smiled. Lemuel looked away, embarrassed. It is natural to look. A wolf wound. I am lucky he does not have my whole hand. What happened? My own fault. I underestimate his power. Never underestimate the wolf. I have this wolf trapped and tethered. He is bleeding to death, and yet he is still finding the strength to give me a little kiss. Hellstrom held up his crab hand and pinched his fingers together like a crab's pincers. He laughed, flashing his pike teeth again. So now, tell me what you know of your wolf. Lemuel felt oppressed by the man's presence. It was like he had some hold on him that he couldn't slacken. He got to his feet, refilled their goblets, and stood by the fire. He leaned down and threw on another log, sending red cinder dust up into the air. I don't know too much, only that a few weeks ago it attacked my only son, Thomas, when he was out fishing for trout in Lodeen. My men brought him back. We called for the physician. He tried everything, but the next day he died in my arms. He should have insisted that day that Thomas accompany him and his men to the O'Phelans. He should not have been so lax as to let the boy go trouting. His son had wanted to join the men, and he had denied him. It was his fault that his son was dead. Lemuel could feel himself sink into the black chasm deep inside himself. He kicked back as hard as he could. He glugged at the claret. We thought we'd rid this land of wolves. Thought we'd killed the last one many years since. And this wolf is a he or a she? I don't know. You don't know. Lemuel shook his head, suddenly shamed by his ignorance. So, you do not know much about your wolf, do you, Mr. Lane? There's been sightings of it. Saw it myself, crawling out of the beck like a swamp fiend. It's a loathsome creature, and big, haunches like hams. Some have come forward to say they've lost their beasts, a sheep, some geese. I thought £100 would be enough to entice an army of wolf killers. Wherever it's hiding out, it can't be that far. Going off the attacks that have been reported. But despite all these hungry young bucks rampaging around town, so far, nothing. Do they roved your skull? Eh? It is done in my land. Farmers must form a chain. Sometimes 1,000 men. They walk through the forest. They drive out the wolf. No. These men who come, They are not killers of the wolf. They do not have the experience or the expertise. However much you offer them, they will blunder on, like blind mice, never catching this wolf. I am also arriving at that conclusion, which is why I am hoping to hire you, Mr. Hellstrom. Very well. We turn to business. I can catch your wolf for you, but there will be a price. Just name it. How much? I am not talking about money, Mr. Lane. We will get to this. I am talking about a price above money. I don't follow. You allow me full reign of this land to come and go as I please. Yes, of course. And all landowners in this area, they agree? We can come to some arrangement, I'm sure. The wolf is a hunter. There is order in his world. But many things the wolf is doing are inexplicable to us. I have seen the wolf start to chase an animal, then, for no reason, turn and walk away. I have seen the wolf glance at a set of elk tracks, no more than a minute old, sniff and go on ignoring them. A wolf, before he kills, has a conversation of death with his prey. I have seen this. Our domestic beasts have this conversation bred out of them. They no longer understand the language of the wolf. Lemuel didn't intend to show on his face the confusion he felt inside. But he must have done, because Hellstrom shook his head. I give you example. A horse is a large animal, is he not? Lemuel nodded. Yes, good. Here's a large animal, as capable as a moose of cracking the wolf's ribs and splitting his head open with a kick. But he does not do this. Instead, the horse panics, and he runs away. What is happening when a wolf wanders into a flock of sheep and kills 20 or 30 of these sheep? That's greed for you. The wolf is a glutton, eyes bigger than his belly. No, that is not so. It is a failure on the part of the sheep to communicate. The wolf is initiating a sacred ritual and is meeting with ignorance. I don't understand. Mr. Lane, we are dealing with a different kind of death from the one men know. When the wolf asks for the life of another animal, he is responding to something in that animal. This thing say, my life is strong. It is worth asking for. This death is not tragic. This death has dignity. I have lived a full life, says the animal. I am ready to die. I die so that my brothers live. I am ready to die because my leg is broken. My time here is finished. This meat has power. This meat is consecrated. Do you understand? Lemuel had no idea what this man was talking about. He wondered for the first time about the sanity of Hellstrom. He'd heard about wild men in the woods who had taken themselves away from the society of others. He had heard how their isolation had marred their senses, making them eccentric and even lunatic. And he wondered if Hellstrom was perhaps one of these men. But he took a sup from his goblet, the wine sweet and strong. I understand. Good. We must know that the wolf earns his meat. He does not keep his prey in pens and sties. He does not keep this prey captive behind walls and fences. He does not tether his prey to a post. His prey is free. I try and be like the wolf. The difference between wild meat and tame meat is profound. You know this? Dying is as sacred as living. You understand, Mr. Lane, yes? Again, without really comprehending, Lemuel nodded. The man from Gothenburg nodded too. He kept nodding. Then he pulled his face and gurned. He stood up and spun around on the ball of his heel. He burst into a manic laugh. Mr. Lane, what is it you say? I pull your leg. He gave Lemuel a look that curdled his blood. He no longer knew whether what this man said was one thing or another. It was like the man from Gothenburg was possessed. Dying is sacred, yes? And I love death. Do you love death, Mr. Lane? Lemuel tried to join in with the man's levity, attempting to shed whatever strange joke the man kept. But the man did not laugh. His face went stiff and serious. His eyes burned like hot coals. I am talking about the death of others. We must enjoy this death. He held Lemuel's gaze again. Lemuel tried not to look away, but the man's eyes burned into him. He tried to steer the conversation back to business. So, how do you propose catching my wolf? You have heard of King Edgar the Peaceful, yes? Yes. And do you know that he's allowing his men to pay their taxes in wolf heads and their fines in wolf tongues? No, I haven't heard that. This is why there are hardly any wolves left in your country. Good. Yes, good, you say. It is good. You are free of the wolf. My sheep are safe, you say. My veal is safe, you say. But you must be careful what it is you wish for. Lemuel was becoming impatient with this man now. But you're a wolf killer. Oh yes. Kill, kill, kill. I kill hundreds of wolves. I am wolf hunter. I kill the wolf. And yet, I rely on the wolf. If there are no more wolves, I am out of job. Do you see? The man laughed heartily at his own joke. I get what you're saying, Mr. Hellstrom, but I am hiring you to kill a wolf that is roaming this land, at great expense to me, a wolf that has killed my only son, a son I was to leave everything I have earned, my son and heir, a son who was to keep my name alive. In his mind's eye, he saw his son in the last moments of his life. He saw himself pleading with Stoker, the physician, Stoker shaking his head with such solemnity. He could feel himself approaching the black spot, and he glugged back the claret to quell the sensation. I will kill your wolf for you, Mr. Lane. All I say is that there is a price to pay above your bounty, above my fee, and we will all have to pay this price. Hellstrom sat back in his chair and nodded sagely. He bit into a heathen cake. I ask for £200, plus £50 for expenses and unfettered access to the land. I also require 2 of your best men to assist me. £250? You think I was born yesterday? For this, I take your wolf back to hell. I do the devil's work. Then we can dance. Lemuel met the man's eyes. They were deep-set and icy, older than the earth. He felt a serpent writhe across his spine. Could he find this money? He would have to. He had no choice. I'll arrange everything. Feasting on venison. As Elizabeth carried plates and pots into the kitchen, where the cook was washing up, she was thinking about the previous night. She had stayed up late, waiting for Lemuel to come to bed, listening to the men's muffled voices beneath the bedchamber, unable to make out anything that was said. She'd strained to catch the conversation, hearing laughter and taking this as a good sign. Sleep must have taken her before their business was over, because her next memory was waking up in the morning, with Lemuel still fully dressed, lying on top of the bed, next to her, smelling of claret and tobacco. He hadn't smoked since he was garrisoned. She remembered him joining the campaign. Thoughts of him going off to fight had troubled her. Lemuel was a man of principle. Like her father, Lemuel had fought for a just cause, and the war had allowed him to rise in rank, to become so much more the man than she had married. She went back into the dining room. Both girls had excused themselves and left the table. Lemuel was finishing the leftovers, mopping up bacon fat with a hunk of bread. "So, how was the business conducted last night?" she said. Lemuel explained the deal he'd struck with Hellstrom. "That's an awful lot of money. Are you sure we can afford it, Lemuel?" "It's our son, Elizabeth. Our only son. Our boy. How can we not afford him?" She observed his forehead furrow in concern. "I suppose we can sell the coat's place. We'll find the money somehow. Who are you going to ask to assist him?" "Gad and Ezekiel, who else?" Elizabeth weighed this up. She didn't share her husband's fondness for these men. They were half competent, but she often wondered if her husband elevated Ezekiel in his mind due to a sentimental attachment. She had heard many times how Ezekiel had pushed him out of the way of the cannonball that would have torn him to pieces, and how that self-same cannonball had ripped a hole through another man. What was left of the man after bled to death on the field. Afterwards, the ground was too hard to bury him, and they had left him for the kites and crows. But just because he'd saved her husband's life, that didn't make Ezekiel a paladin. Surely any soldier in his position would have done the same. There's people round here won't like them wandering onto their land as if they owned it. Let me deal with that, love. A fat purse quells tongues. Elizabeth stood up and started to wipe the table with the cloth the cook had left. "What did you think of this, Mr. Hellstrom, Elizabeth?" She considered this. She knew that Lemuel valued her opinion, that he knew her to be a better judge of character than himself. "I had hardly any time with him. But your first instincts, did you think he was a trustworthy fellow?" She thought to herself that she would trust him as far as she trusted their tomcat with a vole, but as she wiped the crumbs from the table, she observed his troubled brow, and said instead, "Don't worry, I'm sure it will be fine. He's said to be the best." Seeing that he wasn't reassured by this, she bent down and kissed his cheek. She had seen how much pain he was in, watched him take to the bottle till he was insensible, staying up later than usual, long nocturnal walks clutching the whiskey jar, screaming out in the middle of the night. He was drinking too much, not sleeping, and not eating properly. She had observed grief consume him, so that he could barely concentrate on anything else. He'd always been so thorough in his conduct. Discipline he'd learned in the army. But he no longer seemed to care about the farm, the estate, or his other properties. He hadn't even mentioned the shooting lodge he'd been so keen to invest in, or the racing horses. She shared his pain, lived in the same shadow, woke every morning to find it squatting on her chest. She too lay on her back at night, with her eyes closed, staring deep into hell's gaping hole. And yet, to see this man, the man she loved with all her heart, be so crippled by sorrow, was unbearable. If she could, she would lift this pain from him and put it with hers. She would gladly combine their grief if it meant alleviating her husband's suffering. Perhaps if he caught this wolf, they could be happy again. It would not bring Thomas back, but it would bring something to a close. It would offer a paltry solace. They had to find a way out of this, to live again. They had 2 daughters, 2 beautiful daughters. They had to get over this somehow, for the sake of their girls. After Elizabeth had gone, Lemuel put on his boots and went out to find Jacob, who was in the stables tending to the horses. The stable boy had taken sick. There was something wrong with the lad. He was forever sickening. He asked Jacob to bring Gad and Ezekiel to see him, and met with them within the hour in the main barn. Mr. Hellstrom is lodging in a room above the moorcock. I have told him you will help him in any way he requires. Sir, beg pardon, sir, but what happens to us? Ezekiel wanted to know. What do you mean? Well, that's to say, we were after the bounty for ourselves, sir. Kate's due to give birth soon, and I need money to pay this outstanding physic. Don't worry. You'll work with Hellstrom from now on. Follow his orders. You do as he say, do you understand? When I get my wolf, Hellstrom gets his fee, and you get your money. Beg pardon, sir. Is the reward still £100? Yes. Split 2 ways, 50 each. Now, take those 2 geldings. Jacob's already saddled them for you. No need to bring them back. Keep them until this is all over. But, sir, we've no stables. They'll be all right in your shed for now. Look after them. They're 2 of my best. Ezekiel smiled. He looked over at Gad and nodded. Surely this was the most favourable outcome. They were now working with the best in the business. If anyone could catch the wolf, it was this man, Hellstrom. All he and Gad had to do was assist him, and the money was theirs. Not only that, they now also had their own horses. Is that settled then? Both men agreed. Good. Now get yourselves over there. The men were walking over to the geldings when Lemuel called them back. One more thing. This Hellstrom, he's got a gammy hand. I'm sorry, sir, what do you mean? You'll know when you see it, but whatever you do, don't stare at it. Got it? Yes, sir. See that you don't. The men rode over to the Moorcock Tavern. First, by the bridleway, then along the road that connected Lemuel's estate with the village, just over a mile away. For once, it wasn't raining, and in fact, most of the sky above them was an even chalk blue shade. It was a cold and blustery morning in early December, but Ezekiel didn't mind the cold, as long as it was dry. He was intrigued to meet this Hellstrom, having heard so much about him. And he was also keen to tell Kate about the agreement. she'd be soothed by the news. It wouldn't be long now before he'd have the money for her physic, and he could settle his account with that robbing bastard Stoker. Ezekiel turned to Gad as they rode further along the bridle path, across the potsherd, to where it merged with Low Lane. He could see the spire of the village church, Pike, the sky in the distance, and the slate roofs of some of the houses. "They say he's killed 500 wolves," he said. "That's a lot of wolves." "They say that he was nearly killed by a wolf, and that he only survived because the wolf had so much respect for him that he spared his life." "They do?" "They say he killed a wolf with his bare hands." "They say a lot of things. Remember what Lemuel said. Don't stare at his disfigurement. We don't want to get off on the wrong foot." "Or wrong hand," Gad said, smiling at his own joke. "Ha! Good one." They rode on in a contented silence for some time, until they came to the main road of the village. It was still early, and the streets were quiet. A small, brindled dog sniffed around a midden heap. An old woman chucked a bucket of filthy water in the gutter. There was another miscreant shackled in the stocks, covered in shit, piss, and rotting vegetables. A pigeon strutted close by. "How much do you think he's paying this Hellstrom, then?" "If he set a bounty at 100, you can double that." "You reckon?" "Must be loaded, then. 500 wolves times £200, that's—" Ezekiel tried to do the sum in his head. Ciphering had never been his strength. "I make it £100,000, Gad said. 100,000! 100,000! That's a princely sum." "It is," Gad said. "But what you've not taken into account is that's what he's worth now. Now he has his reputation. He wouldn't have charged that to begin with. He might have even done the first few for free. Takes years to build up a reputation like that." Ezekiel considered this. "Yeah, you're right. But still, bet he's loaded." They rode on in silence again, until they approached the moorcock. They dismounted and roped their horses to the tethering post. "Let me do the talking," Ezekiel said. "I always do." It was too early for punters, and the landlord was still clearing up from the previous evening, putting fresh straw on the floor, getting ready for opening. As they entered the main room of the tavern, they found the landlady sweeping up. They explained that they were here to see Hellstrom, and she ushered them to a staircase round the back. "Up them stairs, second on your left." The two men climbed the stairs and approached Hellstrom's door. They paused for a moment. Ezekiel gave Gad a look before reaching up with his clenched fist and knocking on the door twice. They waited. Nothing. "Perhaps he's still asleep," Gad said. Ezekiel shrugged. He knocked on the door again. This time they heard someone shifting on the other side, then a voice. "What do you want?" "It's us, Mr. Hellstrom, sir. Our master said you'd be expecting us." They heard footsteps, then a key turn in the lock. The door opened. A giant man was standing in his nightshirt. He towered over them, as he looked first at one, then the other. The men seemed to shrink in his presence. "Which is Gad and which is Ezekiel?" Ezekiel explained and offered his hand to shake. Hellstrom offered his crab claw. Despite what Ezekiel had said to Gad about not staring, he found himself transfixed by the man's disfigurement. He shook the claw awkwardly, trying not to grip too hard, but also making a point of not gripping it too softly. He didn't think the man would appreciate being treated like a leper. Gad did the same. Hellstrom seemed to enjoy their discomfort. He grinned, flashing a row of pointy teeth. The man opened the door fully and invited them into the room. He closed the door behind them. "I have only one chair. You sit on the bed." He pointed to the bed, which had been made impeccably. The blankets were folded neatly and the pillows plumped. The room was a reasonable size, and apart from the bed, there was a desk, a chair, and a chest of drawers. There was a large rug on the floor, and a tapestry of a white horse on the wall above the bed. The desk was positioned beneath the only window in the room, which faced east, so that the morning sun poured through the panes, brightly illuminating everything it touched. On the desk was a brass candlestick, a lanthorn, a quill, an inkwell, and some parchment. Hellstrom somehow looked too big for the room. He went to the chair, which was tucked under the desk, and pulled it out enough for him to be able to sit down. He pointed to the bed, and the two men perched on the end of it, careful not to mess it up too much. "So, Mr. Lane tells me you are hunting this wolf for some time now." Yeah. About a month, sir, I think," Ezekiel said. "But you have no luck?" "The thing is, Mr. Hellstrom, hunting wolves, it's not really our thing, sir. I'm a sawyer by trade. Gad here is a waller. We both mainly do walling and delving these days." "Mr. Lane tells me you are a soldier. You serve under his command?" "Well, sir, that was some years since now, but I'm no carpet knight, that's for sure." Hellstrom nodded. "To hunt the wolf is not an easy task. So tell me, what are you doing to catch it?" Ezekiel told Hellstrom about all the traps they had dug, and all the irons they had the smithy make for them. He didn't tell him about the man pit, or the false trails they'd laid with the dummy paw prints. "So, you use the sledgehammer to break the nut?" "Eh? Traps do not always work. Neither do irons. If the wolf knows he is being hunted, he proceeds very cautiously. We must be clever and patient." "What's your plan, then?" "We will get on to this. But before we do, I want you both to know that I hunt by a code. It's very important, if you work for me, that you agree to follow this code." Ezekiel gave Gad a somewhat bemused look. They were hunting a wolf, not jousting with a duke. "And what code is that, Mr. Hellstrom?" "Men round here, they say the wolf is a coward. They say the wolf is stupid. Some say that the wolf is a minion of Satan. But we will not catch our wolf if we think like other men. In Sweden, I once saw 3 men on horseback ride down a she-wolf. They throw a noose over her neck. When she grips the rope with her teeth to keep the rope from closing, they drag her around the farm until they are breaking her teeth out. Then, while 2 of them stretch the animal between their horses with ropes, the 3rd man is beating her to death with a hammer. They take the wolf round to their neighbors' houses before throwing her in a ditch." Hellstrom paused, allowing his words to sink in. He looked first at Ezekiel, then at Gad. "This is not how we treat the wolf. Do you understand? We kill this wolf, yes, but we kill this wolf with dignity. It is an honorable thing, yes? We must live and die with honor. You agree?" Ezekiel nodded. So did Gad. I was only saying to Gad a few weeks ago that we always work with dignity. Wasn't I, Gad? Ezekiel lied. Gad agreed, going along with the fib. Hellstrom nodded sagely. Good. With dignity. Good. Wolves, they are like us. This is how we proceed. Ezekiel smiled. He didn't really know what this one-handed freak was banging on about, but he wasn't going to let on. Hellstrom stood up and pulled off his nightshirt, so that he was now standing in front of them completely naked. He folded the shirt neatly and placed it on the desk. He was as lean as a whippet. His body was ripped with small, tight muscles. There was no flab on his bones, only flesh and sinew. There were several marks and scars on his skin, including a line straight above his navel that looked like a knife gash. Around his neck was a silver chain, and hanging from the chain was a silver pentacle. Hellstrom paced the floor, stroking his chest. Ezekiel tried not to look at the long, fleshy appendage dangling between his legs. I want you to take me first of all where you see the wolf. Then where this wolf is attacking your master's boy. Then I want you to take me to each of the places you have put traps and irons. Yes? Ezekiel nodded. He told the man where they'd first encountered the wolf, and subsequently where they'd found the wolf's tracks. As he spoke, Ezekiel was relieved to see Hellstrom get dressed. One last thing. Ezekiel nodded for the man to continue. What I say, you do. You carry out my orders. Any arguments, and I will feed you to the wolf. Do you understand? Ezekiel looked to see if Hellstrom was joking, but his face was set, and his silver eyes blazed with malevolence. He nodded, as did Gad. Do you know what is inside the wolf's tongue? Both men shook their heads. Inside the wolf's tongue is the doe's tears. Come then. Let us go and see. They rode out of the village, over field and meadow, to the copse above Eddie's farm. They dismounted. Ezekiel and Gad led the way to the first trap they had laid. When they approached, they saw it had been disturbed. They peered into the hole that had been uncovered. Impaled on the wooden pikes was a young roe deer. Its eyes were open, but it was dead. Ezekiel reached in, and with Gad's help, they freed its corpse. What are you doing? Good meat, that. I'm going to take it back, butcher it. But you know that this is a fining offence, no? Normal rules don't apply. Hellstrom shook his head. You will do this in your own time, not in mine. He peered into the pit, then shook his head and laughed. What's the matter? In my land, we build pits, is the law. There is no exception. We dig holes. We line the holes with wood and dry stone, 3 or 4 yards diameter. We dig 3 yards deep. What is this little thing that you have made? He laughed again. Well, like I say, it's not really our area of expertise. Hellstrom paced around the pit and examined the area carefully. He unsheathed his sword and used it to sift through the forest detritus. He picked up a lump of dried shit and pulled it apart with his crab pincers. He sniffed it. Wolf excrement. A week-old female. We are looking for a she-wolf. And you can tell that from sniffing it. Ezekiel was impressed. A wolf's excrement is like a print of the finger. It is unique to the wolf. You put this in a line of 100 wolf stools and I will pick it out. She knows you are hunting her. This is why your traps and your irons are bootless. They rode over to the neighbouring wood and showed Hellstrom where they had set iron traps there. Hellstrom stooped down to examine them. He shook his head and tutted. In my land, we have a row of pits 30 to 50 meters apart. We have fencing system to force the wolf towards the pit. What you have done is no good. Ezekiel went to say something, but thought better of it. He watched Hellstrom as he patrolled the surrounding area. He found something dead in the undergrowth and bent down to pick it up. It was the corpse of a raptor, but Ezekiel couldn't make out whether it was a puttock or a glede. See this? A healthy red kite. How do you think this bird died? Ezekiel looked at Gad. Both men shrugged. Poison. This bird lives on the kills of others. It is eating poisoned flesh. See, there is no mark. He turned the bird over for them to see. Then he spread each of its wings. Good, young, healthy, very good plumage. Hellstrom laid the bird on the ground close to where he discovered it and searched round some more. Soon enough, he found what he was looking for. A rabbit corpse. He picked it up and examined it. He showed the men the part of the rabbit's flesh that had been pecked at, near its breastbone. He sniffed at the meat. See here? He pointed to the rabbit's fur. A patch of white powder next to where the flesh had been pecked. Arsenic. In the hunt for the wolf, they kill everything in their wake. In their hunt for the wolf, they make the world a barren place. This is not good. They do not kill with dignity. Ezekiel didn't let on that they had been laying down meat laced with arsenic and other poisons for days now, although this rabbit wasn't one of theirs. The arsenic powder they'd been using had more of a yellow hue. They'd killed fox, fichu, weasel, raven, magpie, and glede. He didn't like such blunt methods, but the other men were doing the same, and he had to get that reward money. Kate had made a full recovery now, thanks to the physic, but the bairn was due any day. Another mouth to feed. He also had to counter with the doctor, who was becoming more strident in his pursuit of his fee, threatening him with the magistrate. The men rode out further, examining more poisoned corpses. Their final reconnaissance was Low Dean. They traversed fallen trees as they walked to the beck. It had rained so hard, there was no strength in the soil, and where the slope was steep and the trees reached for the sky, they were vulnerable. Ezekiel had never seen so many fallen. At the beck, the water gathered in pleats of froth. White foam drifted. The wet rocks glistened. He saw a small, stout bird with a striking white breast perched on a flat-topped rock, bobbing and cocking its tail. A dipper. He led Hellstrom to the patch of woodland where they had first found Thomas's tackle, then Thomas himself, mortally wounded. The wolf is biting the boy's neck, but she is not eating the boy. Why is this, do you think? Dunno. She uses her energy. She is hungry. She is starving. But she does not feed on his young flesh. I never thought about that. Maybe Thomas scared her off, Ezekiel said. This is what you think. Like I say, I don't know. Hellstrom stroked his beard. He ran his pincer claw through his hair. He examined the spot in more detail, kneeling down and taking a handful of mulch in his good hand. He held it up to his nose and sniffed. Then he stuck out his tongue and licked the mulch tentatively. I think this wolf is being disturbed. By what? You say this farmer close by, he has 2 dogs. 2 bloody big lurchers. 2 dogs of any size are no match for 1 wolf in full strength. So our wolf, she is not in full strength. They rode back to the moorcock and ordered ales. Hellstrom had to stoop to avoid low beams. Leaning against the bar was a bedraggled old man, clearly in his cups. Hellstrom pushed the man out of the way. The man fell over and groaned. They found a table near the fire. Hellstrom looked around at the walls and the ceiling. This is good place. Is new? There's been a tavern here before my father's time. This was rebuilt 3 years ago. The old tavern burnt down, Ezekiel explained. These beams are so big, Hellstrom said, pointing to the ceiling timbers. That's the wood from a ship that fought against the Spanish Armada. Hellstrom nodded. He seemed impressed. He drank some of his beer, then expanded on his theme. In South Russia, I have seen men use eagles to kill wolves for sport. How does that work then? Ezekiel asked. The birds, they are trained to slam into a wolf's back and bind its spine. They do this with such force that the wolf is almost paralyzed. The bird is binding the spine with 1 foot, and as the wolf turns its head to bite, it is biting its nose with the other foot, suffocating the beast. These birds are very strong. A ton of binding force in each foot, and a blow from a wing can break a man's arm. But the eagle, it will never attack an adult wolf in the wild. Wolf hunting is something they are being trained to do. They are training these birds first by turning them loose on their children. You're jesting us. It is no joke. They dress the children in leather armor and cover them in wolf skin. Then they strap raw meat to their backs. Once the birds are used to knocking down children for meat, they put them in an enclosure with wolves. It is many weeks to train them. Is that what we are going to do? No, absolutely not. We will try different ways. We will start tomorrow. The man who Hellstrom had knocked over got to his feet. He was making his way over to Hellstrom, who watched him as he approached and smiled. He jumped to his feet, like a jack-in-the-box, and turning to the other drinkers at the bar, said, "This man, I have seen him last night. I see him with a goat. He is naked with the beast. He is in the beast, copulating." Hellstrom looked around at all the drinking men. "Why do you wait? Place this man in the stocks." A man put his pot down and stood up. "Come on, all of you, take him away." There were 4 or 5 men now who had got to their feet and were shouting and swearing. The largest of the men grabbed the accused by his collar and started to drag him outside. He was aided by another who grabbed his ankles. The accused man was screaming out, protesting his innocence. The men carried him outside. Hellstrom watched all this with a big grin on his face. "Did you see him do this?" Ezekiel asked. Hellstrom laughed. "In life, we must have fun, yes? This is why we live. I will leave you now, gentlemen. I am attending to some other business. Catching a wolf. There is a lot to do." He drained his tankard and pointed to the ceiling timbers. "Is harder than beating the Spanish Armada." He laughed again, with another flash of pointy yellow teeth. He grabbed each man by the collar, first Ezekiel, then Gad. He took his tankard back to the bar and went to the door at the rear, still chuckling to himself, opened it, and disappeared. "What do you think of that?" Gad said, shaking his head. "That man is the devil," Ezekiel replied. "But he's our devil. I think our luck has changed." He nudged Gad and grinned. "Come on, let's have another drink to celebrate." After their celebratory skinful, the 2 men returned to the deer carcass. They carried it back to Ezekiel's and butchered it. Ezekiel bagged up some chops and steaks for Gad, keeping the lion's share for himself. Tonight he and Kate would eat like king and queen. And where they would have been too scared to dare to eat venison, now they could eat it with impunity. "Are you sure we won't have to pay a fine?" Kate said, when she served them venison steaks and claret later that night. "The master said we could. Here, have a bigger piece. You're eating for 2, don't forget." He used his fork to pick up another slice from the serving dish in the middle of the table and piled the meat onto Kate's plate. "You'll have to get used to this. When we get that money, we can feast like king and queen of the Dean every night." He grinned at Kate. He looked over to their daughter, who was sleeping in her cot close to the table. It will be good for her to have a playmate, he thought. 2 years was a good age gap. He saw his wife wince. "What's the matter, love?" "It's nothing. It's just the van kicking." She smiled. Ezekiel got up and went round to where Kate was sitting. He knelt down and placed his hand on her rounded belly. "Can you feel?" He held his hand there, but he felt nothing. He spread his fingers across the mound of tight skin. Then he felt it. 1, 2, 3 kicks. It was a heel he could feel. How weird it must be to carry another life inside you. "Must be a boy." "How do you know that?" "Girls don't kick like that." "You've got a short memory." Kate nodded over to where their daughter slept. She had a point. He now recalled how Rose had kicked inside her mother's womb like she were belting a football. He went back to his place and sat down again. He sliced into the venison as he told her more about Hellstrom, about their first encounter and his nakedness. Kate laughed. "He wore a silver pentacle around his neck. They say it wards off evil spirits." "They do say that. I've also heard it can be used to invite them." Ezekiel shrugged. He'd never come across this idea before. What did you make of him? He's very tall and lean. He stopped to think. He really didn't know how to describe him to Kate. So different was he from anyone he'd met before. He's like some weird, sinister emperor of an underworld kingdom. He told her about the drunken man in the pub that Hellstrom had accused of copulating with a goat. Well, he sounds like trouble, that one, Kate said. Let's just hope he's the right kind of trouble. The next day, the two men rowed over to the moorcock, where the drunk was still fastened in the stocks outside. It had rained heavily overnight, and the man was soaked to the skin. When he heard their horses approach, he looked up and pleaded with them. Ezekiel thought about offering some of the food he had with him, but he was worried Hellstrom might see him. Instead, he shrugged and gave the man an apologetic look, then went inside. Hellstrom was sitting downstairs in the bar area, finishing his porridge. This English food, I am never getting used to. It is no good. He scraped the remnants with his spoon and swallowed the last of the bowl with a look of distaste. In my land, we feed goats with this food. He stood up and put on his sea gown and wide-brimmed bandless hat. I have spoken to your master. We go there first. They rode out to the largest mistal, where Lemuel had already arranged for Jacob to meet them, poniard in hand. Hellstrom explained the plan, and the men gripped one of Lemuel's milch cows that was coming to the end of her productive life, while Hellstrom bled the beast with the poniard. They winched the beast by its back legs and caught the blood in a milk pail. The cook would curdle it later and make it into black pudding. They wrapped the animal in cloths and carried it onto a cart, then attached the cart to two of Lemuel's strongest gelding, and the three of them rode off to a spot that Hellstrom had already chosen. They dragged the bloody corpse of the milch cow through Dale Edge Woods to leave a trail ending at a spot that Hellstrom had carefully considered. Hellstrom took out a length of rope from his saddlebag, and they helped him hang the animal up a tree by its back leg. Hellstrom tied the rope tight around the trunk. What now, sir? We wait. The three men concealed themselves and waited with crossbows loaded. As Ezekiel crouched next to Hellstrom and Gad, he could already feel his bones begin to stiffen. Sir, how long for? Ezekiel whispered. Hush, we do not speak, Hellstrom answered. An hour went by, then 2. The men did not stir. Ezekiel could feel the cold creep into his marrow. The seat of his slops was damp, absorbing moisture from the foliage he leant against. He looked at Gad, who was crouching with his head bent low and eyes closed. Was he asleep? How could he sleep in that position? It was like being strung up on the rack. He nudged him, and Gad opened his eyes, giving a startled look before realizing it was Ezekiel who had woken him. He shook his head. I'm hungry, Ezekiel whispered. Hush. Hellstrom put his finger to his lips. Another hour went by. A jackdaw showed some interest in the corpse. As the cow was hanging by only one of its back legs, and the jackdaw hopped onto the free leg, which jutted out like a perch. The bird pecked at the meat half-heartedly before flying off again. They waited in silence. Ezekiel tried to wiggle his toes, but couldn't feel his feet anymore. He wiggled his fingers to stop them seizing up. They were stiff and sore, and it took some effort to move them. He tried to wiggle his toes again, but they were completely numb. This was so boring. Was this really the great plan that this legendary hunter had come up with? Surely there had to be a better way. But then again, this man had killed 500 wolves, and Ezekiel had killed a grand sum of none. So what the hell did he know? He thought back to the previous eve, feasting on venison with Kate like they were royalty, feeling his child inside his wife's belly. He didn't care if it was a girl or a boy, as long as it was healthy. It was his child, the child that he and Kate had made together. His mind wandered back to the wolf, and to this man his master had hired. He imagined the man would have specialist equipment, new-fangled contraptions, not just lumps of meat. He imagined, at the very least, that he'd have a clean shirt. And yet, this man seemed so much more than a man. What manner of creature was he? As he cogitated, he saw a large, dark bird landing on a branch close by. It was a raven. The bird stared first at the corpse, then over at the bush where the men were concealed. It peered into the bush, as though it knew they were hidden there. It held that position for a time, so that Ezekiel became convinced it was cognizant of their whereabouts. Nonchalantly, the bird began to groom its long, black flight feathers, while all the time staring into the bush, where the men were secreted. Eventually, the raven bowed its head, opened its beak wide, and made a hoarse croak. It spread out its shoulders until its wings crossed over at the back. It fluffed up its head feathers. Then it spread its massive wings and majestically took flight. As it did, Ezekiel saw something else move, no more than 10 yards distance. A large grey dog. No, it was their wolf. He leapt up, brandishing his crossbow, and as he did, Hellstrom leaped up too, drawing his bow and firing the bolt. Ezekiel's bolt quickly followed, then Gad's. But the wolf scarpered. Each of the 3 arrows fell short of the wolf as it ran off. Ezekiel threw down his bow in frustration. Hellstrom muttered something under his breath. There she goes. We were so close. I didn't even see it. I was watching that raven. I watched this too. Hellstrom muttered something in Swedish. So what now? We can no longer use this place or this bait. We must start again. But first, we will do a full reconnaissance. I have map. He reached into his bag and pulled out a rolled-up parchment. He spread it out over the forest floor, using 4 stones on each corner to keep it flat. You show me. Ezekiel pointed out Sheep Brink, Lowdean, Bluebell Woods, Dale Edge, Hazelhurst, Longroyd, and Hanging Fall Woods. And this? Hellstrom pointed to the top right-hand corner of the map. That's Black Clough Woods, sir. It is a very big forest, yes? Biggest in the ridings. And you have baited this forest? No, sir. Why is this? It's mostly fens. What is fens? Water. A lot of the forest is underwater. Wolves don't like water, right? Ah, so now you are the expert on the wolf. Ezekiel shrugged. Not saying that. Then what are you saying? Ezekiel shrugged again. You say nothing. You let me decide these things. We must not underestimate this wolf. Do you understand? Sir, I can take you there. It's about 9 or 10 miles northeast. Hallstrom removed the stones and rolled up the parchment. He secreted it in his satchel. We have no time today, and I must think. We go back. Sir, what about the cow, sir? As I have said, we cannot use. But we're not going to leave it, are we? I mean, that's good meat, that is. Hallstrom shook his head warily. You want to eat this saggy old beast. No wonder you are so weak. You do not eat with dignity. You eat like a filthy rat. Out of nowhere, Ezekiel felt the back of the man's good hand across his face. His cheek stung, and his ear rang. That was one hell of a slap. He rubbed where the flesh was hot. There was no need for that. Hadn't they done everything this wolf hunter had told them to do? Why shouldn't he eat this cow? It was past its prime, that was true, but it would eventually tenderize in the stew pot. He wasn't proud. Hadn't he eaten worms at one time? Hallstrom laughed manically. I joke. You eat this piece of filth. He watched Ezekiel hesitate. Go on. It is yours now. Ezekiel, still a little unsure, went over to the carcass, took out his knife, and cut the rope. As Ezekiel rode back, his thoughts were conflicted. He was still sore about the slap. He hadn't deserved that, even if it had been a joke. But also, he couldn't wait to tell Kate about their day. They had been so close, practically felt the wolf's breath, the closest they had ever been to the beast. Mr. Hallstrom's bolt had reached the furthest, just a few inches short. A month they had been tracking it, and hardly a sighting. Now, the very first day of proper hunting work with Mr. Hallstrom, and they had come within a few feet. It had taken them just a few hours to draw the wolf into their lair. He could see the prize in sight. Soon he and his family would be rich. A puttock's leftovers. The wolf had given up on finding her mate. Although she had not seen or heard or smelled anything to prove it either way, she sensed now that she was on her own in these woods, and indeed in this land that she roamed. She had to stay alive, for the sake of the life that was growing day by day inside her. Every day getting bigger, slowing her down. She could feel the little ones kicking. It wouldn't be long now. A week, maybe 2. She was looking for food. As the life inside her grew, so did her appetite. She was ravenous. She craved meat, warm, succulent flesh. She made her way along a marten path, sniffing at the marten's droppings as she did, knowing that she no longer had the agility to hunt a marten or even a rabbit. Like a kite, she would have to rely on the remnants of another beast's feast. She sniffed for a puttock's leftovers. She had found a rat 2 days ago, which a raptor or a raven must have started on because its guts had been ripped out. The bird must have been disturbed as it fed. She hadn't bothered to pick for the meat. Instead, she had gripped the dead rat between her jaws, chewed it up, and swallowed it in one gulp. It was an unsavoury supper, but it was sustenance. She wandered along the banks of a shallow stream. where the water flowed fast over rocks and sand. It was crystal clear water. She stooped where a rivulet plummeted from between jagged rocks to a pool below, and she drank the ice-cold water, lapping it up in the ladle of her tongue. She approached the edge of the pool and slowly waded in, letting the water lap over her fur. She lay down so that her body was fully submerged. She paddled about, pawing the surface of the water, splashing it, taking gulps into her mouth. It felt good, this cold sensation on her skin. Soothing. She ducked up and down, letting the water flow over her back. She climbed out and shook her coat, sending a myriad of droplets cascading. They glistened in the dappled sunlight, like pearls of mistletoe. She found a clear, flat space and rested for a while before the hunger in her gut spurred her on once more. As she walked further into the woods, she caught a scent of fresh meat. It was the meaty iron smell of fresh blood. It lingered on the browning ferns and bracken. She sniffed at the blood-touched fronds. She followed the trail of scent, quickening her pace as the aroma grew stronger. The smell of meat was overpowering. She came to a path where she found the blood of a cow smeared on the forest floor. The blood clung to the leaves and stalks of the wood anemone that grew near the base of the trees and across the long blades of yellow flag. She followed the trail as it meandered through the wood until it led to a clearing where she could see the beast the blood belonged to, dangling by its hind leg from a rope attached to a tree branch. The scent was mingled with another. What was it? Her instincts told her that this was not right, and that she should tread carefully, but her ravenous hunger drove her on. The smell was so strong now that her mouth watered and drool dripped from her jaws. She was about to walk further towards it, when she was stopped in her tracks, first by a loud, hoarse, cronking sound, then the sight of a massive black bird. It was the raven who had guided her to the sheep a month or so ago. It perched on a low branch, its iridescent feathers flashing green and purple before turning back to coal black. The raven bowed low and nodded. She knew that this was a sign now, and she lowered her head too, mimicking the raven's actions. Then the bird used its enormous bill to point towards a thicket of holly and gorse. She wondered what the bird was trying to communicate. Months before, she would have dismissed the bird, but she had learnt from experience to take note of these signals. So instead of creeping any closer to the meat, she studied the thicket, and as she did, she picked up the scent of men. She focused on the thicket and could just make out the russet of a man's gabardine. And she realised there was one, possibly more, men hiding in the bush. The raven was not leading her to food this time. It was warning her off it. She scurried back the way she came, and as she did, she heard the men leap up. She didn't turn to see them. No time. Instead, with the little strength she had, she ran deep into the woods. Arrows flew towards her, falling short. She kept running. Only when she could run no more did she stop and look around to make sure she was safe. She stood beneath the cover of a spruce, panting. She thought about the raven, grateful to the bird once more. Once again, this bird had saved her from danger. Why the bird would do this was not clear to her. The first time she had thought that she was entering a pact. The bird had needed her to finish the sheep off, then open it up so that it could feast on its innards. But now, what possible gain was there for this bird? What she did know was that these woods were no longer safe. She would wait until nightfall and then break her cover. Then she would travel north along the river, across the barren moor, to the woods northeast, where the forest was more extensive and where the fens offered protection from the men who came to hunt and kill. Hair like writhing worms. The first snow had fallen, a light flurry whose flakes did not stick. It was cold enough to form a hard crust of frost on the forest loam, which made it tough work digging. We were delving for wild parsnips to the east of the camp. Jenny called them cow cakes. I'd learned that it was best to concentrate on the late flowers and wait until the first frost before digging up the roots. That way they were soft and sweet. If you picked them too early, they were thin and wiry. You'll get them at their best when the leaves have turned brown. That's what Alice taught us, Jenny said, as she placed another root in the basket. She told me how they ate them, peeling them first and boiling them, then mashing and sieving, patting them into cakes and frying them with flour. I'd been with Alice and her forest family now for nearly a month, but I was still learning new things every day. As my knowledge of the forest grew, so did my ability to find food. How to find burdock roots when the leaves had diminished, where to find clumps of oak moss. I'd learned that although the scarlet waxcap, with its livid red colour, looked poisonous, it was very good to eat, and how the snowy waxcap, that looked neither edible nor remotely tasty, was full of flavour. I'd learned how to make fruit leather from the winter sloes, haws and rosehips, where to find wood blewits growing in abundance. I could now easily identify bittercress, jew's ear, yarrow, velvet shank, and crow garlic. I had come to know all the group as sisters. They were my family now, and although we quarrelled from time to time, we usually resolved whatever our issues were. Just over a week since, there had been a big altercation. There were sometimes tensions in the evening, when there was uncertainty about who would be chosen to spend the night with Alice. But I wasn't party to those tensions. Jenny was now my constant companion, and we would often retire earlier than the others and climb under the sheets together, so we didn't always witness how these tensions played out either. "I need to talk to you about something," Jenny said. She'd been unusually quiet most of the morning. "What is it?" She put down her basket and came closer, speaking in a lower tone, as though the trees were spies and might hear us. "Holly is thinking of leaving." "What? Why would she do that?" "Things here, they're not exactly what they seem." "I don't understand. I thought we were family." "I think we should go with her." "What?" "The place you mentioned, the one your father told you about." Some weeks now I had spoken to Jenny about the plans my parents had made to create a better life for me and for them. She had been fascinated by the story and wanted to know more, but I could only tell her what I knew, which was hardly anything at all. "I don't really know where it is." The image of Da on the floor in a pool of his own blood filled my mind. The image that had haunted me for weeks hadn't entered my head of late, and its intrusion now was a shock. Holly travelled all over the country when she was with Carlo. She knows this place your father spoke of. She told me how they all shared the labour and the profits of the labour, how there are no laws or punishments, people are free to do and say what they liked. There were no leaders, and they lived off the land, like we do, and do not go hungry, not like... She stopped talking, and I saw Alice approach, wearing a worried countenance. She halted close to where we were standing. He's hired a wolf killer. Who has? Lemuel Lane. I've just heard. He's hired Johan Hellstrom. Who's he? He's a bounty hunter from Sweden, a legend across North Europa. Killed over 500 wolves, some say more, like 1,000. Do you know him? I've heard the stories. He's not just an amateur opportunist like the rest of them. This man is lethal. He must be stopped. We've got to stop him. So, what do we do? I don't know. I need to think. We collected our tools and the basket full of roots and returned to camp with Alice. She went back to her hut, leaving me and Jenny by the fire with our sisters. There was a lot of talk of this Hellstrom, but no one really had any idea who he was. When Alice returned an hour later, she called a meeting. She smoked her pipe and told us more about the wolf killer. If Lemuel Lane has hired this man, he must have lost faith in the other bounty hunters. She pointed to Jenny. I want you and Rowan to go into town. Find out where he's lodged and get as close to him as you can. Find out as much as you are able to. We don't even know what he looks like. You won't mistake him for anyone else. Alice described the man's physical appearance, his Goliath height, his insect limbs, and his disfigured hand. It was now too late in the day for our journey, so we rested, and the next day we got dressed in more conventional attire, fixing our hair beneath bonnets and booting our feet. We didn't want to be conspicuous in any way. We clambered over moss-covered boulders and through mire, the sock of the mud pulling at my feet. Everything was sloped and slanted, dark and dank. Twisted oaks that wound like pigs' tails. Past the trees that do not shed their leaves, pine, yew and spruce. Why do you want us to leave? It's not like it was when we first came here. How so? It's just not. I tried to coax more from her, but she changed the subject. We made our way through the fens, out of Blackclough Woods, beyond an old wall. The path meandered through a brooding bower and to the edge of the lum. It was the first time we'd left the cover of the woods in nearly a month, and the world beyond felt foreign. As we dropped down to a drover's road, we came across a wooden gibbet. Anyone found stealing more than 13 pennies worth gets executed there, Jenny said. She knelt at the gibbet, and I stood waiting for her. We took a track along the beck, which fed into the main river that flowed below Broadhead Moor, past High Crag and Dale Edge. Jenny hadn't said a word since kneeling at the gibbet. I sensed that she was holding something back, but I respected her silence. Eventually she said, "My father was brought there." We walked in silence for a few minutes before she added, "He was a good man. We had nothing. If there had been another way, he wouldn't have taken it. We had no food. My poor mother. What do you do when there are 5 hungry mouths to feed? I'm glad, in a way, that I left. At least that's one stomach that doesn't need filling." I thought about my own father, who had done everything he could to provide for me and Ma, I felt the familiar sadness that recollections of my parents always brought, but I also felt closer to Jenny. We had both lost our fathers, though her mother was still alive. The mist had lifted, and the trees were no longer netted in a milky shroud. "What will Alice say?" I said. Jenny gave me a quizzical look. "If we tell her we're leaving?" "We won't tell her. She doesn't need to know." When we got to Micklebeck, we followed it for 3 miles before heading south, until we came to the village close to Lemuel Lane's estate. We'd walked about 9 miles, and it had taken us the best part of 4 hours. There were plenty of people going about their business, but we had no idea how we would find this Hellstrom man. We sat on a bench by the village green. It wasn't a village I had been to before, as I'd never travelled this far south. So what now? I suppose we just wait for him. "He's probably lodging at the Moorcock Tavern. The Lamb doesn't do rooms," Jenny said. She had been to the village before. It was a reasonable assumption. With nothing else to go off, it was our only idea. The Moorcock was positioned at the opposite side of the green. We could see from where we were sitting when and if Hellstrom left the tavern. The ground was iron hard with frost. The boughs of the trees were flowered with white powder. Swords of silver ice clung to the underside. We sat watching village life, while all the time keeping an eye on the door of the Moorcock. As we did, the cold began to creep into our bones. There were 2 men close by playing 9-man's Morris. They'd marked the squares out on the ground, and we observed them move their pieces around, each trying to be the first to get 3 in a row. I took my time from the church clock. An hour had gone by. We saw men enter and leave the Moorcock, but no one fitting the description of Hellstrom. "Maybe we should go inside," I said. Alice had given us a groat to cover any eventualities. "I don't think that's a good idea," Jenny said. "I'm getting cold." "Me too. I bet there's a fire inside." Jenny nodded. I tucked my hands under my shawl and wriggled my toes to stop them going numb. "I still don't understand why you want to leave." "Alice has changed." "It can't just be that, can it?" I overheard her talking. "She's willing to go to war with the wolf hunters. It won't end well for anyone." I'd run from one war, like Jenny, and I was in no mood to run from another. We'd do as we had been instructed, and find as much out as we could. But then we would travel to a place where men and women lived in peace, somewhere we could be safe and free from fear. We talked about the cottage we would build with our own hands from woodland timber, as I had seen Dad do, and had helped to construct. We'd decorate our home with forest flowers. "My mother loved us all," Jenny said. "But she told me in private that I was her favourite, on account of me being the oldest. I think about her every day. It must kill her not knowing where I am, or even if I'm still alive. Once we're settled, I'd like to get word to her." "We'll do that," I said. "Maybe you could arrange to meet her somewhere that wouldn't put either of you in danger." I was shivering. I'd lost feeling in my face now. My lips were numb and it was an effort to talk. I rubbed my hands together and stamped my feet. We watched a man stumble out of the Moorcock Tavern. He was tall, but not unusually so. I glanced at his hands just in case. He was not our man. I watched smoke rise from the chimney, and I thought about the fire burning inside and imagined Hellstrom sitting close by. I can't stand out here much longer, I said. Jenny nodded. I don't care, you know. I shrugged. I had no idea what she was talking about. About Alice, or the rest of them. As long as we're together, we don't need anyone else. I held her close to me. We were going to make a life together, and it was going to be beautiful. We don't have to go back if you don't want to, Jenny said. But what about Holly? We can't leave her. You said we'd leave together. All right. We'll talk to her when we get back. We'll leave as soon as we can. Come on, let's go inside, I said. We'll catch our death out here. We walked past the two men playing the game across the green, then stopped outside. The last time I'd been in a tavern, my family had been attacked. I tried to calm my beating heart by telling myself that no danger could come to us here. We were entering a public arena. If anyone asks, we'll say we're waiting for someone, Jenny said, as she opened the door, and we both went inside. It seemed as dark as night at first, but our eyes soon adjusted. It wasn't busy. Maybe a dozen customers were scattered about the main bar area. I was relieved to see a large fire burning logs and peat bricks. Beneath large black ceiling beams, a group of 4 was huddled around the skittles, and another 3 by the ring-a-bowl. 2 men by the bar were playing tray-tip. The noise and chatter stopped, and the men ceased their play and turned round to us. It was obvious they were not used to seeing girls enter their alehouse. I eyed them all furtively, making sure there was no one here who would recognise me. We went and stood by the bar, and the drawer approached us. He was suspicious, but seemed more reassured when we explained we were waiting for our father. We ordered 2 ales, and paid him, and found a table near the fire. We could clearly see anyone coming in. I glanced about the room, surreptitiously examining each man, checking for the disfigured hand. None of these men was the man we had come to spy on. The heat from the fire was soothing. As it thawed my flesh, I felt my skin itch. I was so glad to be sitting by the fire that for a moment I forgot the reason for our visit. Close to where we were sitting, 2 labourers were in deep conversation, and their loud voices made it easy for us to overhear. "He's dead," one of them said. "Sorry, pal," said the other, and tapped his friend's hand reassuringly. "Last night. Took ill the day before. Was drinking water like it was going out of fashion, but wouldn't touch his food. He was panting awful. Then, when I got up this morning and went into the barn, there he was. Dead as a doornail." "And you're sure it's poison?" The man nodded. "He wasn't even 4-year-old, fit as a fiddle. Don't get me wrong, I want rid of this wolf as much as the next man. But the way some of them are going about it, it's carnage. I'm not bothered about crows or gleeds or foxes for that matter, but farm dogs. I mean, it's not on, is it? That dog was 1 in a million. Took me ages to train him. Sooner we catch it and kill it, the sooner this place can go back to how it was. Did I tell you the wife had an encounter a day or 2 ago? Some lads whistling at her, off Cumdens, saying they want to do this to her and then do that to her. My blood were boiling. I told her to tell me who they were, but she wouldn't say. Said I'd only make it worse. We sat in silence, sipping our beers, trying to stay as inconspicuous as a shadow. I noticed a thick-necked man with a purple face standing at the bar, kept turning away from his mate and towards us. He nudged his mate and nodded in our direction. The two men laughed. I saw that Jenny had noticed too. She looked worried. The men were talking, but I couldn't hear what they were saying. Next, the purple-faced man approached us. He stood above where we were sitting and leant into us. In a low voice, he said, "How much?" At first, I didn't know what he meant, but I saw the indignation on Jenny's face, and I realised what the man was intimating. "I think there's been a misunderstanding," I said, also in a low voice. "Think you're too good, do you?" he said, in a louder voice. A few heads turned to look at us. "Really, you've got this wrong. We're here to meet our father," I said. The man was shouting now. "You're nothing but halfpenny whores, done up like twopenny whores." Spittle flew from his lips. We put our heads down and tried to ignore the man, but he continued his invective. "My money is as good as any man's here." His mate had come over and grabbed his friend by the arm. "Come on, John. Don't upset your son. They're not worth it. Come on, your beer is getting flat." The purple-faced man shook his head, but returned to the bar with his friend and carried on drinking. Those who had turned their heads to look turned back. I looked at Jenny. Her face was drained of colour. "Told you this was a bad idea," she whispered. Two men entered. One was about 20, the other was probably in his mid-20s. The younger was tall and lean. The older, stockily built, with a ginger beard. They looked familiar. They didn't order a drink. Instead, they sat down next to each other and said nothing, which seemed odd behaviour. It was clear the men had come to meet someone and that it wasn't a social visit. Shortly after, a tall, wiry man with hair and beard like gold entered from the rear. He was somewhat ill-attired and so tall that he had to stoop to avoid nutting the ceiling beams. The men who were stood in his way quickly made a path for him, doffing their caps. He looked around the room, spotted the two men, then approached them. He nodded without smiling and sat opposite them. He seemed to suck the air out of the room. His presence somehow made the room darker and colder. As he pushed up the sleeve of his sea gown, I could see that his right hand was disfigured, with just his thumb and index finger remaining, and more than half his hand missing. Here was our man. I nudged Jenny, but she'd already eyed him. "Don't stare at him," I whispered. "I'm not," she whispered back. Hellstrom was doing the talking, but it was hard to hear exactly what he was saying over the din of the other conversations in the room. I had to concentrate really hard to block them out and focus on Hellstrom's voice. He spoke with a strong accent and was talking about the work they'd done yesterday. They had spotted the wolf and had fired at her with arrows, but they'd missed and she'd run away. He took out a rolled-up parchment, a map, and unfurled it across the table, then pointed to the top right-hand corner. The three men were talking in low voices, and I couldn't catch much of what they were saying. We'll do it in 2 hours with decent horses, crossbows, Lemuel Lane says, a long black cloth beck, was all I caught. Hellstrom rolled up the map again and secreted it inside his sea gown. He stood up, and the other men stood too. The pair made their way to the front entrance, passing very close to where we were sitting. The 2 men were about to leave when Hellstrom approached them. All 3 were now just a few feet from where we were benched. "Listen," Hellstrom said. "What I have to tell you, it is not safe in here. Meet me behind the church in half an hour, and I will give you more instructions. There is a wooden tool shed by the back transept chapel." The men nodded and left. Hellstrom disappeared through the same door he'd entered at the rear. I waited until all 3 men had gone, and then turned to Jenny. "We need to be there. Too dangerous. Not if we get there in plenty of time and find a good place to hide." "They were talking about Blackclough Woods." "I know." We finished our drinks and left the alehouse. We walked across the village green and over the bridge that crossed the beck. We approached the church, opened the gate, and made our way past the porch and the side chapel, past a row of tombstones, to the transept. There we found a wooden tool shed that looked like it had seen better days. The door was missing, and there were no tools inside. The wood was quite badly rotted, and it was clear it was past a point of repair. We had a look around. "Here," Jenny said, pointing to a place behind it. Between the stone wall of the church and the back of the shed, there was a pile of old roofing material, and past this, a space where we could cram ourselves where we wouldn't be spotted. We clambered over the pile of wood and slate and nestled into the gap. There was just enough room for both of us, and we could even see into the shed through some gaps in the wood. It was a perfect place to spy from. Whatever the men were coming here to discuss, we had a stage-side seat. We hunkered down and waited. My knees were drawn up to my chin, and a pain in the back of my legs was shooting up my spine. I had made a note of the time when we had first arrived at the church, just past the half hour, so when the church bells rang on the hour, I knew that we only had 5 minutes or so to wait. I started counting down from 60 in my head. I looked around and made sure that we were sufficiently concealed, crouched in such a way that the pile of wood was above us. Unless you were looking for us, you would not know we were here. Just to make sure, I took hold of a paling and pulled it across. We waited. As we crouched silently in our hiding space, I thought back to the men, to the 2 I'd recognised. They were the men who had been with Mr. Lane in my kitchen. I saw 7 men. Da lay across the flags. Ma gagged and tied to a chair. Sudden panic. First in my gut, then in my blood, then it was beating in my head. I wanted to run, to get as far away as I could. If I ran now, I would have a chance. I nudged Jenny and whispered, "I've got to go." She didn't even have time to react. I heard a man laughing. I looked up and I saw, peering at us from over the woodpile, 3 faces. Hellstrom and the other 2 men. When we both looked up, all 3 of the men burst out laughing. "Well, what do we have here? 2 little chicklings in their nest. How cosy," Hellstrom said. The blood in my veins turned to ice, my heart clambering to the back of my throat. "So, you fell for our little trick, did you? Do you think I will not see 2 girls spying on us in a tavern full of men?" I was too scared to say anything, but I heard Jenny say, "No, mister, you've got it wrong. It wasn't us, we weren't there." Hellstrom and the other 2 men laughed again. "Well now, this is nice windfall. We do not catch the wolf, but we catch 2 little witches. This is good." "What do you want us to do with them?" "You will gag them and tie them up. I will fetch the cart." The man with the ginger beard tried to grab hold of Jenny, but she fought back. He caught her punch, then dragged her by the arm over the woodpile. She started screaming. He punched her in the face. Once, twice. I was trapped, boxed in. There was no way out. They gagged Jenny and tied her wrists and ankles. They threw a Hessian sack over her head. Then they reached for me. I lashed out, kicking and punching. The men caught hold of my limbs and pulled me over the woodpile and gagged me. I felt the rope catch the skin on my wrists as they tied me up. The world went dark as they placed a sack over my head. I swallowed dust. I felt their rough hands on me as I was hitched over one of the men's shoulders and carried across the churchyard. My heart was pounding like a hammer. I was thrown into the cart, wincing in pain as my body hit the wooden floor hard. The cart travelled down an uneven path, and I was thrown around like a sack of potatoes. The path became smoother, and we rode along this for maybe a mile or so before we came to a halt. I could hear one of them, I assumed Hellstrom, dismount the buggy, and the sound of a heavy gate latch. The gates swung open. I heard Hellstrom take position again and felt the cart move forward over a yard. Shortly after, it came to a halt again, and I heard Hellstrom dismount once more. Then, nothing. Silence. About 5 minutes went by before I heard footsteps approach. "Over here." "Let's have a look then." Someone was pulling the sack off me. It was the man with the ginger beard. Close by was his lanky companion. Standing next to him was Hellstrom. There was another man with them, a great big bear of a man with a broken nose. It was Lemuel Lane, the man who had murdered my ma and da. My mind flipped back to that day, fetching the eggs and hearing the gunshot. I was walking into the house. The 7 men stood in our kitchen. It was this man who had held the gun to my mother's head and pulled the trigger. Now I was gagged and bound, and at the mercy of this man again. " You know who this is, don't you?" the man said to his companions. The one with the ginger beard shrugged. This is the Ophelan's daughter, Cara. The man with the ginger beard nodded, as did the lanky man who was standing next to him. Let's have a look at the other one. Gingerbeard removed Jenny's sack. The men scrutinised her closely. No, don't recognise her. Bring them to the main mistal. Jenny was grabbed by the younger man. I was grabbed by Gingerbeard, thrown over his shoulder and carried out of the barn and across a yard, past some stables, to a building further on. Inside were 2 chairs, and Jenny and I were tied to them. Take the gags off them. They can make as much noise as they like here. Gingerbeard ungagged us, and I gasped for air. Wait here. I'm going to fetch my stuff. Lemuel Lane left the other 3 to watch over us. I hear it's hard to get a witch to talk, said Gingerbeard. It's nothing that rack, strap or screw won't fix, the lanky man said. Lucky you spotted them, sir. I see them even before this. I look out of my window as I wash and I dress. It is east, and I like to watch the village green as the sun is rising. I see these 2 girls sit on the bench, and they are looking over at the moorcock. Why do they do this, I think? But, sir, how did you know? A thing is bothering me. When I leave you yesterday, I cannot stop thinking about the wolf and the raven. Something is not right. How did this wolf know we are there? We are so well hidden. So, I go back to the place where we hide. I follow the direction that the raven flies. It flies northwest. And I look at my map, and I see this is where Black Clough Wood is. And I think about what you say about this fen. It is a good place to hide, is it not? I don't get it, sir. How did you know all this, just from that one thing? I have seen this before. You know that a witch has a familiar. Always 1, sometimes 2, or even 3. This is where the witch is getting her power. Without her animal companion, she has no force. The familiar is the intermediary that links the witch to the one she serves. The Prince of Darkness, the Lord of the Flies. In Sweden, I have a curse. The only way I can lift this curse is to sprinkle the walls with the blood of a black dog. It is good that I know this. This is why I wear a charm. He reached for the pendant beneath his shirt. It was a silver pentacle that flashed as it caught the light. I still don't fathom. So, then I ride over this broad-head moor, so bleak, and I keep on riding till I get to this black clough, and I follow a beck that goes deep into this forest, through fens. I almost die trying to make my way through this fen. I think I will turn back. All the time I am slipping and sliding, but I see this raven, and it is flying northeast, and I go on. It is hard work. I slip, but I grab branch. I tread very careful, so careful. And I get through this fen. And do you know what I see? Gingerbeard and Wiry Man shrugged there is a camp north of this fen, and there are these wild women living there. They are witches, dancing around a fire. And now I understand. I'm glad you do, sir, 'cause I haven't got a clue what you're banging on about. Ezekiel, you are not stupid, he said to Gingerbeard. You never think, why is it so hard to catch this wolf? Yeah, but, I mean, sir, it's like I said, me and Gad, we don't have specialist knowledge in that area. We're wallers and delvers. You build walls, you dig holes, but you have eyes. You have brains. You know there are many men trying and trying. This wolf, it is so hard to catch because it is protected. Do you see? Ezekiel and Gad shrugged. It is protected by magic. The magic of a witch and her demonic familiar. We must break this hocus pocus. Sir, how do you know this wolf isn't one of these familiars? No. A wolf is never a familiar. A wolf is always a wolf. Always. It does not work for anyone else. It does not serve another. The wolf is a sovereign beast. And this one has a spell that we must break. And how do we do that, sir? Leave this to me. I have done this before. As he was speaking, I saw my parents' killer return with the leather box. He placed the box on a table close to where we were tied to chairs and opened it. I could see metal implements catch the light. He took out a black object with 2 metal plates that were fastened by protruding studs. There was a wing nut threaded along the middle stud. He spoke to Jenny. Do you know who I am? Jenny shook her head, her eyes bulging with fear. I am Lemuel Lane. Have you heard of me? Jenny shook her head again. I own this estate, and most of the land hereabouts. Just over a month ago, in a little copse called Lodeen, my son Thomas, my only son, was so badly mauled by a wolf that he died in my arms. My son and heir bled to death through the savage attack of a baneful beast. The same wolf you and your friends have been protecting. Do you know how that makes me feel? Jenny didn't react. I don't suppose you do. I'll ask you another question. Do you know what this is? He held up the black object and moved towards her so she could get a proper look. Well, she shook her head. This lovely little thing here is called a pillywinks. He waited for her to respond. When she didn't, he held it even closer so she could see it at Might's eye. You might know it by another name. Some prefer to call it by its more functional moniker, the thumbscrew. He watched her flinch and took this as an answer. He smiled and nodded. So, now you know what it is. Good. The beauty of this device is its simplicity. It's really just a tiny little vice. Your thumbs go in there. He pointed to the space between the metal plates. Then, by turning this wing nut here, I can slowly crush your thumbs. Works a treat. I got this made specially for me by a smithy in Wetherby back in '43. Cost me £0.50. Best £0.50 I've ever spent. Never fails. This is not good, Hellstrom said. This is not how we work. Lemuel turned to Hellstrom and said, Please, Johann, I hired you to catch my wolf. This little business is between me and these two lasses. This other lass here, he pointed to me, is Cara, or Phelan. She burnt down my house, destroyed my property. Her kin killed my family over in Ireland, so you see, I've got a bit of business with both of them, and if you don't mind, I'd like to settle that business in my own way. There's no need for any of you to take up your time with this matter. Now, if you'd be so good, I'd like you and my 2 men here to do as we arranged last night, namely, ride over to Black Clough, where the wolf is likely to be. The sooner we catch it, the sooner you get your money, and you can be back on that carrick to Norway or Denmark or Sweden or wherever the bleeding hell it is you're from. No, Mr. Lane, you listen to me. You follow my orders. I say dance and you do a jig. I know of these things. In Gothenburg, we have witch. We have a woman who is giving blood to the devil and taking his seed inside her. And we cured the problem of the witch. Mr. Hellstrom, with all due respect, you have your ways, and I have my ways. I'm not saying the way you do things is wrong. We're not laking about here, but it's not how we do things, is all I'm saying. No. This is not ways. This is not things. You must be careful. You can make trouble. I have seen this. Now, you do as I say. Lemuel Lane was visibly shaken. This bear of a man seemed to shrink 3 inches beneath Hellstrom's shadow. He went over to the table and put the pillywinks down. Right. Tell me how you think we should proceed. First of all, we must know they are witch. But you told me that they are. You said you saw them round a cauldron with that familiar close by. Mr. Lane, be quiet. Let me finish. Lemuel held his hands out and shrugged. Hellstrom continued. The devil baptizes the witch with blood from the mark he makes when he bites her flesh. We must look for this mark. Teeth-shaped scars about her body. Once we have this, we must then notify the magistrate. We must have papers. We must have permission. Once we have paper and permission, we can proceed. We must make these witches lift the spell they have cast that protects your wolf, Mr. Lane. And how do we do that? We keep them here. We guard them. And we wait. What are we waiting for? If we wait, we will see. What are you talking about? If we wait, these witches will have a visit. Their familiar beast will come to their aid. And then what? We capture these beasts. Then they have no power. We threaten to kill these beasts, and the witches will lift the spell. And we can catch the wolf. Lemuel shook his head. He went over to his box. He started to fiddle with it. Then he smacked the side. He began to pace the room. The other 3 men watched him apprehensively. Right. Have it your way. Get them stripped, find the mark. Very well, Mr. Lane, but we must do this by the book. How will this look when we go to the magistrate if we do not follow procedure? I don't follow. These women must be examined by a woman, and there must be a witness to this examination, another woman. Lemuel nodded. I'll fetch Elizabeth and one of my girls. The witness must not be family. Lemuel nodded again. Ezekiel, how about Kate? Sir, as you know, sir, my wife is with child, my second bairn. She's due to give birth soon. With all due respect, sir, I don't think it's a good idea to drag her across here in her condition. Gad, how about your sister? Sir, I'm afraid she will not comply. She will play no part in this. Please, sir, I know her well. Then Ezekiel is going to have to be Kate. But, sir, look, I know it's not ideal, but these are strange times, and we all have to make adjustments. I've lost my son, my flesh and blood. Who's to say the wolf doesn't kill your daughter next? Then there's your unborn, due in a day or 2. You really want this wolf around when your wife is giving suck. Don't you know that a human baby is a wolf's favourite food? Think about that. We've got to stop this. It can't go on. It just can't. Am I the only one here with any sense? He looked at the others and held up his hands in frustration. Ezekiel shrugged. Look, Ezekiel, we've all got to make sacrifices. I wouldn't ask you if there was any other way. But, sir, can't we get some wench from the village? Pay one of the strumpet maids that work in the bawdy house. They'll do anything for Bunce. Come on. You don't think I'd trust a job like this to a strumpet, do you? Besides, the witness has to be credible in the eyes of the magistrate. He won't take a whore's word. Ezekiel shrugged. I'll see what I can do, sir. He seemed very reluctant to go, but he grabbed his garbadine and left the mistle, closing the huge door behind him. Right, here's what we do. I'll go and have a word with Elizabeth. I want you and Gad to watch over these 2 while we wait for Ezekiel to return with Kate. He pointed to Hellstrom. Come and get me when they're here. I'll be in my study. And then he left, leaving us with this wolf hunter and his mate. They sat on bales of hay, and we all waited. I looked over to Jenny, trying to reassure her that we were going to be all right, even though it was hopeless. There was no good outcome to this. They were going to strip us and search our bodies. We both had marks on us. Who didn't? We had birthmarks and freckles and moles. I was fair-skinned, as was Jenny, and it was common for fair-skinned people to carry marks on their skin. Would these be classed as evidence? Would these be seen as marks made by the devil that branded us witches? If so, we would be kept until our familiars came to our rescue, and if our familiars didn't come, and how could they, as we didn't have any, they would deem us too cunning, or they would falsify the evidence. I was sure of that. Then we would be hanged, for that was the punishment for witchcraft in these parts. And if they didn't find a mark that they deemed to be made from the devil, what then? Then we would be no threat to them, and they would go after the other girls, and hunt them, strip them, search them. Eventually, we would all be hanged or killed in some other way. Hellstrom turned to the other men. "We must make the sign that will protect us." "What sign?" Hellstrom reached under his shirt and lifted out the necklace again. He held up the pentacle attached. "We must carve this sign into the door of the barn." Hellstrom took a knife from his pocket and carved a pentacle into the wooden doorway. "Hearts, windows, doors. These are the places we must protect." But it wasn't these men that needed protecting. We were the only ones in danger. Apart from anything else, I had burned down Lemuel Lane's property, as he saw it, and I couldn't see any way that he would let that go unpunished. There was no way to escape. We were bound and fixed in our chairs. We had 2 jailers watching over us. Our view was bleak in one direction and grim in the other. I tried the only thing that was left to us. "Please, good sirs, me and my friend, we are not witches. We are just runaways. We mean you no harm. We have no magic powers. We have no familiars. Please, can you not find it in your heart to free us? What you do goes against God. If you free us now, God will not punish you. But if you continue to support this campaign of persecution against us, you will go to hell for what you have done. Don't you see that?" Hellstrom shook his head sternly. "You think you can threaten us? You have some nerve. I will give you this. Now, enough. I do not want to hear another word from either of you. Do you hear me?" I nodded, and so did Jenny. I gave her a look. We were already dead. A black cat called Jill. Outside, Ezekiel fastened up his gabardine and mounted his horse. Kate was in no condition to be a witness to some witch inspection, but he knew better than to deny his master. He didn't understand why Lemuel had been so insistent. Surely any woman from the village would do. He supposed it was a question of trust. Lemuel knew Kate. He trusted Kate. As he rode along the bridle path back into the village, he started to question the whole operation. What was the point of going through the rigmarole of proving that this girl was a witch? They wanted to catch the wolf, that was all. And if this girl was a witch, and her companion, who was to say that the other women in the woods were not also witches, and had not also protected this wolf with their spells? They would have to capture them too. Hadn't they nearly caught this wolf the day before, using their ingenuity despite a protective spell? They had been seconds away from killing it with their arrows, inches from their prize. They just needed one more chance to get that close, and they would succeed. A witch's spell could not compete with their ingenuity as hunters, or, at least, Hellstrom's ingenuity. He was well aware of his own failings in that office. He pulled up outside his cottage, dismounted and tethered his horse. Inside, his wife was up to her elbows in a buck full of dirty washing. His daughter, Rose, had a miniature buck and was washing her doll's frocks and bonnets. "Is everything all right?" Kate asked. His daughter looked up too and said, "Dada?" She'd been walking now for 6 months and could already say Mama and Dada and a score of other words. But it still thrilled him when he heard her address him. I've come to fetch you. What for? He explained everything that had happened. I'm sorry. I tried to reason with him, but he trusts you. He values your opinion. I see. I'm sorry. It's fine. Ezekiel could tell from her tone that it was not fine. Let me finish this washing, and I'll ride out with you. There's no time. Get ready and I'll take Rose next door, see if they can look after her. He lifted up his daughter, dried her hands on a cloth, took her doll and handed it to her. Then he lifted her into his arms and walked round to the neighbour's house, making up an excuse. When he returned, his wife was now in her cloak and fastening her bonnet. They went out to the horse. I'll give you a hutch up. You ride on the horse and I'll walk beside you. He crouched down and entwined his hands with his fingers, offering this as a mount. He helped Kate onto the back of the beast and took the reins, leading them through the village, a long low lane, and towards the bridle path that led to the estate. You know the magistrate won't accept the mark on its own. How do you mean? There needs to be further evidence. Hellstrom said we should watch them till their familiars come. They will probably accept this as some form of evidence, but if their familiar doesn't show, I don't see how you can proceed. Can't you swim them? I've heard of that being done. Not round here. At least, I had word from the beadle that this magistrate doesn't set any store by swimming. Of course, there are other ways and means. What like? Some people believe that a witch has the power of taciturnity. What's that? It's the ability to withstand torture without confession. These people say that a witch sheds no tears. That's what some folk think. So what then? If the familiar doesn't appear, Lemuel will need to get confessions. But you said that they can withstand torture. Aye, there's the rub. They travelled some time in silence until Kate said, Have you ever wondered why witches are nearly always women, and usually poor ones at that? Ezekiel shrugged. The beadle was telling me about Mother Dutton. They said that she had a black cat called Jill, and that she fed daily from a third teat she had between her breasts, and that she had a rat called Jethro. She fed from blood issuing from her right-hand wrist. They said she gave her right side to the devil. And did she confess? She was hanged for it, yes, but the thing is, her accuser had ulterior motives. What were those? A long-standing disagreement between them. Started when she spurned his advances. Then there was a dispute about some land that he claimed was his by rights, but that she refuted. And what's that got to do with her being a witch? Then there was Widow Ludlow. Remember me telling you about her? Over in Lancashire. A man named Fortune said he saw her familiar. A rat that climbed up the chimney wall where it turned into a toad. Said this paddock held him in its gaze for 2 hours, during which time he couldn't move a muscle. Then he said it turned into a bat and flew out of the window. So what happened? They hanged her too. The thing is, Fortune's wife was jealous of the widow. Another long-standing enmity. Filled her husband's head with poison. Ezekiel thought about this. He nodded. What I'm saying is that it's very easy to tell tales. Muck sticks. Ezekiel nodded again. He steered the reins so that the horse avoided a pothole in the road. The return journey took longer due to Ezekiel being on foot. They were quiet for a while as they made their way across the potsherd and along the bridle path. Ezekiel thought about his wife's words. He wasn't sure whether he really believed all these tales of witches either. Kate was right. Seemed a lot of it was just vindictive people taking out their grievances on the weakest. That wasn't to say that the two women they held captive weren't witches. Witches were as real as candlesticks. Maybe something was preventing the wolf's capture. Maybe it was protected somehow. All he really cared about was his £50. If they could get this matter settled and catch this wolf, they could make a better life for themselves, perhaps somewhere else. After half an hour or so, they arrived back at Lemuel's estate. Ezekiel helped Kate dismount, and the two of them went to the back door. Ezekiel knocked. Jacob answered, led them into the hallway, and went to inform his master that they had arrived. They waited in the hallway. A few minutes later, Lemuel appeared with Elizabeth. Thanks for agreeing to this, Kate. I'm really most obliged given your condition. We all want to resolve this matter, don't we? Well, yes. It shouldn't take too long. If you can just be witness to my wife's inspection so that we can do everything by the book, you know what a stickler the magistrate is. I do, sir. Right. Let's get started. It's through this way. All the creeping things. I don't know how long we waited, but it seemed like hours, with the Hessian rope cutting into my wrists and ankles. I tried to wriggle free of the ropes, but they were tied with very tight knots, and the more I struggled against the binds, the more they cut into my flesh. Besides, what was the point of wriggling free of them? We would still be prisoners. Our predicament really was dire. The only comfort I could muster was that if we did hang for this, I would soon be reunited with my ma and da. And maybe that was no bad thing. Did I really want to live in this world of hunters and hunted, killers and killed? But then I thought of Jenny and the life we could live together. There was a place for us where we would not be persecuted. But how to get there? This Hellstrom and Gad were playing cards, but they kept looking over to make sure we were still fixed to the chairs. I pleaded with them once more. Please, good sirs, I know deep in your hearts you are gentlemen. I tell you once, you do not speak. Enough. But we have money. If you let us go, I can get you some. I do not take pleasure in beating women. But if you persist, I will strike you. Do you hear me? I can get your wolf for you. Hellstrom smiled then, nodded slowly as he got to his feet. He placed his deck on the table and walked over to where I was bound. She's right, Jenny said. We can bring you the wolf. Now you say something interesting. But tell me, girls, how will you do this? I was racking my brains. In truth, I had spoken foolishly, for I had no way of getting them what they wanted. We're not witches. Like Kara says, we're just runaways. But the woman we live with, she is a witch, and she has put a spell on this wolf. We can get you Alice, and if you have Alice, then you get your wolf. I looked over to Jenny. Why had she said this? Putting Alice in jeopardy and risking the lives of all the other girls too. But we didn't have anything else to bargain with, I supposed. You bring me Alice. I see. He shook his head solemnly, then burst out laughing. Why do I need you to bring me Alice? Do you not think I know where you live? Do you not think I know the whereabouts of this Alice? I have been to your camp. I have seen where you live. I have seen your leader in her fancy hat. We get you, then we get your leader. You'll never get her without our help. Hellstrom laughed again. This is good. You try for your life, I understand. Now, I will not say one more time, no more speaking, or I will beat you. I looked at Jenny. She had tried, but it was no use. What did we have that we could bargain with? We had nothing that these men wanted. An hour passed, maybe more. Then I saw Lemuel lead Ezekiel and the two women through to where we were being kept. Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live. Isn't that what the good book saith, my love? The woman closest to Lemuel nodded, and I assumed that this was his wife. But the thing is, for me, the book of Exodus doesn't go far enough. How do you mean? I'd like to extend the commandment, thou shalt not suffer a wolf to live, and thou shalt not suffer a fucking papist to live. Witches, wolves, papists, they're all the same in my book. Pope stink is as rank as witch stink is as rank as wolf stink. Rack, strap, and screw are too good for them. They walked across to where we were being held captive. This one here is called Kara. You remember the Ophelians, don't you, love? I do. And that one there, they call Jenny. Very well. You can leave us to do our work. And you're sure you know what to do? Of course. Now go. Give us some privacy. She smiled at her husband, and Lemuel nodded before turning to his men. Gentlemen, if you'd like to come with me. The other three men walked to where Lemuel was standing by the missile entrance. We'll just be waiting outside, love. Give me a shout if you need me. He opened the door, and the four men disappeared, leaving me and Jenny with Lemuel's wife and Gingerbeard's wife. My name is Elizabeth, and this here is Kate. We're not going to hurt you as long as you do what you're told. In a minute, we're going to untie you. Then we'll ask you to undress, search your bodies thoroughly, and as long as you've no witch marks, you've nothing to worry about. Is that understood? We both nodded. Good. Kate began working on the knots that bound me. Elizabeth was doing the same for Jenny. Would they say that the marks on our bodies were done by the devil? Kate had nimble fingers and quickly untied the ropes on my wrists and arms. As she did, I saw Elizabeth was struggling with Jenny's knots, her fingers being less dexterous. As Kate undid the last knot, she bent down and whispered in my ear, "Window." I was confused. I wanted to ask her what she meant, but I understood that this was a message for my ears only. She looked over to the back of the barn. Kate saw that Elizabeth was struggling with Jenny's ropes, and she went over to help her. But as she did, I saw something dripping from between Kate's legs, forming a pool on the floor. "Oh no, it's my waters. They've gone and broke." Elizabeth stopped what she was doing. I was now untied, and I rubbed at my wrists to soothe them. Elizabeth looked at Kate and at the pool of water between her legs. "Fetch the Grace wife," Kate said to Elizabeth. "Hurry, I can feel my baby coming. We need to get you to a bed." Kate held on to Elizabeth, and both women left the room. As Kate passed me, she nodded to the back wall. When they had gone, I looked at the back window of the mistle. It was about 6 foot in height and 4 foot wide. I thought about the word Kate whispered in my ear. The window was boarded with thin slats, so I had no idea what was through the other side. Could I do it? Could I jump? Would I break the slats if I ran hard enough? I knew it was the only chance I had. Could I trust this Kate? Perhaps it was a trap. There could be a huge drop. I could break my legs or my back. Why would Kate help me? She didn't know me and was on the other side. I had no choice. If I stayed, I would die. If I jumped, I might die. I might live. If I jumped and died, I would die quickly. If I stayed, I would be tortured, and then I would die. Ice ran in my veins as I realised what I had to do. Cold sweat. There were probably a few seconds. That was all. I looked at Jenny, still bound, and I ran across to her. But as I did, Gad entered the room, saw what I was doing, and shouted for the other men. He was running towards me as Jenny shouted, "Go! Don't think. Jump." I ran as fast as I could, straight at the slats, using my legs to kick them as I jumped up towards it. My feet slammed the flimsy wood, splinters flying through the air. Then I was falling. A shower of splintered slats. Daylight, falling, sky, land, the outside blurred, falling, heart pounding. I collapsed in a heap on the grass outside, toppling, rolling, splinters strewn all around me. I was winded, wounded, a shooting pain up my spine. I got to my feet. Without looking back, I ran across the field, not daring to turn until I cleared the field and made it to the hedgerow. That's when I saw the lanky one running towards me, his arms pumping, hands balled into fists. I began running again. Faster. Blind panic. My lungs on fire. Heart burning. I ran a mile, maybe 2, before turning around again. I couldn't see anyone following me. I stopped briefly to get my breath back and tried to think what was the best thing to do. I had left Jenny at their mercy. Had tried to untie her, but there hadn't been time. Maybe she had managed to free herself. Should I wait here for her? But what if Jenny hadn't got free? How could she have? I had to go back for her, but it was too late now. All that would achieve would be my own recapture. The only thing I could do was to find my way back to camp and talk to the others. I would ask them to come back with me tonight. Together, we would find Jenny and free her. I was still afraid that I was being followed, even though there was no sign of anyone. So I took to running again, across fields, across meadows, alongside hedgerows, through a copse of trees, over a beck, looking over my shoulder frequently until I came to the river. I walked with the river to my left. I was travelling north, and I figured that this must be the main river that flowed close by Blackclough Woods. I came to a moor, which I recognised from when I'd run away all those weeks before. And as I did, I heard horses' hooves clatter on the stony path. I looked behind me. 3 men on horseback. Quickly, I darted through a gap in the rocks and curled up as small as I could. The men woed their horses. I could see the leg of a horse through a space in the stones. Thought I saw something move. We can get off and have a look if you like. The men dismounted. I could hear them walking about. I saw a flash of a man's coat, then another. They were looking around the rocks where I was concealed. I tensed every muscle to keep myself still and held my breath. I hoped they couldn't hear my heart knocking against my chest. I felt a vein in my neck throb. Nah, nothing. Come on, let's carry on this way. I heard the men get back onto their horses. They rode off. I waited until I could be sure they were far enough away. Then I took a deep breath and crawled from my hole. I looked around. They had gone north. I could just make them out on the horizon. I had seen them disappear over the edge, headed east. This was Broadhead Moor, and I knew that the safety of the woods was close by. I couldn't run any further, and I walked as fast as I could muster over the uneven ground, past peat bog and tussock grass, until I got to the edges of the forest. I found the beck that led to the fens and followed its winding path through the cover of the trees. I looked around to make sure the men hadn't followed me. As I walked, all I could think about was Lemuel Lane. His voice in my head, his hideous face. Every step I took, Lemuel Lane, Lemuel Lane, Lemuel Lane. He'd killed my kinfolk. Now he had Jenny, and I had to get her back. Rescuing her was all I could think about. I tried to remember the way through that was the least hazardous. I crept very carefully, watching every step, placing it down first to test before putting my weight on it. At the steepest part, my foot slipped on a loose stone. The stone rolled and ricocheted down to the beck. I fell and grabbed a tree branch, clambering back up. I used roots and branches to steady myself as I traversed the worst part of the ravine. Eventually, I got to the fens. In another half hour, I had made my way through to the other side and arrived at the camp. Alice and the rest of the girls were gathered around the fire. What happened?
Where's Jenny?
You're bleeding. The girls rushed around me. I had cuts and scratches all over from the splinters, on my arms and on my face and neck. I told them about everything that had happened. They'll keep her there until she confesses. We've got to go back for her, I said. You shouldn't have left her, Alice said. I couldn't look Alice in the eye. I told them about the mistle, and as much about the layout of the estate as I could recall. She won't be in the mistle now. If the window is broken, it's not secure. They'll move her somewhere else. They could have boarded it up again. More likely to move her to another building. So what do we do? I'm going to work on a spell to bring the wolf to us. Here in these woods. To be near us, where we can protect her, and where we can use her power to protect us. I thought that this was the last thing we should do. If the wolf had a chance, it needed to get further away from the men. They would come here and would hunt us all down. I wanted to go back for Jenny, and together we could go to the place Da had instructed. Alice had the others collect and prepare the ingredients for her potion. I wanted to say otherwise, that we needed to all get away from here, as the men would come if they were not already on their way. I saw Holly watching me. When the others were distracted, she approached. "Did Jenny speak to you?" Holly whispered. I nodded. "The two of us will find Jenny." I nodded. "First dawn. We'll go first dawn. We've got to try. She'd do the same for us," Holly said. That night, Alice prepared a special concoction of henbane, fenny mandrake, and liberty cap. She said that the potion would protect us and also protect the wolf. We would call on the power of the forest spirits. I said at first that I didn't want any, but Alice was insistent. "We all have to take it, you silly girl, or it won't work. Don't you know that?" I saw that Holly was also reluctant, but we were outnumbered. The others watched as Alice gave out the cups and made sure we drank every drop. I felt the effects of the potion gradually, feeling light-headed to begin with. Then the acuity of my senses sharpen. I could hear more precisely and see more vividly, and I felt a sense of dread. As I started to feel the full effects of the witch potion, the first thing I noticed were the trees. Their form became more vivid, more real and alive somehow. The bark rippled, the branches wriggled. They had no fixed shape. They had no rigidity. They were like clouds. The flames of the fire glowed gold, indigo and green, growing in height, seeming to envelop everything around them. There was a low-level humming. I wasn't sure if it was coming from the trees or from the earth. Something moved behind a tree. I looked and saw a figure dancing about 30 yards away. I looked again. I couldn't make out what sort of creature it was. About 3 foot in height? Was it a boy? But he wasn't human. He kept changing shape, becoming something different. The creature came closer, and I could see he had a brown suit on. As he came closer still, I realized that he was naked, but covered in brown hair. Then he wasn't. It was green scales. He danced around another tree, moving his arms about. Then he stopped and stared at me. He grinned, and his chin reached the floor. His tongue crawled from his mouth like a snake. I felt vague and unsteady, like I was coming down with fever. I looked around and saw there were more of his kind, either dancing around the trees or standing and watching us. Some sat cross-legged. As they did, they changed shape. I noticed other creatures, some much smaller than the boy, only 6 inches in height, and some much taller than humans. They grinned and gurned, their arms and legs shrinking and growing, black eyes spinning, green things creeping from trees, hobbled and hunched, mouths stretched open, claw-like fingers undulating. I looked at my own hands. They were glistening like fish, the flesh creeping and bubbling. Nothing was fixed. I suddenly became aware that Alice was talking. Had she been talking before? Perhaps she'd been talking for a long time. She too was changing. Shape, colour, height, form. Her hair like writhing worms. Her eyes were black wells. Everything that lived was listening attentively. But what she said didn't make any sense. Weka li, our herperts, o tiwoods, top crot inu, her fjad, ontu rokt, olf mumbing, twal fosi, usher eshru, ilbs gid ertu yus. The moss mounds and lichen groves that dotted the forest floor were luminous green in the bright silver light of the full moon. The pools of water gathered in their crevices were shining like diamonds and undulating. The strands of ivy that covered every trunk and branch were like lanthorns, radiating an inner light. Clusters of white pearl mistletoe berries that clung to the branches of poplar, lime, oak, and apple trees glowed like a harvest moon. I stood rooted to the spot, everything moving and changing. Alice grew still taller, her eyes somehow even darker, cavorting, grinning, grimacing, smiling, leering. Long, spindly fingers wrapped around tree trunks and branches, writhed and stretched, sinewy bodies vibrating, and a chorus of humming emanating from every creature that moved. Alice had changed. She was no longer Alice. She seemed to be made of the forest, of the moss and lichen, holly, ivy, and mistletoe. Her eyes were the verdant pools that surrounded us. Wilknyaidjup. Grr, rug surg surg zurg zur. Plum girls, defilms, rigor, snipper frill, orfersur, flirmer flirsnar, ersorwe. She was talking, but her lips were not moving. The sound of her voice was coming out of the trunks of the trees, out of the waters, and out of the earth. As she spoke, her familiar flew down and perched on her shoulder. It opened its massive bill and croaked. Its bill was as big as a scythe. And Alice was croaking, as were the other women, and all the creeping things. The whole forest was croaking. I closed my eyes and also began to croak. A Witch's Curse. Lemuel was watching Gad and Ezekiel board up the broken window. How did these witches know? He had heard that some could look into a man's eyes and see his soul. Others could peer into the hole of a hagstone and see into the future. He had sent 3 of his men to capture Kara. They were on horseback and would easily catch up with her and bring her back here. Then he would find a better place to contain the 2 cunning girls. She was a lot pluckier than he'd given her credit for, this Ophelan lass. Would he have had the balls to jump? He doubted it. Despite everything, he had a sneaking admiration. Perhaps she had changed into a bat or a bird and simply flown away. He had heard that some witches could do that. He went back inside and to the bedchamber where his wife and Gad's sister, the village gracewife, were attending to Kate's labour. He knew better than to interrupt, so he stood outside the door and waited. An hour went by before he heard the first sounds of new life. The baby was crying. Got a pair of lungs on it, he thought. We come into the world with our eyes closed, bawling and shrieking. Some of us leave this world in the same manner. He'd seen men on the battlefield, blinded by gunpowder, screaming for God's mercy. It was no way to make your exit. Then there were the runaways. Men with soft hearts and no guts. There were so many on both sides, breathless and speechless, and so full of fear that Lemuel had not taken them for men. After that final battle, Lemuel had coasted the country, meeting with a shoal of Scots, crying out, "Where's us? We are all undone." Men so full of mourning and lamentation, as if their day of doom had overtaken them. He had met with a ragged troop, reduced to 4 and a cornet, with a foot officer without hat, band, sword, or indeed anything but feet, and enough tongue to inquire the way to the next garrison. But then had come his horse and foot, and they had clearly the field of all enemies, recovered their ordnance and carriages, taken all their enemies' ordnance and ammunition, and followed that chase of them within a mile of York, cutting them down, so that their dead bodies lay 3 miles in length. He, Lemuel Lane, had done that, and felt no pity for those on either side whose hap it was to be beaten down upon the ground. He had gored the troopers' horses and piked those who could not rise from their wounds. On those fields, he had seen the best and worst of men. He would not leave this world screaming. He would die fighting. The door opened. It was Elizabeth. "Go tell Ezekiel she's had a boy." He went back inside the mistal, where Jenny was still tied to a chair, where Ezekiel, Gad, and Hellstrom were playing cards. Lemuel looked at Ezekiel and nodded, and together they went back to the chamber. Lemuel spoke to his wife. "Will you be able to carry out the inspection still?" "Yes. Move her to the largest cellar. I'll do the examination there." "But what about a witness?" "To hell with that." Lemuel and Hellstrom carried Jenny, still tied to the chair, down the steps that led to the main cellar. It was cold and dark below, and Lemuel lit 2 lanthorns. Further on was another cellar, where Lemuel kept his beer, wine, and spirits. Further still, a room of powder kegs, but this room was sufficient for their purposes. Why had he allowed himself to be persuaded to play this by the book, when he could just put money in the magistrate's purse as usual? He supposed the money he would save would help in his campaign against the wolf, which was becoming costlier by the day. If he wasn't careful, he'd run out of funds before they'd captured the fiend. "We'll be waiting outside," he said to Elizabeth. When the men had gone, Elizabeth unfastened the bindings that tied Jenny to the chair, then the ropes that bound her arms and legs. "Don't worry. Like I said before, I won't hurt you. Now, can you take off your clothes?" Jenny did as she was told. She was shaking as she removed her shawl, frock, underskirts, and other garments, until she stood before Elizabeth, as naked as a newborn. Elizabeth held up the brightest lanthorn as she searched her body. She started at her toes, moving round her feet, lifting them up one at a time and examining the soles. She worked up the calves, knees, thighs, hucklebones, belly and chest. "Lift up your arms." Jenny complied. Elizabeth examined her fingers one by one, her hands, turning them over, so she could see both back and palms, the wrists, forearms, elbows, and so on. There were no marks. "Turn around." Jenny did as she was told. Elizabeth held the lanthorn close so that she could examine her. As she did, she saw, just below her left shoulder bone, a distinctive blemish. She examined it, prodding it with her finger. Elizabeth couldn't be sure, but it did look like a teeth-shaped scar. Was this where the devil had bit into her flesh and baptized her with her own blood? Her own flesh turned cold as she contemplated the idea that she was now in the presence of a revolting witch. She grimaced in disgust. She took the steps 2 at a time as she called for the men. They came down into the cellar, and Elizabeth showed them the mark. "Looks like it to me," Lemuel said, backing off and screwing up his face in revulsion. "I agree. This is the mark," Hellstrom said. He clutched at the pentacle beneath his shirt. "Well, there you go then. That's all the proof we need," Lemuel said, shaking his head. He spat on the floor, as though losing a bad taste in his mouth. "As you say, Mr. Lane, this magistrate is a stickler. We must now tread careful. We have found the mark, but we also need confession, or evidence of the familiar beast." "Very well. We'll keep her here under constant watch." "Yes, this you must do, until we meet her familiar or until she is confessing to being a witch. Have Gad and Ezekiel watch her day and night." Lemuel fetched Gad and Ezekiel, and explained that they were not to let her out of their sight at any point. The men allowed her to dress, and tied her to a chair again. Lemuel left them to it, and went outside, to where Hellstrom was smoking his pipe. "Tell me exactly what you saw, Mr. Hellstrom." "As I have said, I know of witches. In Gothenburg, we have problem. The familiar is only one type of evidence. There is something I thought. How can this wolf evade capture? There are 30 or 40 men hunting her, maybe 50. Who can know? There are poison trails, iron traps, wolf pits. And then I see this bird, this raven. It is a fine familiar. A witch with a raven is a powerful sorceress. It is the raven that works for Odin. He has 2 birds, both Hugin and Mudin, bringing him information. They work with Odin's wolves, Jerry, and Freki. The birds perch on Odin's shoulders. The wolves lie at his feet. They are always together. It is Odin that gives the raven the first gift of speech. I see this bird with your wolf, and I follow where it flies. I look at the map, and I see this black cloth. I ride over Broadhead Moor. A man died in those woods 3 years since. Fell into a swamp. He wasn't the first. Folk round here avoid that bloody place like the plague. He didn't tell him that it was the wood's reputation that had allowed Lemuel to purchase it for a song. He intended to drain those fens and fell the timber. After months of haggling over the contract, the ink from his signature was still wet. He did not want to let this man into his business affairs. Yes, and this is why this is a good place for both wolf and witch. Do you see? I go through these woods. It is very dark. My journey is hard. I come to the place you call the fens. The journey is now harder. It is like a maze, is it not? I've never been, but that's what I'm told. He lied. Well, I get to the other side, and I find this camp where the witches live. And there is a bird also. There is a woman with black hair and dark skin, and she is talking to this bird. This is the leader of the coven. I cannot hear what she says, but I see the others. 6 witches are standing round a big fire. One is Kara, and the other is Jenny. We need to capture all of them. Yes, we do. But do you not see? They will come here. They will try and rescue their friend. They won't all come. Maybe 1 or 2. I want you to take us to this coven in the woods. Hellstrom took a drag of his pipe. Remember that we are here to catch the wolf. This is what we do. And if this means we catch the witch, then we catch the witch. Another night in Bedlam. That night, I dreamt that there was nothing left to eat. All there was for miles around was a child. A baby. My hunger was so strong. I bent down and picked up the baby by its foot and bit into its supple thigh. Then Holly was shaking me. It was the time before dawn, our first light. "Come on," she whispered. "We've got to go." I was already dressed, save for my boots and shawl. I felt heavy and strange from the night before, like some of the potion was still in me. Holly was already shawled, shoed and bonneted. We crawled out of the hut, making sure not to cause a sound. We crept through the camp, past the fire pit and Alice's hut, and set off back through black cloth. We got to the edge of the glade and to the first covering of yew and spruce. What had happened last night? I wanted to ask Holly, but we were too close to the camp for conversation. I would talk to her about it later. "Where do you two think you're going?" I jumped out of my skin. It was Alice. She was standing under an ancient yew, with a pistol in her hand, pointed at us. "Nowhere," I said. Holly nodded. "We couldn't sleep," she said. "We were just going for a stroll." "I know where you were going," and I won't have it. We stay together. No one leaves. Do you not understand that? Haven't I taught you anything? How can you be so ungrateful? She shook her head. Come on. You're going back where you came. She pointed the pistol again, and we turned back. She made us sit by the fire, and she woke the others. We gathered round the pit and poked the embers until the flames grew. Heather was still half asleep, yawning and rubbing her eyes. The men are going to come here, and we need to be ready. We are going to take all the iron traps we've amassed over the last 5 weeks or so and surround the camp with them. As many full circles as we have traps to complete. We each started to work on the first circle, moving clockwise around the camp, digging shallow pits and setting traps close to each other along paths, deer, boar and rabbit runs, and other points of access, concealing them with twigs and fallen leaves. The ground was frost-hardened, and the trees hoar-frosted. Digging even a few inches was hard work. As I panted, my breath turned to steam. When the first circle was complete, we started another one, about 6 yards further on. When we had finished, we looked at what was left. There were nearly enough traps for a further circle, and we started work on that. If all of Lemuel's men were to attack, we had a good chance of disabling most, if not all of them. I waited for a chance to talk to Holly without anyone else hearing. We can try again tonight, when everyone has gone to bed, I said. Holly nodded. As we finished setting the last traps, I wondered about the wolf. How would she be protected from the traps? Could Alice communicate with her? Perhaps through her familiar? There was nothing for us to do except wait, so we huddled around the fire, trying to stay warm. The leaves of the ivy were sugared with frost. What if men get through rings? Me scared, Heather said. Alice went into her hut and brought out the matchlock pistol she'd pointed at us. But I thought that we rejected the world of violence, Ivy said. Can me have gun? Heather said. Me want gun. I have always preached non-violence, but this violence is not violence, if it is self-defence. She issued us all with knives. Should any man make it through our defences, then we will have no choice. We will kill them in order to defend ourselves. Are you all ready to kill? I nodded. I knew that Holly and I would be gone before the men were here. I didn't want to stay another night in this bedlam. We would rescue Jenny. Then we would find the place that Da said. A world free of dogma and tyranny. I looked around at the others. I felt bad about leaving them to their fate, but I knew that it was too dangerous to talk to them about our plans. Perhaps one of them wanted to be free of Alice too. Maybe they all did. There was no way to tell, and I could not wait to find out. The potions and hexes of witches. Ezekiel was thinking about Kate and their new child. Their boy had a thick crop of black hair and a red face, like Rose when she was born. He'd held him in his arms and looked into his pale blue eyes. He didn't want to be here with Gad, watching over this witch. He wanted to be with his wife and his little daughter, wanted to be with his newborn. They had spent most of the day watching over this girl, waiting for her familiar, but they had seen nothing. Not even as much as an itch might. He got to thinking about what Kate had said, about wrong accusations. He thought about the girl who had been hanged as a witch, when all she had done was tell a farmer she hoped he dropped dead when he refused her alms. He knew that the farmer was old and frail. He'd been ill for some time, on death's door by any account, reaper-bound. What was to say that the old man wouldn't have died anyway? It was too easy to blast someone's reputation. Mud stuck, as Kate said. And there was a difference between a gripe and confirmation of guilt. He questioned once again whether in fact he should be partaking in this dubious process. If this girl was a witch, then there should follow due legal suit. Why hadn't the magistrate been informed already? Surely they must seek his permission and not carry on handy-bandy. Ever since the war, it seemed the whole country had descended into anarchy. Sanity had lost its hold. At least when the king was on the throne, there was some semblance of order. Things were done by the book, even if the book was corrupt. Charles had introduced ship money on every county in England without the permission of Parliament. The sheriff of this riding had refused the request, and good on him. But other places had not been so lucky. It was a sign even then that the king was determined to dispense altogether with parliamentary government. The seeds of discord were sown in the field the king furrowed. He thought also about what Lemuel had told him, of his family over in Ireland, and what they'd had to endure. It was dire. It was vile. What had happened to his sister and her husband, with her 8 months pregnant. He thought about Kate, suckling his young and his son. How would he feel if Kate had been the victim of that kind of retribution? He would be sickened naturally, and want the perpetrators to pay the price, with interest. But weren't the Catholics in Ireland retaliating on the wrongs that had been visited on them by the Protestants? He understood the depths of his master's feelings, but it wasn't Ezekiel's battle. Hadn't the curate said in church that only he who was without sin should go casting stones? He had done things just as bad, maybe even worse. He knew that the Bible taught an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. But Kate always said that violence begat violence. There was no end to it. The fire would forever burn if the way to put out the fire was to make more flame. And didn't it also say in the Bible to bless those who curse you? How was a God-fearing man to know which way to turn? It was Kate who made him doubt. Kate was well schooled in Scripture. Her father had been a lay preacher, and she could read and write. In truth, Ezekiel only knew the bits of the Bible that he'd heard the curate quote on Sunday. And for every statement that he could give, Kate was always able to countenance it. As soon as all this business with wolves and witches was over, he'd look for another job. Whatever debt Lemuel thought he had to pay him, he had now paid it. What did he want to tie himself up in this world of rancour and reprisal for? It wasn't his world, and he had no place in it. All he cared about now was Kate and his 2 bairns. They had called their son Matthew, after Kate's favourite gospel. Once they got settled in their new home, Ezekiel would ask Kate to teach him letters and words. He wanted to read the good book for himself. He was sick of being at the mercy of another's instruction. He wished to read God's words, not have someone interpret them. His thoughts were disturbed by Lemuel, who had climbed down the stairs to see what was going on. He saw Gad sitting on a barrel fast asleep, his head propped up with a sack of flour. Lemuel kicked him in the shin. Gad gave a start. "Wake up!" Gad muttered something. He opened his eyes, looking surprised at first, then embarrassed, as he realized that the boss had caught him having a nap. "Well, any sign?" "Nothing, sir. Not even a cockroach." "I need you otherwise. Both of you. We're going to attack the camp tonight." Outside, the men saddled up. Lemuel ordered them to check their muskets and pistols. After mounting their horses, they made their way across the estate and towards Micklebeck. There were 7 of them. Lemuel and Hellstrom, Gad and Ezekiel, and the only 3 other men he had come to trust, the twins and Gibbs. The moon was full and high, although partly obscured by clouds. They called the full moon at this time of year a cold moon. Some called it the wolf moon, though others insisted that was the full moon in January. Who cared what it was called? It was a good night to attack. The cunning lasses would be asleep, and they would be able to find their way through the fens with Hellstrom's help. But didn't witches hold their mass at midnight? Or so he had been told. Hellstrom had explained that this was only at the witches' Sabbat. They made their way along Black Clough Beck and tethered their horses near the foot of the woods. The path followed the beck, which now flowed about 40 feet beneath them. To their right was a virtually vertical descent of scree and fallen leaves. The path was thin, and anyone who slipped would be a goner, smashing their bones to smithereens on the rocks that jutted out from the water. Further on, the path crossed the beck, where it was shallow, and they had to cross using the stepping stones that had been placed there before men were too cowed to venture through. The ground was frozen in places, iced puddles like black glass. Eventually they reached the fens. Hellstrom took the lead, carefully navigating the dark pools of water. There was just a thin crust of ice, not enough to support boot. The men followed in single file, each watching exactly where the other had gone. It was slow work in the darkness of the woods, and Lemuel had to strain his eyes to see each footfall. He kept the gap between him and Hellstrom only what was sufficient. He'd heard the stories of the men who had ventured in and never returned, and he did not want to be one of them. The bank was claggy, and as the crusts of ice broke, mud covered his boots. The earth lacked firmness. As they ventured slowly through, Lemuel heard someone gasp behind him. He heard ice crack, and turning, saw Neb slipping. He tried to grab hold of him, but it was too late. The man had fallen into the swamp to the left of the path and was waist-deep in mud, shards of ice surrounding him. "Hang on," said Lemuel, as he looked for a branch to wedge across. But the man was sinking further. Holding onto a tree with one hand and reaching across to Neb with the other, Lemuel tried to get a grip. "Come on, you can do it." Neb stretched as far as he could, and just managed to clasp hands. Hellstrom, seeing what had happened, grabbed Lemuel by the waist. Lemuel pulled with all his strength, But the man's hand was slippery, covered in mud, and he lost Neb's grip. He lurched deeper into the swamp. Neb was now up to his chest in mud. "Grab hold of that!" Lemuel pointed to a fallen branch close to where Hellstrom stood. The two of them managed to carry it to the swamp where Neb was now up to his neck. They threw the branch across so that Neb could take hold of it and use it to pull himself out. He grabbed it with both hands and clung on. His brother, Meth, was trying to get closer. "Let me past," he said to Gibbs. Seeing how precariously Meth was placed, Lemuel shouted to him, "Stay where you are. You'll make it worse if you come any closer." Meth watched on, helpless. Neb tried to lift himself up, but as he pulled, the swamp pulled back harder, taking hold of him, sucking him under. He gripped the log tighter. He was now up to his chin. Lemuel looked around to see if there was anything he could do to help. But what could he do? He leaned across the branch and tried to grab the man's wrist, but Neb lost his grip, and the swamp swallowed the rest of him. The last they saw of him was his right arm held up, as though he were waving or asking permission. Then, there was nothing. A bubble of mud rose up where Neb had stood. Then it popped and was gone. The man had been eaten by the swamp. "No, no, no, no!" Meth was on his knees, crying for his brother. Lemuel had a grim thought. He would not mistake the men now. Then he thought about Neb's wife and child waiting for him at home. He would have to break the news in person as soon as they had finished this business. Hellstrom was shaking his head. "You men, you think you know best. You do not listen. And now look, this is a serious business." Lemuel held up his hand. "Just give him a minute," he said, nodding over to Meth, who was staring at the spot where his brother had been, as though waiting for him to reappear. They all stood and waited for Meth respectfully. At last, Meth looked up, his face a mask of grief. "Do you want to stay here?" Lemuel asked. The man shook his head. "You must stay close, and you must watch where I stand," Hellstrom repeated. "Do as me." Neb was gone. There was nothing they could do. Lemuel wanted to say some words to comfort his brother, but no words formed. Perhaps they should turn back. But they had gone so far now that to return was no safer than to continue. He had no time to grieve the man. There would be time tomorrow for their grief. They must carry on through the woods. He'd known Neb for several years. A brave man. A good, loyal man. When he and Elizabeth took the estate from the royalist scum who had previously lived there, Lord What's-his-face and Lady Gobshite, they had called on Neb and his brother's services. Casual labour at first, helping Lemuel and his family bring in the harvest. But he'd kept him on, as he had Meth and Gibbs. Neb was still a young man. Over the years, he had got to know his family. His mother had become friendly with Elizabeth. Now he would have to go to his family home and tell the man's parents, as well as his wife, that their son was dead. And he knew how that felt. The wound of it was still raw and fresh. They were walking very slowly. For each footfall, the ground first crunched, then yielded. Lemuel was careful to place his foot in the exact place he saw Helstrom place his. And Ezekiel, who was directly behind Lemuel, did the same, as did Meth, who was behind Ezekiel, and Gad, who was behind Meth. They used the trees as banisters to help steady their progress. These witches had found an almost impenetrable place to make their home, and despite his detestation for everything they stood for, he couldn't help but admire their canny good sense in finding the location. Lemuel thought again about witches, wolves, and Catholics, all being cut from the same cloth. They were enemies of God, minions of Beelzebub. The vilest witches and sorcerers of the earth were the priests that consecrated crosses and ashes, boughs and bones, stocks and stones. Confirmation was plain sorcery. The bishop mumbled a few Latin words over the child, charmed him, crossed him, smeared him with stinking pope oil, then tied bonds round his neck and sent him home. Wasn't the act of transubstantiation an act of witchcraft? And wasn't the Agnus Dei, worn by so many Catholics, a sorcerer's trinket? They had killed the king. That dribbling, bulbous-eyed, bandy-legged, closet sodomite was also a closet Catholic. For wasn't his wife, Henrietta Maria, a practicing papist? The war had split father and son, brother and brother. He attended to a Roundhead soldier at Hillsdean who confirmed, as he lay dying from his wounds, that it was his own royalist brother who had fired the fatal shot. That was the Battle of Marston Moor, a turning point for their campaign and the rise of Cromwell. The war had been a purge, and this camp was a remnant of that purge. Truly, England and the Church of God had a great favour from the Lord in the victory he had given them that day. Their absolute victory was evidence of the Lord's blessing upon his godly party. Lemuel had commanded the left wing, saving a few Scots for the rear. And they had beaten all the prince's horses. God made them as stubble to their swords. The prince had marched 20,000 and had not 4,000 left. His man had tried to save the life of his comma, who was cannon shot. The shot had broken his leg, and his man had held the man down while Lemuel sawed through the bone. But the man had died shortly after, despite their efforts to save him. That man reminded him of Neb. Good, true men. And now, in turn, Neb was dead. A fine man. Loins of iron, guts of granite. Lemuel hoped God would now give him comfort. He looked around at the phalanx of trees that surrounded them. Good thick trunks, soft wood and hardwood. The work of felling would not be easy. He would have to empty most of the village of men, but the money the timber would bring would clear their debts, pay Helstrom's bill, and give them succour. As soon as this business was completed, he would commission the labour. They were now clear of the worst of the fens, and Helstrom's pace quickened. Lemuel was still walking directly behind him, but as they wended through bramble, bracken, root and puddle, somehow they lost the party at the back. Lemuel turned to look. Behind him was Ezekiel, but there was no one behind Ezekiel. He motioned for Hellstrom to stop. "Where are the others?" "They were behind us a minute ago." "We wait for them." The three men waited in the dark for the stragglers. The night air was thinning, crisping, getting colder. When a few minutes had passed, and there was still no sign of them, Lemuel said, "Perhaps we should double back, go and look for them." "We wait. They will catch up." But when a few minutes more had passed, and still no sign, Lemuel said that he would go and find them himself. He held up one of the lanthorns, and taking Ezekiel with him, they turned around and went back the way they had come. They heard a scream. Lemuel turned to Ezekiel, and the two of them ran. A few 100 yards back, they found Meth leaning over another man who was lying on the ground. As they got closer, Lemuel could see that the man on the ground was Gad. He and Ezekiel quickened their step. "What's happened?" "We got split up somehow. We took a wrong turn. He fell into a trap." The first man pointed to a hole in the ground, which had been disturbed. "I managed to pull him out of it, but he's bleeding really bad." Lemuel and Ezekiel examined the wounds. Gad had been impaled 6 times. One of the spikes had pierced his chest, and from this hole he was bleeding profusely. Ezekiel tried to plug the hole with his handkerchief. The cloth was soon soaked with the man's blood. "We're going to have to take him back. He's in a bad way," Ezekiel said, as he bent down low so he could get closer to Gad's ear. He didn't want to raise his voice. "Did you hear that? We're going to take you back. Me and Meth here. We'll get you physic." There was no answer. "Gad, did you hear me? You're bleeding like a stuck pig." He bent low again and received a low groan as answer. He took hold of his cousin and gripped him under the arms, clasping his hands over the man's chest. As he did, Ezekiel could feel the hot, sticky substance of his cousin's heart spill over his hands and run down his sleeve. The liquid oiled his grip, and he could feel his fingers slipping. "Hang on." Ezekiel and Meth stopped. The two men placed him back down again. "We need to staunch the wounds. He's pissing blood." The men searched for something to sop the wounds. "Hold in there, cuz." This time, when he didn't receive an answer, he shook his cousin gently. When still no answer, he bent down and felt for his pulse. First Gad's wrist, then his neck. Then he noticed the silence. The cracked tap of his heart had stopped. "He's dead." "What?" Lemuel bent down and felt for Gad's pulse as well. "No." He shook his head. Another man. Another dead. Surely the witches had cursed these woods. He looked at Ezekiel, at the shock on his face. He gave him some time to compose a semblance of dignity before asking, "What do you want to do?" The men stood in silence. Somewhere, a corncrake cried, like a human fingernail drawn down the teeth of a comb. Lemuel gave Ezekiel more time to collect his thoughts and quash his grief. "I'm so sorry," he said, and placed his hand on Ezekiel's shoulder. "You should have kept up, stupid fucker. Listen, we'll get him a decent burial. You can stay here with him if you want. We'll come back for you, once we've cuffed these witches." Ezekiel stared at Gad. unable to believe his friend and cousin had gone. He shook his head. "Look, we'll manage without you. Stay here. It shouldn't take us long." "No point. He's dead." Ezekiel stood up. He looked down on the corpse. The moon shifted from behind a cloud, and briefly the scene was illuminated. The trees looked like hobgoblins, and unnaturally hued, as though a malign force emanated from them. Ezekiel shivered. Hadn't Gad said not to venture this far in? Hadn't he also said the woods were witch-hexed? He had not listened to him. Lemuel patted him on the back. "Come on then. We'll come and fetch him on the return." The two men walked on to where the party was waiting for them and explained what had happened. Hellstrom stamped his foot in fury. "This is why I say stay together. It is easy to get lost in this wood. It is easy to die in this wood. We lose 2 men. 2 men! When we start, we are 7. Now we are 5. Now the witch outnumber us. From now on, we stay close by and you do as I say," Hellstrom said. He led the way again. First through dense forest, then through sparser woodland that opened out again to a series of large, irregular pools that shone silver in the moonlight. "We must be careful here. Follow where I go. Where I put my foot, this is where you put your foot." Lemuel walked even more cautiously than before, while they navigated the narrow isthmus of land between the waters. It was slow going. Eventually, the waters became less frequent, and the path opened out again, so they could walk 2 or 3 abreast. Something snatched Lemuel's leg. Sharp claws. Cold, hard, a hot, searing pain at his ankle. He looked down. His leg was caught in an iron trap. The metal teeth of the trap bit through his skin and muscle, gripping the bone beneath. He bit his fist to stop himself from shouting out in pain. Ezekiel saw what had happened and ran to his master's aid. As he did, he also stepped on an iron trap and felt the red-hot pain of the metal teeth bite into his flesh. The 2 men were pinioned to their spots. Hellstrom and Gibbs went to Lemuel's aid and Meth to Ezekiel's. The traps were difficult to open. Their jaws gripped bone and chewed into marrow. Hellstrom managed to free Lemuel first, then went to Meth's aid, and the 2 of them freed Ezekiel. Meth and Hellstrom bandaged the 2 men's wounds with strips they tore from their own garments. Hellstrom was shaking his head. "We go back. We cannot now go on." Lemuel was in agony and could hardly walk. Hellstrom found 2 branches and fashioned them into Y-shaped crutches. As much as it hurt Lemuel to admit defeat, there was no way he could attack the witches in this condition. The 5 of them turned around and made their way back even more cautiously than they had made their way forward, a sorry party. For every step Lemuel took, he winced. The wound was throbbing. It took them nearly 2 hours to hobble through the woods back to where they had tethered their horses. The journey had been a disaster. Lemuel had lost 2 good men, 2 of his best. He would make those witches pay. Seeing them hanged was not enough. He wanted them to suffer hell's torment first. Have them racked. Make them the most wretched creatures on earth. Death would come, but it would not be quick. Hellstrom and Meth helped Lemuel and Ezekiel mount their steeds. They rode back over the moors, along the river, past Dale Edge, until at last they arrived at Lemuel's estate. Ezekiel said goodbye to the men and made his way to the village and to his house. Kate was waiting for him to return. Seeing his condition, she ran over to him and took the reins. He explained what had happened, and she helped him dismount, putting her arm around his shoulders and leading him through the house to their bedchamber. He collapsed on top of the blankets, and she unravelled the makeshift bandages and examined the wound. "It's bad. Cut to the bone. I need to bathe it so it doesn't get infected." She washed the wound carefully, cleaning it until the water turned rose-coloured, then dried it as best she could. She concocted a healing salve that would also keep the wound clean. The remedy was something her mother had taught her to prepare, and it consisted of chickweed, comfrey root, elm bark, and woodwort. She found some freshly laundered cloth and made a bandage from it. She redressed the wound. "If we keep it clean, it shouldn't spoil." She gave him a cup of Kilpriest, and when he'd drunk the draught down, she brought him a healing posset of milk and ale, then hot broth. She held the spoon to his mouth. "Once you've had this, you need to sleep." She was interrupted from her nursing by the sound of their son crying. The child was only a day old, and already he knew how to summon his mother. "I best go and feed him. You get some rest." Just over a mile away, in Lemuel's bedchamber, Elizabeth was tending to her husband's wound in a similar way to that of Kate. Both women trusted their own remedies, of those of the physician or the apothecary. Lemuel watched his wife fuss over him, hardly able to move. He saw the door open, and first Catherine, and then Olivia, come to perch on the bed, either side, holding his hands. He smiled at them to reassure them that he would be fine, but he felt weak, battle-scarred, an old pike, badged with sores. He needed to sleep. He asked them if they would leave him now, and his wife kissed his brow. When they had left the room, he lay back and stared at the ceiling. What a disastrous campaign. He'd fought royalists, outnumbered 5-1, and come out better than this. He wondered again whether the witches had cursed the woods. Surely they must have done. It wasn't just bad luck that had seen them lose 2 men and injure 2 more. To lose one, to injure one, would not be unthinkable, but so much tragedy had befallen them in such a short space of time. If the witches were that powerful, if their magic were that strong, then how would they capture them and bring them to justice? If they could just get a confession from Jenny, it would be easier to persuade the magistrate to provide enforcements. But would more men solve the problem of a witch's curse? He didn't know enough about these matters. Give him an army of royalists, armed with sakers, culverins, muskets and swords any day over these unarmed witches, with their potions and their hexes, their curses and familiar beasts. These bloody black cloth witches, black wood hags, bloody black wood women. He tried to think of how best to proceed, turning the problem over and over again in his head, until sleep came, and he thought no more. The jaws of the trap. The wolf dug out an abandoned fox den and curled up as much as she could in the dark, damp hollow to trap heat. The wind howled through the trees, and the rain pelted the ground. She slept in fits, waking with the shivers, drifting off to sleep, waking again with the wind or the cold. In the morning, there was frost in her fur. She tried to stretch, muscles stiff and chilled. Snow was falling in patches, the flakes freezing where the ground was dry and melting where it was muddy. Hunger drove her on. There was no food. She broke the film of ice over a pond and drank the stagnant water. She was walking where she had no cover. Hunger had taken her out of the shadows of wooded cloughs. At this season, the does were already carrying calves and often aborted the one least favoured. In the grass, she found a pale, still warm, unborn. It was a milky blue colour and lay blind and dying in the frost. She ate everything, bones and all. As she slunk through the undergrowth, she heard voices. Men. Hunters. She took cover by a holly bush as she gathered her strength. They were coming this way, and she could smell their sweat in the air. And something else. Horses. The men were riders. There was nowhere to hide, except for the bush where she crouched. She heard dogs too. They would soon sniff her out. There was nothing else to do. She made a run for it, and as soon as she did, she heard the men holler and shout. The dogs barking. She ran across a meadow and leaped over a stone wall. The dogs were gaining on her. Close to them, the men on horseback. She ran faster, across a field. There was a wood further on. If she could get to that, and over the river, she might stand a chance. She peered over a ravine. No time to think. She leapt, falling. She landed on her front legs, buckled, rolled down, scrambling to her feet. She slid 10 yards or so. Disturbed debris rolled behind her. Stumbling, she plunged into the ice-cold water and let the current carry her. Over the other side of the river, she dragged herself onto the bank. Somehow she had outrun them. She stood, panting, her breath like steam. How much longer could she keep ahead? More of them each day. Men with dogs, men on horses, with guns, with traps. As she made her way through the wood, she felt something bite, and she cried out in pain. She looked down. Her leg was caught in an iron trap. She tried to pull it out, but the teeth of the trap dug in harder, and she howled again. Through fur, skin, flesh. Blood oozed from the wounds where the metal had cut. She tried to twist it out. The pain seared through her. She panted with the effort. She leant down and tried to bite the trap to open it, but it wouldn't budge. She stood frozen to the spot. What now? If she stayed here, the men would come. She tried again, but the pain was even worse. It fixed her to the spot. Then she could hear the men again. Far off, but their voices were getting louder. They were heading in her direction. The teeth of the trap had bitten down to the bone. She could see the white through the puncture wounds. No time. She twisted and twisted. Then, with one final twist, the bone snapped in two, flesh and muscle ripping. The pain seared, and she tore through the skin, leaving her paw in the jaws of the trap. She looked down at it, as though she might be able to stick it back on again. She looked at her back leg, a ragged stump, blood pumping. As the voices got louder still, she limped on, half running, half limping, until she evaded them again. She took cover in a ditch and licked the gaping wound. She found a frozen puddle and plunged the stump through the ice. Supping from the whiskey jar. We were gathered round an extinguished fire. Alice pacing around the pit, pistol in hand. I thought about Jenny. I had escaped one prison, and now I had found another. I thought about how we were going to escape, and I was filled with dread. I wasn't even sure that Alice was capable of sleep in this state. She had guarded all night, standing over us with a loaded pistol, a demented jailer. How was I, or how were we, going to free Jenny if we couldn't free ourselves? The men had muskets and pistols, crossbows and sabres. We had 2 primitive knives. Thorn and I have done a ring walk this morning, and we found this. Alice held up the green garbotine that I'd seen Gad wearing. We then found the body it belonged to, a man who worked for Lemuel, who was mortally wounded by multiple pike wounds. We also discovered that 2 of the irons have been triggered, and there was blood on the teeth. What I have said has come to pass. Lemuel and his men attempted to attack us last night, and they failed. The magic held strong. Alice laughed like a maniac, her eyes dancing in their sockets. Some of the other girls joined in, as though they didn't know how else to react. Holly gave me a look and shook her head discreetly. "Me like magic," Heather said. "We cannot be complacent. The men will come back. They will return for the body of their friend. They will want to bury him on consecrated ground. But I think they will be back to attack us too. I can't be sure when this will happen. It could be tonight. It could be tomorrow. But it will be soon. I'm sure of that. And they will bring reinforcements." "What do we do?" Ivy said. "How can we stop them?" Thorn said. We can't. We can't stop them. All we can do is be prepared for when they come." "How do we do that?" "We have to move." "Where?" "Deeper into the woods. Thorn and I have found a place 2 miles north. It is surrounded by water on one side and a steep-sided clough on the other. It will be very hard for anyone to attack us from that vantage point, and if they do, they will be weakened." "And what about the wolf?" "She's safe. My raven feeds her. That's all you need to know." "What about all our stuff?" "Bring what you can, but travel light. What you cannot carry on your back, you do not need." Alice threw Gad's garbotine into the fire pit. We started on the move after we'd eaten. First, we collected up all the iron traps, then our possessions. It took several trips through the woods to move all the things we needed. The first task was to fortify the camp. This was much easier than the original camp, as there were only 2 ways in. one by the clough, and another way in along the beck. We were able to reuse the irons and dig traps along these routes. The next task was to provide a roof over our heads, and we cleared space beneath the holly trees so that the base of the trees and the leaves and branches above became our floor and roof. The foliage was dense enough to protect us from raindrops. All this took most of the day. I asked Alice about Jenny. When were we going to mount a rescue campaign? I was shocked by her answer. We won't be doing that. It's too late. If she's not dead already, then they have taken her to the jail. It's only a matter of time before they extract a confession, and then they'll hang her. If we try and rescue her, we'll only risk getting caught ourselves. But she's one of us. We have to do everything we can. I know it's hard, but I've been here before. I know what I'm talking about. Men can make you say anything. I'll never go there again, to that place those men took me. You have to trust me, Rowan, and do as I say. But I didn't trust her, and I couldn't accept what Alice said. I spoke to Holly when the others were distracted. How are we going to get out of here? Holly shook her head. She has to sleep at some point. That afternoon, Alice was agitated. She paced round the fire, smoking her pipe. I am not afraid of dying. I have died once before. They hanged me, placed the noose around my neck. I was standing on the stool. A crowd had gathered to watch me drop. They kicked the stool away, and the crowd cheered. I was dangling, choking, saw my life rush before me, all the lies I'd been told. I was dying, couldn't breathe. I kicked my legs, grabbed at the rope that was strangling me. I tried to suck air into my lungs. I felt lightheaded and knew that this was the end. I was close to the edge. I was dead. Then the rope snapped, and I fell to the ground. The curate said, and the magistrate said, that it was God's will, and they would not go against God's will. I could live. I was free, and they let me go. I walked from that town, and I never went back. From that moment, I would speak the truth. I would no longer live in a world made of lies. I looked at the scar tissue below Alice's jaw. Let her talk and talk, I thought. I wanted her to tire herself out, so she would sleep soundly tonight. Alice relit her pipe from the fire and drew the smoke into her lungs. I noticed that her hand was shaking. She and Thorne had returned earlier to where the corpse lay. It had been removed. The men had been back to collect it, and I could see that she was rattled by this. She wouldn't sit still and kept pacing, smoking from her pipe constantly. We were set to work on further fortifications. Alice wasn't satisfied with her work. She had identified a number of weak places, and her solution was to dig deep pits at both entrances that we would cover. I worked with Ivy and Holly on the beck hole, and Alice worked with Thorne and Heather on the clough hole. It was hard work, as the ground was frozen, and when we managed to break through the crust of it with our simple tools, underneath was stony. Huge rocks that needed digging out, and this back-breaking work returned my thoughts to that day over a month ago when I had dug my parents' grave. We worked in pairs, taking it in turns to rest, so that there were always 2 people working and 1 resting. When we'd finished, we used hazel branches to make pikes, and we hammered them into the base of the pit before sharpening their ends to a point. All the while, Alice stood close by, clutching the gun. We stood back. We took branches and covered the hole, then concealed this with dead leaves. I looked at the trap from different angles. There was no way to tell there was a pit underneath. Alice came over and did the same, nodding and saying we'd done good work, but she wasn't satisfied. She had identified some gaps in the gorse and brambles further up the beck that she thought the men might be able to crawl through. She ordered us to plug the gaps with gorse and brambles from nearer the camp. It was difficult to collect the branches in the half-dark. We didn't have gloves, so we used rags that we wrapped around our hands, grasping the thorny branches and cutting them at the base with our knives. The wrappings were inadequate, and soon our hands and arms were full of cuts. Slim rivulets of blood stained our skin. When we had gathered sufficient to plug the gaps, we pushed a good amount through the holes so that there was no way a man could crawl in. Alice was by the fire cleaning her pistol. The mood around the camp was pensive. The other girls were either sitting listlessly or had taken to their beds, and no one seemed to be in the right frame of mind for conversation. I looked at Alice, at the grey streaks in her black hair. There seemed to be more grey than when I had first seen her, and somehow her face had changed. I looked to see if there were any more wrinkles, but it wasn't that. It was more a wariness in her expression, like the muscles in her face had given up. I noticed for the first time how sad her eyes were. Heather was rubbing her feet. "Me cold! Me cold! Me freezing!" She was repeating as she rubbed, and Alice watched. "Wear shoes if you like, you stupid girl. I've tried to teach you how to connect with the earth. I've tried to teach all of you." She reached for a bag and delved in. She took out some shoes and threw them at Heather. "There, have them. Have these stupid shoes to see if I care, you ungrateful brat. It's men who made shoes, don't you see? Men." Heather looked shocked by Alice's tirade, but put the shoes on anyway, muttering to herself about something. I watched Alice pace, clutching the pistol. I wondered about that gun. One gun between 6 of us would do no good. The men would be more than adequately provisioned with pistols and muskets. Even if Alice managed to shoot one of them, there wouldn't be time to reload before one of the men shot her. There didn't really seem much point in having it. But then I thought back to her words about not letting the men have her. She had said that she would never put herself in that position again, where she was at the mercy of those men. That night, Alice gave us all something that she said would help us sleep. I tried to throw mine away, but Alice watched carefully, making sure we drank every drop. So just before I went to bed, I stuck my fingers down my throat and made myself cast out the potion. Holly did the same. We lay in bed listening for Alice. I thought about Jenny again, but I pushed the thought out of my head. Alice was right. There was no way she could have survived their torture without confessing. The rack, the strap, the screw, the pillywinks. She would have been able to take each one of those tortures for some time, but eventually she would have told them anything they wanted to hear. Everyone had their breaking point. I only hoped that Jenny had already been hanged, and that the magistrate hadn't asked for further proof. They had swimmed her once, her right thumb tied to her left toe, her left thumb tied to her right toe. They had attached a rope about her middle, so long as it reached from one side of the dam to the other, where on each side a man stood, so that if she sank, they could pull her up. To swim her again before hanging her would be unthinkably cruel. I thought about my ma and da, and the plans they had for their future. For my future. Da had been saving money from his fights. Money that Lemuel had stolen from them. My da had endured punches, kicks, biting. He'd sweated and bled for that money. Had bones broken, wrists stamped on, ribs kicked, knuckles cracked, skin cut, eyes blackened and his nose smashed. My ma had stayed up on many a night, poking the fire and supping from the whiskey jar, waiting for Da to come through the door, not knowing if she'd ever see him again. And now they were both in the ground, with worms crawling over their bones. "Wait here," I whispered. "Be careful." Very slowly, so as not to make any noise, I slid from under my blankets, and on all fours I crept like a cat over to the bush, which I hoped Alice was now sleeping beneath, then paused to calm my breath and let my heartbeat slow and quieten. When I was sufficiently calm, I placed my head through the gap in the bush, very gently. I stayed like that for several minutes, letting my eyes get used to the dark, so that I could make out Alice, lying down with a blanket over her, eyes closed. She was fast asleep. On her chest was the pistol, its steel glinting ever so slightly in what little light remained, her left hand clutching the handle. I watched her chest rise and fall, and with it the gun also. I studied her for several minutes to make sure she was sound asleep. Then I crept further into the hole, stopped, and listened. Her breathing was still regular. I waited for my heart to return to its quiet beat. Then, very carefully, I took another step inside. I proceeded in this way, taking one step, then waiting, watching, listening, before taking another, until I was fully inside her sleeping chamber. I was now crouched beside her, and could easily reach for the gun from where I squatted. Very slowly, and ever so carefully, I wrapped my fingers around the barrel. I made sure that my hand and arm took the weight of the machine, so that none of the weight was on Alice, as I carefully moved it towards me. I watched as the grip slid from her fingers. It must have taken me half an hour to get the weapon, but now, as I left her hovel and rose to my feet, I was clutching Alice's pistol. My mind went back to that day again, to Lemuel clutching his flintlock, and in that moment we were linked. I shrugged off the thought, and made my way back to where Holly lay. I nudged her and showed her the gun, and together we made our way through the maze of fenland and out along the ravine above the beck. I tucked the gun into my bag and tied this over my shoulders as we moved southwest over the moor. No Man's Land. Lemuel had slept all day and night, and it was late afternoon when he eventually stirred. Elizabeth was waiting by his bed. "Lem, are you awake?" she said softly. He opened his eyes and looked around the room, then made eye contact with his wife and smiled weakly, his ankle still throbbing. The pain was intense. "How are you feeling?" Lemuel winced. "Help me up." "You need to rest. You've had a nasty injury. I've got stuff to do." He tried to get himself out of bed, but the wounds seared. It felt like each sore was being poked with a red-hot rod, and he cried out in agony, almost passing out with the pain. He leant back on the pillows again. "What did I tell you?" "Very well, I'll rest. How's Ezekiel?" "Same as you. Bedbound." "Can you get Jacob to fetch Mr. Hellstrom?" "Are you sure that's a good idea, love?" "Please, Elizabeth. If we don't act now, it will be too late." Elizabeth tried to persuade him to rest, but eventually he managed to convince her to carry out his wishes. She returned within the hour with Johann. "You are awake. This is good. You need to keep this wound clean. If it is infecting, it is bad. You may be losing this leg." "I know all that. Look, I need you to do 2 things for me." Hellstrom nodded. "First, I need you to check on Gibbs. Then come back here." "Mr. Lane, I am not your minion." "What is the second thing?" "I'll explain when you return." Hellstrom made his way to the cellar where Gibbs was taking it in turns with meth to guard Jenny. When he got there, he saw what state the girl was in. She had a black eye and a cut mouth, and her dress was torn in 2 places, at the neck and at the hem. When she saw Hellstrom, she sat up straight in her chair, to which she was still tied. He looked at Gibbs, who was sitting nearby, clutching his musket. Hellstrom noticed that the girl had been tied up with a different type of knot to the one they'd used before. "What is happening to this girl?" "He did it," she said warily, nodding to Gibbs. "I had to. Her familiar came. I had to fight it off. Nearly killed me." "Her familiar is coming here, you say?" "Yes, this morning, just when we changed shifts. At first, it was a rat. Big, greasy thing, walked straight up to her. Then it changed into a black dog, turned on me, started snarling. I held my musket to its head, and it changed again into a bird, flew at me and tried to peck my eyes. It flapped around her, attacking the ropes. The next thing, she was unbound. Somehow her creature had untied her. I tried to grab her, to tie her up again, but the bird kept on at me. I whacked it with my musket. Then she tried to gouge my eyes out. She was like a thing possessed. I had to slap her about. And I gave her bird a right good clout, sent it packing. I knocked her to the other side of the room. Tell you, the pair of them, they could have killed me. Good job I acted when I did." "He's lying," Jenny said. "If this is true, then we have proof. Are you willing to give a statement to the magistrate?" "Course I will. I'll tell him exactly what I told you." "But this is not good. This bruise, this cut, it will go against us. If the magistrate thinks we have not treated her fairly, he may not believe your statement." "But I am telling the truth." "He's a liar and a bastard. Do you know what he did to me?" "Hush, hush. I cannot hear myself think. I have no time. I must tell Mr. Lane. You must stay here and guard her. I will not be long." "Please, sir, don't leave me with him. He's a brute." Lemuel asked Elizabeth to prop up his pillows so he could sit up straight in bed. He was thinking about the wolf and the witches, knew that he would have to act swiftly and decisively. No time now to follow the letter of the law. Legal process was a luxury, and in these times of necessity, they would have to dispense with it. He'd had times before, commanding an army, when he had acted without due authority, and he had reasoned, then, that if he had the good will of the Lord, then this surpassed any legal jurisdiction. He would have to strike with a hammer blow that could end all his strife. The land to the south and west around Blackclough was once owned by the Sunderland estate, but he now had the deeds in his safe. The land on the north and east had been owned by the Radcliffe estate, but again, the deeds were now behind lock and key. Radcliffe estate still owned Willow Garth to the north, and this was the place where willow was grown for basket making. The Sunderland estate retained the common turbary, where folk cut turf and peat for fuel. Technically and legally, the heart of the woods was owned by no one. Not so much a glitch in the law, but a desired consequence. He'd learned that many years ago both the Sunderland and Radcliffe estates had hired lawyers and other legal persons to renegotiate their deeds to exclude this dark stretch of ravine, tree and fen. No one wanted to own Blackclough Woods, because no one wanted the responsibility for it. It was a no man's land, a cursed cesspit, and now he could use this to his advantage. There was a single knock at the door. Then Hellstrom entered. He conveyed what he'd seen and ascertained from the girl and from Gibbs. Well, like you say, it could go either way. If he's prepared to give a statement, that's one thing, but if the magistrate looks unfavourably on her injuries, then he might want further proof. He'll want a clean confession, Elizabeth said. And if that's not forthcoming, they'll swim her. They'll not swim. Not in this parish. So be it. It's out of our hands now. I want Gibbs and Meth to take her into town and hand her over to the magistrate. Gibbs can write his statement. That's all we can do. It's in the hands of the magistrate now. Very well. Besides, I've got more pressing issues. And what are these pressing issues, may I ask? That thing you mentioned when we first met, where your people form a chain of men. Rovdjurskal? Yeah, whatever it's called. Where you get hundreds of men and form a chain and walk through the forest driving out the wolf. What of it? I want you to do this for me. For the wolf and for the witches. Drive them all out. And then what? When my men return, I want you to employ at my expense and on my behalf as many of the labouring men in town and village as are willing. We will raise an army and take Blackclough Woods. Why is this? I need you to surround that wood on all sides and drive out that wolf and every witch with it. You take them well clear of those woods, and you burn the lot of them. Hellstrom looked at Lemuel, as though he was staring at something he had stepped in. He shook his head slowly, then smiled. I have a better idea. I take those barrels of gunpowder from your cellar. I load up a cart with kindling and wood. What for? I will take your men. I will employ all the Almugan from the village, as you say. We will surround the wood with gunpowder, oil, kindling and logs. We will set fire to that wood so that it burns from the outside in. We burn the wolf and we burn the witches, along with everything else that lives. No, you mustn't burn the trees, do you hear me? Ha! We will burn every tree and everything else in that wood. The wolf will burn, and every witch, every deer, marten and wildcat in flames. No, you mustn't harm the trees. Mr. Lane, you sound like one of these crazy witches. You don't understand. I own those trees now. They're mine. I intend to make a great deal of money from the timber. You want paying, don't you? I will still get what is owed. Then you will do as I say. When you have, come back here and I'll pay you what we agreed, and I'll pay every man who takes part in this work a handsome fee. Let that be known. But there are things worth more than money, Mr. Lane. Oh, aye? Such as what? Gold? Diamonds? I am not talking gold or diamonds. Good, then that's settled. £200 plus £50 expenses. I come for the dance, Mr. Lane. What dance? I have come for my massacre. You'll get your massacre as long as I keep my trees. Well, we will see. Good day, Mr. Lane. Is that it? Come here, I've not finished yet. Hellstrom didn't answer. He had already left the room. Lemuel was flabbergasted. He looked at his wife, but didn't know what to say. He'd trusted this man to get the job done. He knew that Elizabeth had always had reservations about his suitability. But he was supposed to be a professional wolf hunter, the best in North Europa. Surely he would do as instructed. He turned to Elizabeth. What just happened there? Elizabeth said nothing. She was staring at the door, as though she expected Hellstrom to burst back in and tell them it had been one of his jokes. He wouldn't, would he? I don't know. I just don't know. It was true that no rational human being would set fire to the entire forest. But this man was completely insane. The Lord, Lemuel's God, had given him this land, and the Lord would help him defeat anyone who tried to take it from him. He would do as Joshua, son of Nun, had done. The Lord had commanded Joshua to set the city on fire, not the forests. Like Joshua, he would smite and slay them and hang them from 5 trees. He pulled the blankets away and swung his good leg off the bed. What are you doing? I can't take the risk. That timber's already sold. If he burns it, we're ruined. Don't be stupid, love. You're in no fit state. I can manage. Fetch me that brandy, will you, and my crutch. Lemuel took a few good slugs of the brandy and used the crutch to hobble across the room to where his clothes were draped over a chair. Give me a hand with these, will you, love? Elizabeth helped him get dressed, and he hobbled to the door. She opened it for him, and he stumbled across the landing and down the staircase, taking it step by agonizing step. He stopped halfway for another slug of brandy. He explained his plan to Jacob. Jacob was to take Jenny to the magistrate's first thing in the morning, and he was to bring the stable boy with him so he had an extra pair of hands. He, Meth and Gibbs were going to put a stop to this Hellstrom, even if it meant shooting him. Rather see the man dead than his trees burn. Then they would go into town and rally an army who would surround Black Clough. They were going to drive out every witch and wolf and put them in the same hole as Hellstrom. The missing Kitling. The wolf was heavy with the life inside her. She sensed that it was time and needed to find somewhere to lie down where she could birth her young. She made her way through this strange new place that the raven had led her, hobbling on 3 legs. The air was rank. The earth was stale. She watched the bird hop and nod in front of her, understanding now the raven's language. It flew from the branch in front of her to one about 20 feet away. She knew to follow. She was slow, taking care not to put her severed leg down. But the bird was patient, and she managed to navigate the maze of sour black waters the bird took her through until she came to a secluded spot that was well guarded by rock and water, gorse and bramble. She would be safe here. The raven had brought her to this place just in time. The life inside her was pushing to be born, and she crouched in position as she gave birth to 3 pups. 1 dog and 2 bitches. She licked them clean. She could taste blood and bile on their skin. Their eyes were closed. She positioned herself so that they could each reach for a teat, and watched as each in turn took one into its mouth and made suck. She felt them nibble her flesh. Hot, sweet milk seeped from her as she lay back and rested while the kitlings fed. She must have fallen asleep like this, with the blind whelps suckling. When she woke up, her 3 pups were curled in the hollow space between her feet. They were fast asleep. She was ravenously hungry. Something caught her attention. It was the smell of fresh meat, and she saw now, almost under her nose, the corpse of a leveret. Good meat. Careful not to wake her kitlings, she leaned across and took the beast in her mouth, chewing first its back legs, then opening up its stomach and feasting on its guts. She licked and slurped at the soups and juices of the animal's innards. Then she ate the remaining meat, leaving only the animal's head. She noticed in a nearby beech tree, perched quite high up, a raven, watching over her. She was so weak from giving birth, months of near starvation and the injury that was still fresh and raw, that she could hardly move at all. She spent the next 3 days like this, her young feeding on her milk, sleeping in the warm hollow between her legs. She licked the red flesh of the wound. Every day, the raven brought her good fresh meat, fichu, rabbit, otter. It was on the 4th day, when she woke, that she saw that there were only 2 pups curled about her. She looked around. Where was the 3rd? It must have wandered off. But why would a pup so young wander from its mother? She tried to get up, but despite 3 days of rest, she was still too weak to stand. She tried again. It was no use. Her legs would not support her. She tried to reassure herself. Her pup could not have wandered far. The young were sometimes too curious for their own good, and it would come back soon, once it had explored. She sat, looking all around her, alert to any movement. Her pup was so small that she wondered whether she would be able to see it move in the undergrowth. She sniffed the air for its scent. There was a movement. Just a woodcock hurtling through dead leaves. She stayed there, patiently watching for anything that moved, but her pup did not return. She must have fallen asleep again, because the next thing, when she opened her eyes, it was dark. She checked that all her pups were with her, but there were still only 2. The third pup was missing. By her feet was the fresh corpse of a pheasant. She plucked the feathers with her teeth and gorged on the meat. She tried to stand, and this time she managed to get to her feet. Her legs were shaking. She felt light-headed and unsteady, but she was standing. One of her pups was awake now, and it began to whine softly. Ignoring it, she walked away from both pups, looking for the missing kitling. Hobbling on 3 legs, she searched the immediate area, sniffing the ground, trying to pick up her scent. She sniffed the earth beneath her feet until she identified her third pup's distinctive smell and followed it towards the beck. She sniffed again and followed the trail as it led to the bed of the beck, where it stopped. Her pup must have fallen into the water. It would have been taken downstream. The flow of water was fast hereabouts, albeit shallow. It was a mistake to give birth so close to water. Perhaps it had been washed up further along the bed. She started to paddle through the shallow water, but as she did, she picked up another smell, that of burning wood. As she paddled further, the smell of burning became stronger. Then she saw a low patch of thick black smoke, and it was coming towards her. The forest was on fire. She must get back, move her pups. She leapt out of the water and ran as best she could towards them, taking the first into her mouth and carrying it further into the woods, away from the smoke, returning for the second and doing the same. But the smoke was getting thicker, and it was still heading towards her. She took the first pup in her mouth again, and this time carried it much further, returning for the second and doing the same with this pup. Still the smoke thickened, and it came closer. She did not know what to do. Where could she go that was safe? She looked around for a better route, scanning every bough and branch looking for her bird. The raven would know the way out. Surely her bird would come and rescue her. But the bird was nowhere to be seen. Alice's eyes. As we made our way out of the woods and onto Broadhead Moor, I could feel my legs weaken until a heavy fatigue overtook me. I looked at Holly. She was struggling too. Her brow glistened with sweat. "I don't feel right," I said. Holly nodded weakly. "Feel like I'm dying." "We're not dying," I said. "We'll be all right." As we traipsed over peat bog, my legs seemed to turn into lead. I was aching all over. Every gland and every muscle throbbed with a dull pain. Although it was night time, and the air was cold, I felt like I was on fire. My garments were wet with sweat. I placed the palm of my hand on my forehead. I was burning up. I tried to ignore the fever and carry on walking, but I could hardly keep myself upright. I looked at Holly and could see she was staggering behind me. "Come on," I said. "We need to walk it off." For a time, my fear fueled me, cutting through the fever, but as I walked on, my legs felt like they were manacled to the earth. I looked round. Holly had collapsed. I went back for her, tried to stir her. No use. We would have to sit out the fever. I found a hollow under some rocks and dragged Holly inside. "You have to fight it," I said, but she didn't respond. Her eyes were closed now, and her body was limp. I shook her gently. "Don't fall asleep," I said. I propped her against a rock and loosened her shawl. We can rest here for a bit, until the poison has worn off. I shook her again. Holly, say something. I lifted one of her eyelids. Open your eyes. Don't sleep. Whatever Alice gave us, we got rid of most of it. There was no response, and I had no strength to nurse her any longer. I lay there, aching and sweating and burning up. The effects of the poison were getting stronger. I pushed my fingers down my throat again, but I had nothing inside to cast. I suffered agonizing cramps, crouching on all fours like a dog, clutching my stomach. Please, God, protect us. I fell back on the ground, couldn't breathe or swallow. I was dying. I punched my chest as hard as I could, trying to get my lungs to work, struggling to suck in any air at all. It was like my throat had been sewn up, and there was just a tiny gap. I tried to swallow again. My tongue cleaved to the roof of my mouth. Trying not to panic, I sucked in more air. I lay in the dark, choking and gasping for breath. Eventually, the muscles in my chest loosened, and I began to breathe more easily. I was still burning up, and now I was overcome with the heavy, sinking feeling. It was all I could do to keep my eyes open. I must have lost the battle, because the next thing, it was light. I was still curled in my hollow place, burning up with fever. I lay there unable to move. Every fibre of my body ached. In my delirium, I saw Ma standing over me. Ma? Is that you? I'm so sorry, my lovely daughter. So sorry. I tried to get up, but I was frozen to the spot. Rest, child. But I don't know what to do, or where to go. I don't have anyone. Sure you do. You've got yourself, and me and your dad are watching over you, and the Lord God, and Jesus his son, and Mary his mother. We're all here. You'll have a lovely life, Cara. We'll come and get you when you're ready. Live your life without hate. And don't forget to say your Hail Marys. How do I carry on, Ma? Sure, you'll figure it out, child. Do you want me to sing you a song? No, Ma. You know I don't like you singing to me. I know nothing of the sort. Didn't I always sing to you in your cot? You did. And didn't you like it? No, Ma. You've a voice like a strangled cat. Now, there's no need to be insulting me, Cara. Sorry, Ma, I do love you. I just can't stand it when you sing. Well, I must say, you've left it awful late in the day to be telling me. Can I see Da? You know he's not one for talking, Cara. Just for a minute. Maybe later. Get some rest now. But I've so much to tell you, Ma. I've done things, seen things, and I don't really know where to start. Don't you think your dad and me are watching you? And I had this dream now. Don't be telling me your daft dreams, Cara. If you've got something to say, there'll be plenty of time in eternity to tell me and your dad. I started to protest, but she'd gone. I lay back and closed my eyes. I must have fallen asleep again, because this time when I opened my eyes, it was night once more. The fever had lifted. I felt weak still, but the aching pains had diminished. I crawled over to where Holly lay and shook her. Wake up, Holly. The poison is gone. The fever's over. But she was stiff and cold. I collapsed on top of her and wept. Hot tears stung my eyes and I cursed God. What kind of creature was he? some sort of sadistic lunatic. He'd built this whole world, this whole stinking world and every stinking thing in it, and for what? Was his creation just a divine act of vanity? Strike me down for my blasphemy, O Lord. I don't care. I don't love you, God. I waited for my Maker to blast me into hell, but no damnation came. I lay on top of Holly's body, weeping, until no more tears would come. Then I noticed a strange smell in the air. At first I didn't recognise it, but as I came round more, I realised what I was smelling was burning. Something nearby was on fire. I managed to crawl out of my hole, and as I did, I could see a glowing red shape to the east. At first I thought it was dawn rising, but as I got to my feet and stood upright, I saw that the rest of the sky was pitch black. Maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me on account of the fever, but the fever had lifted. So what else could this light be? If this were not the sunrise, then what? It wasn't until I got closer that I saw the source of this light. Flames. The forest of black cloth was a conflagration. The fire rose up high above the horizon and mingled with thick smoke. From this angle, it looked like the whole skyline was ablaze. I stood and watched the spectacle, listening to the roar of the flames as they consumed the trees. I thought about Alice and the girls. Had they died before the fire? Or were they now being burnt alive? I walked further and could see that there was no way through the fire. Now I felt the heat. The flames roared. I thought that there must be another way through, and I circumnavigated the woods, travelling clockwise. The fire was as advanced elsewhere as I had seen it from the moor. I travelled north, still further, until I reached the most northern peak of the forest. The flames formed a wall of fire. It was then that I spotted the men in the distance, and with them a very tall woman in a red dress. Except, as I looked harder, I realised it wasn't a woman. The tall figure was Hellstrom, standing closer to the fire than the others, his face lit up by the flames. The red dress he was wearing was too small for him, and the effect was to accentuate his arms and legs. He held his arms aloft, as though summoning some spirit from the flames. He looked like a demon. Then I saw Lemuel, 20 paces behind, being held back by 4 men. He was roaring like a bear, trying to free himself from his captors. I could hear Hellstrom cackle. Then I saw a figure, a burning effigy, run out of the forest screaming, running towards Hellstrom, wearing a suit of flames. It was Alice. Her hair had been burnt off, and her head was black like coal. As she ran, the flames danced all around her. The sound of her screaming was awful, a primal wail that cut through the night. She got to about 6 feet from Hellstrom, and then collapsed. First kneeling in front of him like some demented supplicant, then falling face first into the peat. Hellstrom was clapping his hands together and laughing. I felt sick at the horror of the scene. I could not bear to watch any more, and I returned to my cave on the moor. I hid from the men and shut my ears to Alice's death screams. I closed my eyes, but still saw in my mind Alice as a burning effigy. When I could hear no more outside, I got up. and placed rocks over Holly's body. I said a bitter prayer and crossed myself. I lay close by in a heap, my shawl pulled tight around me, and wept. I slept and woke in the dark. I got to my feet and went to the edge of the copse, where I could see that black clough wood was still in flame, but the men had gone. I stood leaning against a tree and watched. For hours I stood there, rooted to the spot, unable to turn away from the macabre spectacle in front of me. I thought about all of the animals that would also be trapped and either burned by flames or suffocated. The ounce, the otter, the fox, rabbit, deer, badger. Only the birds would escape. Surely the other women, in the deepest part of the wood, would not survive such a vicious conflagration. Almost certainly everything, including the wolf, had perished. Once again, I felt the deep weight of knowing I had no one and nothing. The fires burned all night, and I sat vigil, watching on, unable to turn away, paralysed by the sight. Where else could I go now? What future could there be now? I had no idea how to find the safe place Dad had described. All was lost. I sat leaning against the tree, as numb as its trunk. It was raining now, and ice-cold drops fell on my head, and on every part of me, soaking me to the bone. By mid-noon the following day, the flames had abated, their persistent rain finally dampening the fires. I walked over to the edge of the forest and saw everything was black and charred. I walked along the path that went above the ravine, traipsing now over cold cinders. The forest foliage was burned to the ground, and the trees were just blackened stumps. I made my way to the fens and navigated the maze of black waters until I came to the original camp. The huts were blackened remnants of what they had been, the roofs burned away and hardly a wall left. The cauldron still hung from the hook above the fire pit, swinging like a clock's pendulum. I travelled further north until I came to our new camp. The holly trees were reduced to charred stumps. Nothing of our new cover remained. I saw blackened cadavers, not knowing which was who. They lay on the ground in different postures of horror, clawed hands grasping, mouths grimacing. Had the fire killed them? Or Alice's poison? What did it matter? They were just as dead. I came across the bones of a different animal, and I realised that this was what was left of the wolf. Close by were the remains of 2 pups. The wolf had given birth. I found the burnt remains of other animals that I could only guess at. In the end, the fens had not been able to offer sanctuary. The men had succeeded in killing both the women they accused of witchcraft and the wolf they branded a murderer, and pretty much everything else that lived. I sat by the charred corpses of the women and the wolves and felt nothing. Every emotion I once had was spent. I was hollowed out, a shell. Everything that had once been lush and green was withered and black. There was no point to any of it. Life had lost all meaning. I would sit among these black bones until I withered away, until I was one of them. I did not want to be of this earth. I yearned to be black dust, A day passed, then another, maybe a third. I lost all track of time, but something compelled me to stand up and turn my back on this gruesome funeral. Whether it was thirst, or hunger, or madness, I had to go on. I found myself making my way back through the woods, drinking from the beck and finding burnt leaves to eat. I dug up roots and ate them raw. They were hard and bitter. I thought about the only person I knew who would not try to kill me or reject me, and the only name I could conjure was Kate, Ezekiel's wife. I hardly knew her, had spent less than an hour with her, and yet, when I pictured her face, it was a kind expression that carried no malice. She had whispered a word in my ear that had saved my life, and in doing so, had risked her own. Perhaps she would help me again. At the edge of the woods, I crossed over that which was black and entered again a world that was green. I rose up from the ravine and crossed the meadow between moor and clough. As I did, I heard a sound. Something was crying, whining. I looked around, but I could see nothing. I took another step and heard it again. A faint whining sound. Searching the area, I saw at the edge of the meadow, close to the beck, curled in some long grass, grey fur among the green. I stooped to examine. A wolf pup, barely a week old. The wolf had given birth to at least 3 pups. Were there any others? I searched but found none. I picked up the tiny mewling infant. How had it survived all this time without its mother? I gave it water to drink and wrapped it up in my shawl. It desperately needed to eat, and that made 2 of us. I didn't think I would manage to keep it alive. It was barely even breathing, but I would try. I dug up a worm and cut it into small pieces. I attempted to feed the pup the worm morsels, but it was too weak to eat. I wrapped it warm in my shawl and placed the bundle in my bag. I took the gun and buried it under some stones. Ma was right. Hate would only destroy me. No good could come of it. I made my way back over the moor, weak with hunger. I waited for night to fall so I wouldn't be seen before approaching the village. I had no idea how I would find Kate, and I wandered round aimlessly, traipsing around the green and the church, the alehouse, the shops. I wandered round the streets, where houses and cottages were placed, careful not to be noticed. I peered into every window, both back and front. Eventually, I peered into one window, and I saw a woman giving suck to her infant. It was Kate. I went to the window and tapped gently. I startled her, and she looked up, puzzled at first. Then she saw who I was, and still clutching her infant, came to the door. She checked that no one had seen me, and ushered me into her home. "You look half-starved, lass." I sat down at the table, and she brought me small beer and victuals. I ate bread and peas pudding. "I heard about the fire," she said. "I want you to know Ezekiel was nothing to do with it. He's still in bed. He got caught in one of the leg irons, got infected. The physician came this morning with the barber surgeon. Stoker held him down while the barber sawed it off at the knee." "I'm sorry," I said. I wasn't sorry in the least. I was glad that man had tasted a morsel of suffering, a small sacrifice. "Well, at least he's alive. He never should have taken part in the first place. The carpenter says he'll make him a wooden leg. He'll be able to go back to work, but not walling or delving or soil work. It was Hellstrom who started the fire. Lemuel tried to stop him. Apparently, he'd bought the forest and already sold the timber, lost a lot of money. I've heard he's in big trouble, although he paid Hellstrom every penny. Had to borrow it from another landowner. Better than that, Lemuel has paid us out. We've got £50, Cara. £50. We're going to find a bigger place. We're going to use the money to set up a business. I don't know what yet, but I don't want him to go back working for Lemuel. That has to stop. I nodded. I was trying to take this all in. And his friend, what's he called? Gad? I pictured the green garbetine. He's dead. She shook her head. Mr. Lane has given his money to his sister, the Grace wife, who delivered this little un. I didn't know what to say. I knew of his death already, and I didn't want to keep saying sorry. I looked down at my plate and used the last of the bread to mop up the remnants of peas pudding. What about Jenny? Where is she? They took her into town. She's in the jail. At least she was still alive. Where there was life, there was hope. What will you do? Kate said. I shook my head. I've no idea, Kate. I don't have any family or friends. All my kin are dead. I don't have any money or anywhere to live. I thought about my parents' home in Ballina. I had kinfolk there, it was true, but none that I'd ever acquainted with. Kate got up. She crossed the room and opened the drawer of a cabinet. She took out a box full of money and handed me a note. Here, take this. But I can't take that. It's your money. I want you to have it. Please. But it's such a lot of money, She opened my hand and folded the note into it, curled my fingers around it. No arguments. You're having it, and that's that. I want you to stay here tonight. And then I was holding her, clinging onto her, weeping into her sleeve. She made up a bed for me. I asked her for some hot milk, and when she had gone to join her husband in their bedchamber, I took the wolf pup out of my bag and spooned warm milk into its mouth. The wolf was barely alive, and it was slow work, just a few drops at a time. But after an hour, it had managed to drink most of the milk. Exhausted by the effort, the pup fell asleep in my arms, and I swaddled it once more in my shawl and returned it to my bag. I slept in the makeshift bed Kate had made up for me. In the morning, Kate insisted that I ate breakfast with her, and afterwards she persuaded me to discard my filthy dress for a clean one of hers. Seeing I was without a shawl, for it was concealed in the bag, she gave me her winter cape. She wrapped up a penny loaf for me and corked a flask of milk. She put her arms around me, and I sank into her. I held her tight, feeling her warmth and softness. I thanked her again and left. As I trudged aimlessly through the village, I came across a rowdy crowd. On the village green, men, women and children had gathered. A man with crutches grimaced. A beshawled woman held her baby close to her chest. Men in fine togs and hats were smoking clay pipes. Others supped from tankards. There were vendors selling food and ale. There was music from a fiddle player. Some danced a jig. Amongst the merrymakers, a tall man stood out. He was wearing a beautiful brown suit that looked newly tailored. He wore shiny black boots, with gold buckles. His beard was trimmed, and his golden hair was combed back high over his head, so that it shone like a halo around his face. The man was Hellstrom, and he was dancing with one of the young maids of the village. He held her tight, then spun her around as though she were as light as a feather. They were both grinning from ear to ear. I could see that she was basking in his attention. I looked about to see what they had gathered for. Then I saw a makeshift stage and a gallows. A stark black frame made starker by the bright grey sky. It looked like the torched skeleton of some mythical beast. 2 men were holding up a girl and lifting her onto a stool above a noose. It was Jenny, her hands tied behind her back. She was still wearing the ripped dress, and I noticed that it was also torn at the shoulder now, so bad that one of her sleeves was hanging off. Her flesh was badged with scabs and bruises. I covered my face with the hood of the cloak and watched as they put a sack over her head and placed the noose around her neck. They tightened the noose as a man addressed the crowd, but I couldn't make out what he was saying, and I didn't want to get any closer. I thought about Alice and what had happened to her. The only way that Jenny could survive this was if the rope snapped and the curate and the magistrate agreed that it was an act of God. Under my breath, I prayed for Jenny. This was the chance now that God had to show me his mercy. He was a loving God. He would intervene in the same way he had intervened with Alice. A man kicked the stool from beneath Jenny's feet, and she fell, then dangled from the rope. The rope did not snap. The crowd cheered. I felt the shock ripple through my bones. Her legs kicking at first, but then gradually slowing to a stop. Her lifeless body swung in the winter wind. The crowd was still cheering. Already the crows and kites were gathering. I stood and watched, desperately hoping for a miracle, for her limp corpse to reanimate. At last, I turned away from the hideous spectacle in front of me and walked out of the village. I was in danger. If I were to be spotted by this mob, they would brand me a witch. I traipsed north, stopping only when I was a good 3 or 4 miles from the village, and sat down, unfurling the pup from my shawl. It was whining now, and I gave it some of the milk, then soaked a piece of bread in the milk and fed it this also. It fed with more strength this time. Perhaps it would live after all. I wondered again how it had survived all this time without its mother's teat. Perhaps Alice really had cast a protective spell. Its little pink lips nibbled at the moistened bread, and its eyes opened for the first time. They stared directly into mine, and for a moment, I wasn't staring into the eyes of a wolf. I was staring into Alice's eyes. The moment passed, and the eyes I peered into were those of the wolf pup once more. Perhaps I was going mad. In a world full of madmen and crazy women, would anyone notice one more? If I could keep this wolf alive, I would take it somewhere it could be with its own kind. I thought about what Alice said. In Scotland, wolves were still in number. I would travel north to another country. I would go to Scotland and find a place where wolves roamed free of persecution, and find a family for this wolf. I let the wolf finish the bread and milk. Then I swaddled it once more in my shawl, placing the shawl in the bag, standing and straightening my dress. I carried the bag over my shoulders and fastened the top button on my cloak. The wind was whistling through bare boughs as I began again to walk north. I was taking the last wolf in England to a better world. That was Blackwood Women by